Hey truckers, today we're seeing part 7 of Villain Tricks Heroines into hating the MC. Let's dive into video. Having reached the heart of the forest, Wang Jian's faction remained hidden thanks to the combined illusionary prowess of Lady Zhuoran and Bishi Shuyan, who had erected a two-layered concealment barrier. Wang Jian, with his heightened spiritual sensitivity, accurately assessed the unfolding events on the battlefield, sensing the positions of each individual involved. As he observed Yi Chen and the Butterfly Spirit Queen splitting up, with Yi Chen leading a team in a daring charge towards the demon camp, Wang Jian immediately discerned the true purpose behind the strategic maneuver. It was undoubtedly a diversion. With this realization, Wang Jian understood that the Butterfly Spirit Queen had seized the opportunity to infiltrate the camp during the chaos, with the intention of rescuing her captive beast comrades. The fact that she entrusted Yi Chen with such a crucial role in the plan spoke volumes about the level of trust she held for him. Wang Jian couldn't help but ponder deeply. She must hold an exceptionally high opinion of Yi Chen. It would be exceedingly difficult to alter her perception of him through ordinary means. However, a mischievous grin slowly spread across his face as a devious idea took shape within his mind. He relished the thought, thinking, well, I do relish a formidable challenge. With a devilish glimmer in his eyes, he resolutely declared, prepare yourselves, everyone. It's time to storm the demon camp and unleash our wrath upon these fiends. The followers of the church erupted with exhilaration upon hearing Wang Jian's resounding declaration. Their voices merged in a harmonious cheer, exclaiming, at last. The moment we've yearned for has arrived. With a coordinated effort, Lady Zhuoran and Bishi Shuyan dissipated the illusionary barrier enveloping the group. Wang Jian's faction, accompanied by the fervent followers of the church, surged forward as one entity, surging through the dissipating barrier and into the heart of the demon camp. Their arrival bore immediate consequences. Meanwhile, within the depths of the camp, the Butterfly Spirit Queen's group had successfully entered and arrived at the location where her imprisoned comrade suffered. The beasts, frail and emaciated, bore the marks of torment inflicted upon them by the demons. Some had even endured the draining of their life essence, teetering on the brink of death. With utmost care and urgency, the Butterfly Spirit Queen's group administered the vital essence herbs bestowed by Yi Chen. The herbs worked their magic, slowly revitalizing the beasts and restoring their dwindling life force. Amidst this crucial moment, the Butterfly Spirit Queen sensed a surge of human presence rushing into the demon camp from the north. The demons, who had initially pursued Yi Chen's group in the southeast, swiftly discerned the vulnerability of their camp and hastened back to its heart. At this precise juncture, Wang Jian issued a commanding order, halt. Confusion tinged the expressions of his followers, perplexed by the abrupt cessation of their thunderous charge. The fervent followers of the church simmered with anger, their impatience boiling over as they wondered why Wang Jian had interrupted their assault. With a grave tone, Wang Jian explained, we must exercise caution. The demons may have laid a deadly trap near the center of the camp. Let us eliminate the demons present here first before gradually expanding our reach. In the meantime, Lady Zhuoran and I will investigate the center of this camp. His words, delivered with utmost seriousness, resonated with his faction and the followers of the church. Even some followers found themselves internally praising Wang Jian for his prudent approach. After all, in their battle against the demons, preparedness for all eventualities was paramount. As Wang Jian and Lady Zhuoran ventured deeper into the camp, the members of the Liu family dispersed, each taking on a specific task. They skillfully affixed talismans to various objects and even the surrounding terrain. Hong Meilin couldn't help but be taken aback by this unexpected sight, but a sudden realization dawned upon her. The Liu family's meticulous actions were driven by their foresight. Anticipating the imminent arrival of the demons, they were constructing a formidable talisman formation to fortify their defenses. In that moment, Hong Meilin's admiration for Wang Jian deepened. It became clear to her that he had not only foreseen the circumstances they now faced but had also coordinated with the Liu family in advance, enabling their swift and precise actions. She now understood that Wang Jian possessed an extraordinary level of strategic thinking, always several steps ahead of the current situation. It was a testament to his exceptional intellect and his ability to navigate complex scenarios with remarkable acumen. The abrupt intrusion of Wang Jian's faction into the heart of the demon camp set off a cascade of consequences, each more significant than the last. The initial repercussion was the swift reversal of the demons who had been relentlessly pursuing Yi Chen's group. Their attention now shifted back to the defense of their base, leaving Yi Chen and his comrades momentarily unburdened. Simultaneously, the intrusion alarmed Tristan and Brian, jolting them with the realization that their camp had been breached. While Yi Chen's group had barely registered as a threat, this new force ignited a sense of urgent concern within their hearts. Tristan muttered curses under his breath, his frustration palpable. By the infernal depths. If they reach the center, our summoning formations will crumble. But there was little time to dwell on the potential catastrophe, for Tristan found himself engaged in a perilous dance with Wang Hao, deftly evading the relentless onslaught of the glaive. Wang Hao's attacks were unyielding, leaving Tristan with no choice but to hold his ground and marshal his demonic chi to its fullest extent. Every part of his being strained as he channeled his energy, fortifying himself for what was to come. Amidst the clash of blades, Wang Hao's strike found its mark, the imperial gale thrust piercing Tristan's chest, impaling one of his hearts. Pain seared through his body, yet Tristan's resolve remained unbroken. In that moment of agony, Wang Hao's eyes widened with astonishment as he beheld the monumental surge of demonic chi coursing through Tristan's veins. A flicker of realization dawned upon him. He decided to disrupt this attack by attacking Tristan with a barrage of blows, but he soon discovered that his glaive was stuck. Tristan was gripping the glaive with his inner muscles. A wicked grin played upon Tristan's lips as he taunted his adversary. "Survive this, if you can." With a swift motion of his hand, he unleashed a tempestuous torrent of wind and lightning chi, a devastating beam that sent Wang Hao hurtling through the air. The glaive remained embedded within Tristan's body, a testament to his tenacity. He soon pulled it out and stored it within his spatial ring. He couldn't let humans retain such a powerful weapon. Seizing the moment, Tristan bellowed his command, the urgency in his voice echoing through the chaos. "Retreat to the camp!" Responding without hesitation, the demons, including Brian and his contingent locked in combat with Wang Ying and her comrades, unleashed a symphony of powerful shockwaves. The concussive force sent the human experts sprawling, their senses momentarily shattered, the souric of this content N/O/V/L/N. Exploiting the disarray, the demons swiftly regrouped and retreated, their aim to protect the sanctity of their camp and its formidable summoning formations. Rather than pursuing the retreating demons, Wang Ying and Wang Hao's factions made a strategic decision to regroup and seize the opportunity to recuperate. Unlike their demonic adversaries, they did not possess the miraculous regenerative abilities, necessitating a momentary respite to replenish their depleted strength. Wang Hao, in particular, found himself in a dire state, his bloodline essence entirely drained in the fierce confrontation with Tristan. The toll of battle weighed heavily upon him, leaving him weakened and vulnerable. Exhausted and breathless, Wang Hao found support against a nearby tree, his body drenched in perspiration and his fatigued muscles quivering. With a deliberate motion, he retrieved a small vial containing blood recovery pellets. These pellets, renowned as the bloodline restoration elixir, possessed the unique ability to compel the body to temporarily generate a surplus of blood. However, Wang Hao knew all too well that such power came at a cost. Consuming 3 of the pellets in a single gulp, he felt an immediate surge coursing through his veins. The elixir activated his royal warlord bloodline, bestowing upon him a set of extraordinary abilities that he had painstakingly unlocked. The first ability, Indomitable Resilience, granted Wang Hao an unparalleled regenerative power. This bloodline gift allowed him to endure and swiftly recover from injuries that would cripple ordinary warriors, but that is only until his adrenaline wears off. After that, his body would recover naturally. Next, Weapon Supremacy showcased the royal warlord's unparalleled skill in wielding any weapon they encountered. Empowered by their bloodline, they effortlessly adapted to the unique qualities of each weapon, unlocking its full potential for devastating impact. However, this ability came with a caveat, as pouring the bloodline's power into a feeble or inadequate weapon risked its shattering. Additionally, the duration of this ability relied on the strength of the royal warlord's bloodline essence. Unyielding Might was another extraordinary ability that manifested as the battle raged on. The users would grow increasingly formidable, their strength and abilities amplified by surges of adrenaline and an unwavering determination to emerge victoriously. The more intense the conflict, the greater the power bestowed upon them. This enabled the user to unleash devastating attacks, overpowering their foes and leaving behind a trail of destruction in their wake. Lastly, Sovereign's Ascendance represented the pinnacle of the royal warlord bloodline's power. This ultimate ability triggered a breathtaking transformation, shrouding the users in an ethereal aura that signified their transcendence. In this transcendent form, they became the embodiment of war itself, radiating an overwhelming aura of might and commanding presence. Their strength, speed, and agility reached unimaginable heights, allowing them to cleave through armies and decimate entire battlefields. The mere sight of this awe-inspiring ability struck fear into the hearts of all who bore witness. Wang Jian, ever vigilant, detected the swift approach of the demon forces that had engaged his siblings' factions earlier. But this turn of events played right into his hands. It was exactly what he had anticipated. A malevolent grin curved his lips as he and Lady Joran arrived at a vantage point that offered a clear view of the unfolding spectacle. Below, the group led by the illustrious Butterfly Spirit Queen could be seen, their ranks spreading out as they liberated their captive beast comrades. As Wang Jian's sharp eyes surveyed the scene, a revelation struck him. Among the accompanying beasts, the majority exhibited feeble assault abilities. It was apparent that those possessing formidable attack prowess must have rallied under Yi Chen's banner. Intrigued, Wang Jian's mind raced with possibilities. In a pivotal moment, the demons who had pursued Yi Chen's group returned to witness the Butterfly Spirit Queen's faction liberating their imprisoned comrades. Instantly, a surge of rage coursed through their demonic veins, their eyes ablaze with fury. Among them, the three King Realm demons discerned potent spiritual energy emanating from the Butterfly Spirit Queen, captivating their attention. As their gazes fell upon her, they couldn't help but notice the striking resemblance between her and the Butterfly Spirit race. However, the Queen exuded an even more profound aura of nobility and regality, leaving them in awe. You are the Butterfly Spirit Queen," exclaimed one of the Demon Kings, his voice reverberating with astonishment and avarice. The proclamation rippled through the ranks of the demons, their eyes filled with greed, for they knew all too well the immense value the Butterfly Spirit Queen held for their kind. Undeterred by their malicious intent, the Butterfly Spirit Queen met their gazes with unyielding determination. Clenching her fist, she made a resolute decision to confront these demons head-on. Though her abilities were not tailored for direct assaults, as a King Realm beast, she possessed considerable power. It was the demons with overwhelming assault capabilities against whom she struggled. But these particular demon kings appeared less intimidating in comparison. In a defiant snarl, the Butterfly Spirit Queen bellowed, "You vile fiends! The torment you inflicted upon my comrades will not go unpunished." Summoning her inner power, she unleashed a mighty surge of spiritual waves that reverberated through the vicinity, striking each and every demon in its path. The impact was undeniable, as the demons were momentarily staggered by the force unleashed by the Butterfly Spirit Queen. Their bodies trembled under the onslaught of her formidable power, though their resolve remained unyielding. As the three demon kings approached the Butterfly Spirit Queen with a malicious glint in their eyes, she steeled herself for the impending battle. Each demon king possessed their own unique abilities, and the Butterfly Spirit Queen knew she had to strategize and utilize her own techniques effectively to overcome them. Demon King Sanguisus, with his crimson aura emanating sinister energy, lunged forward, unleashing his first technique, Crimson Inferno Eruption. Demon King Sanguisus thrust his hand forward, summoning a seething torrent of crimson flames that surged towards the Butterfly Spirit Queen. Sensing the scorching heat, she gracefully evaded the fiery onslaught by utilizing her Zephyr's graceful soar, soaring into the air like a gentle breeze. From her aerial vantage point, the Butterfly Spirit Queen retaliated with her verdant soul flare burst. She gathered the spiritual energy from the surrounding nature, forming a concentrated burst of vibrant green energy that surged towards Demon King Sanguisus. The burst collided with his flames, disintegrating them and leaving him momentarily vulnerable. Meanwhile, Demon King Umbra, with his shadowy silhouette, seized the opportunity to strike abyssal shadow bindings. Shadows coiled around the Butterfly Spirit Queen, aiming to ensnare her limbs and restrict her movements. However, she anticipated this attack and swiftly executed her fluttering petal drift, drifting effortlessly through the air with fluid and unpredictable movements. The shadows grasped nothing but empty space as the Butterfly Spirit Queen gracefully evaded, leaving Demon King Umbra momentarily stunned. With a surge of confidence, the Butterfly Spirit Queen countered with her Celestial Willow Strike. She infused her strikes with spiritual energy, mimicking the grace and strength of willow trees. Her attacks flowed like the swaying branches of a willow tree, striking with precision and speed, piercing through Demon King Umbra's spiritual barriers. Not far behind, Demon King Ignis, wreathed in flames, unleashed his own devastating assault, Inferno Lance Barrage. Demon King Ignis conjured a barrage of scorching lances made of pure flame. The lances rained down upon the Butterfly Spirit Queen, threatening to overwhelm her. However, she swiftly activated her Enigma's Veil Glide, cloaking herself in an ethereal shroud that made her nearly invisible. The flaming lances passed harmlessly through the veil, missing their target. Seizing the opportunity, the Butterfly Spirit Queen unleashed her ethereal blossom surge. Blooming flowers materialized around her, releasing a surge of ethereal blossoms that homed in on Demon King Ignis, disrupting his balance and creating openings for her follow-up attacks. As the battle raged on, the Butterfly Spirit Queen's inner thoughts raced. She couldn't afford to waste time, her comrades were engaged in a losing battle against the other demons. With determination burning in her eyes, she focused her efforts on defeating each demon king swiftly, aiming to turn the tides of the overall conflict. She continued her intricate dance in the air, seamlessly transitioning between techniques. Serene Spirit Torrent engulfed Demon King Sanguisus, momentarily weakening his resistance, while Whispers of the Moss drained the spiritual energy of Demon King Umbra, leaving him weakened and sluggish. The Butterfly Spirit Queen's precise strikes and agile maneuvers overwhelmed the Demon Kings, exploiting their weaknesses and capitalizing on their openings. With each successful technique, the Butterfly Spirit Queen grew more confident. She utilized her seraphic wind dance to dodge their attacks gracefully, countering with her own devastating assaults. Whirlwind's spiraling ascend disrupted their balance, creating opportunities for her fluttering petal drift and celestial willow strike to strike with precision. Through her relentless onslaught, the Butterfly Spirit Queen proved herself to be a formidable force, outmaneuvering and overpowering the Demon Kings. With each defeat, their confidence waned while hers soared. As the battle reached its climax, she unleashed her final technique. Seraphic Wind Dance. She emulated the elegant dance of celestial beings, becoming one with the wind. Her movements were a blur of agility as she gracefully dodged the last desperate attacks of the defeated Demon Kings. As the Butterfly Spirit Queen's techniques proved formidable, the Demon Kings realized they needed to change their strategy. They fought collectively, coordinating their attacks and utilizing powerful defensive techniques to prevent their imminent defeat. With each clash, the battlefield was engulfed in a flurry of energy and ethereal manifestations. The Butterfly Spirit Queen pressed on, utilizing her techniques with precision and grace. She unleashed her verdant soul flare burst, disintegrating the opponent's spiritual defenses and leaving their souls vulnerable. She followed it with the Whispers of the Moss, draining their spiritual energy and leaving them weakened. The celestial willow strike pierced through their barriers, and the ethereal blossom surge disrupted their balance. However, the Demon Kings were not easily defeated. They countered with their own formidable abilities. Demonic Shield of Unyielding Flames, Demon King Sanguisus conjured a powerful shield of unyielding flames, enveloping himself and his allies. The shield absorbed the impact of the Butterfly Spirit Queen's attacks, providing a momentary respite. Umbral Veil of Shadows, Demon King Umbra created a dense veil of shadows that cloaked their movements, making it challenging for the Butterfly Spirit Queen to land accurate strikes. The veil also absorbed the impact of her attacks, dissipating their power. Infernal Barrier of Fiery Resilience, Demon King Ignis summoned a barrier of fiery resilience emanating intense heat. The barrier acted as a shield, neutralizing the destructive force of the Butterfly Spirit Queen's onslaught. As the battle intensified, the Butterfly Spirit Queen realized that these Demon Kings were not just fighting to survive but buying time. Her keen intuition warned her of impending danger. She could sense that these Demon Kings were stalling for the return of their reinforcements, the true force that threatened to overwhelm her comrades. With unwavering focus, she surveyed the battlefield, her gaze drifting towards her valiant comrades locked in their own desperate struggle against the relentless onslaught of demons. They fought with unyielding determination, but their path to retreat was blocked, leaving them trapped in a dangerous predicament. A surge of concern welled within the Butterfly Spirit Queen as she witnessed her imprisoned beast comrades, still weakened and unable to fully regain their strength, despite their consumption of the miraculous herbs imbued with vital essence. The weight of responsibility bore down on her shoulders, knowing that their survival depended on her ability to prevail against the imminent threat. In that pivotal moment, the battlefield became a tapestry of chaos and courage. The clash of weapons, the reverberating roars, and the scent of primordial power intermingled in the air, intensifying the sense of urgency. The Butterfly Spirit Queen's mind raced, contemplating her next move as she calculated the risks and possibilities that lay before her. Her piercing gaze swept over the unfolding turmoil, assessing the tactical advantage the enemy had gained by stalling their advance. With every passing second, her comrades' endurance waned, their hope diminishing in the face of overwhelming odds. She understood the gravity of the situation, realizing that time was of the essence. In a critical moment, as the Butterfly Spirit Queen's group teetered on the precipice of desperation, a sudden burst of assistance arrived with impeccable timing. Like a beacon of hope amidst the chaos, a magnificent water dragon materialized, crashing into the ranks of the encroaching demon forces. The impact was nothing short of cataclysmic, as the colossal creature detonated, unleashing a deluge of potent water needles that ravaged the battlefield. Each needle, infused with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, found its mark, piercing through the heads of the demons with devastating precision. The destructive force unleashed upon impact obliterated their souls in an instant, leaving only remnants of their once formidable existence. Yet, this awe-inspiring display of power was but a prelude to an even more astonishing spectacle that unfolded before the bewildered eyes of the Butterfly Spirit Queen. The air crackled with anticipation as 3 resplendent sword slashes materialized, ablaze with the embodiment of the intense law of flames. Even from a distance, the searing heat emanating from those fiery arcs was palpable, sending an instinctual warning through the depths of the butterfly spirit queen's being. A prudent realization settled upon her, urging her to exercise caution and maintain a safe distance from this formidable conflagration. In an astounding turn of events, the 3 scorching flame slashes bore down upon their intended targets with unerring precision, the very demon kings who had once posed a formidable threat. Desperation etched across their faces, the demon kings desperately attempted to evade the relentless onslaught of these searing arcs of fire. Yet, to their disbelief and growing horror, the fiery onslaught pursued them with an unwavering determination, akin to an unbreakable thread woven by destiny itself. Their attempts at evasion proved futile as the scintillating blades of flame carved through the air, closing in on their intended marks. With a resounding impact, the flame slashes clashed against their targets, releasing an explosive surge of scorching heat and fiery brilliance. The forces of inferno and demonic power collided in a cataclysmic convergence, unleashing a maelstrom of chaos and destruction. The air crackled with the intensity of their clash, suffused with the acrid scent of singed flesh and searing energy. The demon kings, once towering embodiments of power and malice, were now engulfed in a conflagration that consumed their very essence. As their screams of anguish and defiance reverberated through the battlefield, their forms were reduced to nothing more than smoldering remnants, fading into oblivion. The aftermath of this devastating assault left an eerie silence hanging in the air, punctuated only by the crackling embers of extinguished flames. The butterfly spirit queen and her allies stood witness to the fall of their formidable adversaries, a mixture of awe and relief coursing through their veins. With a sense of both reverence and trepidation, the butterfly spirit queen contemplated the implications of this unforeseen turn of events. The intervention of these enigmatic flame slashes had irreversibly altered the course of the battle, tilting the scales in their favor. EAD new chapter S on no/v/e/ln.com. However, a lingering question remained: whose hand had orchestrated this fiery symphony of destruction? And what motives lay behind this calculated intervention? She soon received an answer as she heard a voice that resounded in the area. It seemed as though you need a helping hand, Stella. When she looked towards the source of that voice, she saw that handsome man possessing silver hair and turquoise blue eyes. You? Tristan and Brian, having hastened their return to the heart of their camp, were greeted by a scene of utter chaos and devastation. Their keen eyes swiftly swept across the war-torn landscape, assessing the aftermath of a fierce and momentous battle that had unfolded in their absence. Their gaze fixated upon the summoning formation, the sacred nexus that held immense power and potential. To their immense relief, the intricate glyphs and symbols etched upon the ground remained unscathed, untouched by the ravages of the recent conflict. It was a testament to the resilience of their defensive measures and the enduring strength of their arcane arts. However, their relief was short-lived, for their attention was swiftly drawn to a conspicuous absence. The very beasts that had been ensnared and imprisoned by their forces were nowhere to be found. A surge of alarm coursed through their veins, intensifying their resolve and quickening their footsteps. With unwavering determination etched upon their faces, Tristan and Brian exchanged a swift glance, wordlessly acknowledging the urgent nature of their mission. They knew that the safety of their captured beasts was of paramount importance, and they would not rest until they were accounted for. Driven by their sense of duty and responsibility, the 2 demons surged forward, their powerful forms cutting through the chaos like avatars of impending doom. Their eyes gleamed with an icy resolve as they zeroed in on the epicenter of the commotion, a location teeming with a swarm of human experts. A surge of anticipation coursed through their veins, fueling their every step as they closed the distance between them and their target. Their presence was an ominous harbinger of impending peril, a chilling reminder to the human experts of the imminent clash that awaited them. In the face of these 2 terrifying demon kings, the human experts stood resolute, their own determination undeterred. Hong Mei-lin, the saintess of the Church of Divine Light, called out with authority, her voice cutting through the clamor of battle. "Activate the talismans. Now!" In response to her command, a celestial barrier shimmered into existence, encasing the designated area. The sudden manifestation of this holy barrier caught Tristan and Brian off guard, their demonic chi instinctively clashing against the potent holy chi that enveloped them. Unbeknownst to the demon lords, the humans had come prepared, each wielding a weapon akin to a crossbow. Swift and precise, they unleashed a barrage of bolts aimed directly at their formidable adversaries. At first glance, the bolts themselves seemed inconsequential, unlikely to rouse any concern from the demon kings. However, the true nature of these projectiles soon became apparent, catching the demon kings off guard. As the bolts soared through the air, detonations erupted with precision and purpose. The explosions were a potent mixture of elemental and holy chi, a testament to the intricate craftsmanship and strategic ingenuity of the human experts. The talismans attached to the bolts played a pivotal role in this assault. One type of talisman, infused with elemental energy, unleashed a burst of elemental chi upon detonation. The elemental chi held within these talismans encompassed the forces of flame, wind, and lightning, seeking to weaken the Demon King's demonic energy that shielded their bodies. Simultaneously, the second type of talisman concealed within the bolts brimmed with pure holy chi, a force capable of directly damaging the demon's physical forms. The purpose behind this carefully orchestrated barrage was to create a wide-range explosion, one that would render evasion impossible for the Demon Kings and subject them to the combined assault of elemental and holy forces. This ingenious strategy proved devastatingly effective, as Tristan and Brian felt their bodies searing with pain, their flesh stinging under the assault of the holy chi intermingled within the explosions. Read latest ch at n/v-e-lbi.co/m. Tristan roared with fury, his voice tinged with disbelief. How dare these humans unleash such tactics against us? We shall crush their futile resistance. Brian's expression contorted with a mix of rage and astonishment. Their resourcefulness knows no bounds. But we are the Demon Kings. We shall not falter. As the demon lords rallied against the onslaught, their determination burned brighter than ever. Their demonic power surged forth, their bodies pulsating with an intensified aura of darkness and defiance. They were determined to overcome this unexpected challenge by slaughtering these humans. After what seemed like an eternity for the two Demon Kings, the explosions stopped. As they looked down, the two noticed that the humans were reloading their crossbows for the next volley. Perceiving an opportune moment, the Demon Kings Tristan and Brian lunged forward with sinister intent, their bodies enveloped in writhing tendrils of malevolent energy. Their mastery of the oceanic tempest storm devil bloodline manifested in their brutal techniques, devised to unleash chaos upon the unsuspecting human combatants. However, as the Demon Kings moved to execute their ruthless plan, the battlefield shifted dramatically. Two bishops and four formidable King Realm experts from Wang Jian's faction swiftly ascended into the air, unleashing a synchronized assault to counter the relentless might of the Demon Kings. Unbeknownst to the Demon Kings, the King Realm experts' actions were not merely acts of desperation, but a strategic ploy to buy time for their subordinates to reload the crossbows with another deadly bolt. Harnessing the tempestuous forces of the demonic and storm realms, the Demon Kings Tristan and Brian exhibited their profound command over their shared bloodline. Tristan unleashed the formidable tempestuous devastation storm, materializing a cataclysmic tempest crackling with the wrath of lightning and surging with the unbridled power of a raging sea tempest. Bolts of electric energy danced amidst the tumult, seeking to ensnare and immobilize their adversaries within their electrifying grip. Brian tapped into his innate power, channeling it through the mastery of the cyclonic inferno tempest. With a commanding gesture, he summoned a swirling vortex of unparalleled might, commanding the very winds themselves to submit to his will. The cyclone's intensity grew exponentially, compelling the Demon King's opponents to draw closer, powerless against its irresistible force. Within the swirling maelstrom of destruction, razor-edged gusts tore through the battlefield, rending defenses and leaving the human combatants exposed and vulnerable to further assault. The two bishops swiftly retaliated, countering the demonic onslaught. One of them initiated the radiant holy resonance, tapping into the power of holy light that transformed his form into a beacon of divine brilliance. Rays of radiant energy emanated from him, dispelling the surrounding darkness and weakening the malevolent forces that cloaked the battleground. The other bishop unleashed the sacred sanctification storm, invoking a swirling storm infused with sacred power. The cyclonic tempest carried the essence of sanctification, purifying the malevolent energies that threatened their allies and restoring hope amidst the chaos. As the combined onslaught of the demonic and cataclysmic storms, along with the fearsome tornado, was weakened by the bishop's concerted efforts, the four King Realm experts from Wang Jian's faction seized the opportune moment to launch their own attacks against Tristan and Brian. One of the King Realm experts invoked the technique Earthen Sanctuary Shield, assuming a resolute stance as he channeled the essence of the earth. Manifesting a protective barrier, he absorbed the brunt of the Demon King's assaults, shielding his comrades from harm. The second King Realm expert employed the technique Earthquake Fury, commanding the earth beneath him to tremble with unimaginable power. As the ground ruptured and fissures formed, boulders and rocky debris were hurled toward the Demon Kings, threatening to crush them under the tremendous weight of the earth's fury. Meanwhile, the third King Realm expert unleashed the Aqua Vortex Surge, manipulating the currents of water with exceptional skill. Summoning a surging torrent, he directed it towards the Demon Kings, inflicting damage upon them despite their affinity for water, thanks to the potent chi and the laws of water present within this vortex. The fourth King Realm expert harnessed the might of the Gale Force Whirlwind Assault. Unleashing the power of tempestuous winds, he conjured a raging cyclone that swept across the battlefield, wreaking havoc and disarray. These relentless barrages of attacks inflicted significant injuries upon the two demon kings. However, Tristan and Brian glared defiantly at their opponents, their wounds healing rapidly. Little did they expect that these human adversaries would be so well prepared to confront them. Unbeknownst to them, it was their previous encounter with Aiden that had prepared Wang Jian's faction for battles against demons possessing similar abilities as him. In the heart of the encampment, concealed beneath the cloak of a potent two-layered illusionary veil, Wang Jian, Lady Zhuoran, the Butterfly Spirit Queen, and their comrades lay hidden from sight. It was the combined expertise of Lady Zhuoran and the Butterfly Spirit Queen that had crafted this intricate illusionary barrier, rendering Tristan and Brian oblivious to their presence. With the Demon Kings engaged in battle elsewhere, the Butterfly Spirit Queen's comrades wasted no time. They swiftly set their plan into motion, diligently administering vital herb essences to their weakened beast comrades, nurturing their recovery. As the moments ticked by, the beasts' recuperation became increasingly swift, their vitality replenished by the potent properties of the herbs. Amidst this delicate operation, Wang Jian maintained an unwavering vigilance, his senses attuned and alert. Utilizing his honed spiritual sensitivity skill, he meticulously observed Tristan and Brian's every move, keenly monitoring their ongoing clash with his own faction. Seems like we're out of harm's way for the time being. My faction is engaged in a fierce battle with those two demons, keeping them occupied, Wang Jian remarked, wearing a thin, smug smile. The Butterfly Spirit Queen, Stella, visibly relieved, gazed at Wang Jian and inquired, "Why did you choose to help us?" "Why wouldn't I?" Wang Jian responded casually, a hint of anticipation in his voice. "Besides, I am eager to claim the mark you promised for saving your comrades and driving away these demons." His words resonated with Stella, and after a moment, she probed further. "Why did you set fire to our hideout?" Wang Jian knew this question would arise and had pondered the perfect response for days. Alas, there was no ideal answer that could fully justify his actions. Instead, he opted for a different approach. With a measured tone, Wang Jian offered, "I will present you with two questions that might help you comprehend my motivations. I will respect whatever conclusion you arrive at." Stella, somewhat taken aback by his proposal, nodded slowly. "Very well. Please proceed with your questions." With a sinister satisfaction concealed within his heart, Wang Jian spoke, his voice tinged with intrigue. "Do you believe I had prior knowledge of your group's presence in that forest?" This query prompted Stella to glance at Lady Zhuoran, recognizing the subtle power emanating from her, a silver five-tailed fox. Yet, Stella remained confident that even Lady Zhuoran could not have detected the illusionary array set by the ancestral experts of the butterfly spirit race. "No," she replied, her voice betraying a hint of astonishment. A smirk played across Wang Jian's face as he continued, "If I had no inkling of your group's presence, what motive would I have for setting it ablaze?" Stella found herself unable to fathom a plausible reason for Wang Jian to harm them and admitted, "I don't know." However, she added, her gaze stern, "You cannot deceive me so easily. Yi Chen has informed me of your malicious deeds. I know you are a nefarious man with ulterior motives." Wang Jian, upon hearing her response, felt a twinge of surprise. As Stella mentioned Yi Chen, he couldn't help but chuckle silently within his mind. "Oh, really? And what did Yi Chen say about me?" he inquired, his tone laced with amusement and mischief. Thus, Stella proceeded to recount all the tales Yi Chen had shared, detailing Wang Jian's betrayal of his comrades for immediate gains, his ruthless elimination of dissenters, and even his slaughter of innocent bystanders to safeguard his secrets. She concluded by revealing his dark history of conducting cruel experiments on beasts. As the Butterfly Spirit Queen, Stella held a deep-seated aversion towards Wang Jian, an impression that had been nurtured by Yi Chen's damning words. "How intriguing. Lady Zhuoran, what is your take on these accusations? How much truth do they hold?" Wang Jian turned abruptly towards Lady Zhuoran, a smile both amused and devious adorning his face. Caught off guard by Wang Jian's sudden shift in attention, Lady Zhuoran sensed his ulterior motives and understood what he expected from her. "Miss Stella, most of the claims you've heard are entirely false. As the mistress of the silver-tailed fox race, I can confidently assure you that Wang Jian has never betrayed his close comrades or conducted any unethical experiments on beasts. While he may have eliminated his adversaries, which is only natural considering his status, he has never once taken the life of an innocent bystander," Lady Zhuoran responded, her words flowing with eloquence and conviction. The authenticity and persuasiveness of Lady Zhuoran's statement were so compelling that Stella found herself grappling with doubt regarding her perception of Wang Jian's true character. This internal conflict arose from her trust in Lady Juron as the mistress of the silver-tailed fox race, believing that she would not deceive a fellow beast for the sake of a human. Unbeknownst to Stella, however, she remained unaware of the unique bond between Lady Juron and Wang Jian. What? That can't be true. But why would Yichen fabricate such accusations about you? Stella stammered, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Despite her inclination to trust Yichen, she also felt compelled to consider Lady Juron's words. With a slight smile playing on his lips, Wang Jian responded, "The reason behind Yichen's falsehoods is clear. He wanted to tarnish my reputation in your eyes." But why would he do that? Stella questioned, her confusion evident. Assuming a grave expression, Wang Jian replied, "Yichen is infamous throughout the empire as the lover of the demon princess." What did you say? Stella was dumbfounded by Wang Jian's revelation, struggling to process the shocking information she had just heard. Doubt clouded her mind as conflicting emotions swirled within her. Geet the L-Testvels on no/v/elben. C/om. Wang Jian continued, his tone growing more serious. "Furthermore, he is responsible for the assassination of one of my dear friends and has made multiple attempts on my own life. Although he has failed so far, he has relentlessly pursued his murderous intentions. It's likely that he intended to exploit your group to carry out his plan against me." Stella's voice wavered as she expressed her disbelief. "No, it can't be. I can't fathom him being so wicked. He has been a great help to our group in these past few days." Wang Jian pressed further, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "Oh, really? And where exactly is he now?" Taking on a serious demeanor, Stella responded, "He fearlessly charged into the heart of the demon camp, serving as a distraction to allow our group to reach this location and rescue my comrades." With a devious smile, Wang Jian pressed on, "I ask again, where do you believe he is? If his plan had failed and the demons had returned to their camp, wouldn't you expect him to come back and rescue you?" These words caused Stella's eyes to widen in realization. She had been so preoccupied with helping her beast comrades who had been imprisoned in the demon camp all this time that she failed to note this thing. And no way. He wouldn't betray me like that. My comrades are with him. They wouldn't allow him to do such a thing, Stella uttered with a growing sense of unease coursing through her body. Wang Jian's smirk widened further as he continued, "There is another possibility, and I believe you're aware of it." Stella's heart sank as she contemplated the chilling possibility that Wang Jian alluded to. To ensure complete understanding, Wang Jian articulated his thoughts aloud. "It's conceivable that he may have led your comrades into a trap meticulously laid out by the demons." Seeking to reinforce his point, Wang Jian continued, "While it was our group's unintentional actions that alerted the demons and led them back to the camp, I genuinely believe that Yichen would have returned to aid you." Stella's doubt lingered, causing her to extend her spiritual energy to sense the area beyond the camp. To her dismay, she detected the presence of Yichen and his team. However, instead of heading towards the camp for assistance, Yichen's team was making their way towards the location of the seal housing the coveted elemental sparks. Stella's heart sank further as she realized that the seal was being guarded by a formidable group of demons. The demons had stationed a formidable contingent to safeguard the seal, a testament to its paramount importance to them. It was an expansive abyss, within which the invaluable elemental sparks were concealed, their brilliance hidden from prying eyes. Furthermore, nestled within the depths of this pit, they had stumbled upon their sacred ancestral totem, protected by a labyrinth of additional seals. Stella's voice trembled with concern as she addressed Wang Jian. "Yichen and his team are not returning to the camp. They are heading towards the seal, but it is guarded by a powerful group of demons. What should we do? I can't let my comrades die." Having sensed Yichen's location earlier, Wang Jian was well aware of the dire situation unfolding at the seal. He could also discern Yichen's underlying motive. Yichen had undoubtedly realized the paramount significance of the elemental spark seal to the demons. It was only logical to assume that the demons would go to great lengths to safeguard it against any potential attack. However, most of the powerful demons had been called upon to fight against Wang Hao and Wang Ying's factions. This led Yichen to a crucial deduction: the demons guarding the seal were undoubtedly formidable, but they fell short in comparison to the sheer might of Tristan and other members of the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil bloodline. This revelation instilled a glimmer of hope in Yichen's mind, convincing him that his group stood a chance at survival. His plan was to launch an assault on the demons near the seal, triggering a chain reaction that would draw the attention of all demons in the camp, thereby diverting their focus and potentially facilitating the rescue of Stella's comrades. However, Wang Jian harbored a clandestine agenda. He had no intention of revealing this vital information to Stella. Instead, he aimed to artfully manipulate the circumstances, skillfully distorting the context to sow seeds of animosity within Stella's heart towards Yichin. Aware of the precariousness of his plan, Wang Jian knew he must exercise utmost caution. He was resolute in his determination to prevent his third brother or any other potential adversaries from derailing his meticulously crafted scheme this time. Wang Jian was well aware that the narrative he was weaving for Stella contained several inconsistencies, and it was only a matter of time before she uncovered the truth. Nevertheless, he believed that this calculated approach was preferable to inaction. Furthermore, by presenting his fabricated account, he had effectively bought himself some valuable time and managed to establish a sense of trust with Stella. This newfound trust would serve as a foundation upon which he could manipulate the situation to align with his claimed words, thereby perpetuating the illusion of truth in Stella's eyes. Wang Jian's tone was grave as he conveyed his suggestion. I understand your desire to rescue your comrades currently with Yichin, but it will prove exceedingly challenging. Our focus should be on escaping this camp before the remaining demon forces converge upon us. He continued, I will personally confront and defeat the two formidable demons currently engaged in battle with my faction. Meanwhile, you should gather your subordinates and lead them out of this forest. Lady Zhuoran will accompany you, providing assistance along the way. Stella reluctantly acknowledged the soundness of his words and nodded, her expression somber. It pained her to temporarily forsake her beast comrades who were with Yichin, but she recognized the perilous outcome that could arise from hasty rescue attempts. As the butterfly spirit queen, the responsibility for ensuring the survival of everyone weighed heavily upon her shoulders. With a determined resolve, she stated, I will guide my comrades towards the seal, where we shall rendezvous. Deep down, Stella couldn't shake off the unease that enveloped her. The thought of temporarily leaving behind her loyal beast comrades unsettled her, but she knew that preserving their lives necessitated caution and strategic planning. Observing the distress on Stella's face, Wang Jian's voice softened as he spoke, if we act swiftly, we can reach there in time. With a final nod of determination, Stella moved from her position and took charge, issuing commands to her comrades, ensuring they were prepared to depart from the area promptly. Meanwhile, Wang Jian approached Lady Zhuoran and engaged in a hushed conversation, his eyes filled with a soft intensity. Do you understand the reasons why I entrusted you with her? He asked in a low tone. To keep a watchful eye on Stella, Lady Zhuoran responded calmly, her gaze steady. Wang Jian rolled his eyes in mock exasperation. That's merely one aspect, he replied. Your other task is to maintain an amicable rapport with her, speaking positively about me. Lady Zhuoran maintained her composure as she inquired, and what do I gain from fulfilling this task? Wang Jian raised an eyebrow, a sly smile playing at his lips. So, you wish to negotiate with me? He quipped. With unwavering calmness, Lady Zhuoran replied, yes, I believe I deserve some form of incentive for aiding you. A devious chuckle escaped Wang Jian's lips as he contemplated her words. Ah, I see, he remarked. Your pride stems from your daughter's significant role in the discovery of the Ebon Void Essence ores. You believe that, given her usefulness to me, I wouldn't dare harm her. Hence, you dare to negotiate with me. Despite Wang Jian's words striking a chord, Lady Zhuoran's expression remained proud. Taking a sinister turn, Wang Jian's voice grew darker as he spoke with a tinge of depravity. Indeed, she deserves to be rewarded for her contributions. However, I assure you, I will ensure she is punished severely. Lady Zhuoran's proud facade shattered, replaced by a mixture of fear and disbelief. She never anticipated this turn of events. It is all due to your errors, my dear Lady Zhuoran, Wang Jian added, his tone icy. Did you truly believe I wouldn't notice that you and your daughter aided Stella and her comrades in their escape by concealing the illusion from me? Lady Zhuoran's face paled instantly, her realization hitting her like a blow. She never fathomed that Wang Jian had been aware of their actions. Perhaps I could have forgiven that transgression, but your haughty demeanor serves as the second reason for her punishment, Wang Jian continued, his voice devoid of mercy. Lady Zhuoran stood dumbfounded, shocked by the revelation of the second reason. With a sinister smile dancing on his lips, Wang Jian continued, his voice dripping with malice, my dear Lady Zhuoran, if you wish to keep your daughter safe from my clutches, you will adhere to my commands without question. Failure to fulfill this task to my satisfaction, well, let's just say I might not be able to resist the temptation of ravishing your daughter and robbing her of her innocence. Lady Zhuoran's voice trembled as she spoke, her voice filled with desperation, I will do as you command, my lord. Please. I beg you, spare my daughter from your wrath. Wang Jian responded calmly, his eyes fixated on her, that depends entirely on your performance, my dear. With that, he turned away, leaving Lady Zhuoran deep in thought and consumed by regret. She now lamented her ill-fated attempt to outsmart Wang Jian and negotiate her way out of this predicament. After Wang Jian departed, Lady Zhuoran swiftly aided Stella in their escape from the camp, ensuring they moved with agility and stealth to avoid detection. Meanwhile, Wang Jian hurriedly made his way toward his faction, his senses finely attuned to the unfolding battle. He could discern that the two formidable demon kings, Tristan and Brian, were gradually acclimating to the coordinated onslaught unleashed by Wang Jian's faction. Although Tristan and Brian were unable to directly harm the humans, their resilience prevented them from sustaining any injuries. If this continued unchecked, the demons would inevitably exploit a vulnerability, launching a brutal onslaught that could result in the wholesale slaughter of numerous members within Wang Jian's ranks. While Hong Meilin commanded the church's forces with unwavering determination, Bishi Shuyan assumed leadership within Wang Jian's faction. Leveraging her exceptional illusionary prowess, Bishi Shuyan skillfully deceived the demon kings, manipulating their perceptions to provoke powerful attacks aimed at phantom targets. This revelation highlighted the vulnerability of the mighty demons to the illusionary techniques mastered by the silver-tailed fox race. The shrewd implementation of this stratagem had saved Wang Jian's faction on multiple occasions, narrowly averting disaster. Regrettably, the demons were growing accustomed to these illusions, their instincts honed to swiftly discern the moment they fell prey to Bishi Shuyan's artifice. They swiftly broke free from the illusions, dissipating them with a surge of their formidable qi, progressively diminishing the efficacy of the once reliable tactic. Fortunately, Wang Jian's faction had reached a turning point, no longer relying solely on illusionary tactics. With a surge of potent qi, Wang Jian reappeared, having harnessed the full potential of Moonshadow Step to swiftly return to the battlefield. His gaze locked onto the two demons soaring high above, their attention drawn to his presence. Sensing their awareness, Wang Jian discerned that direct confrontation was the optimal course of action. With unwavering determination etched upon his face, he understood that the time had come to engage the demons head-on. Listen closely, everyone. Entrust the two demons to me and make your way out of this camp with all haste. Head towards the seal. Wang Jian's authoritative voice resonated through the air, commanding his faction with resolute conviction. Not a single member of his faction asked any question as if they had been awaiting such a command. Meanwhile, Tristan and Brian found themselves transfixed, their attention captured by the sudden appearance of the seasoned expert. They couldn't help but sense the overwhelming surge of qi emanating from their new adversary, a clear testament to his formidable strength. First, we encountered the inheritor of the royal warlord bloodline, and now we face you. It seems that the humans possess an abundance of exceptional talents, Tristan remarked gravely, his gaze locked onto Wang Jian. Having undergone a fierce confrontation with Wang Hao, Tristan had shed any lingering disdain towards these humans. He had come to realize that, peculiarly enough, these seemingly ordinary humans possessed innate abilities that rivaled those bestowed upon individuals with the pure devil bloodline of the illustrious devil clans. In the blink of an eye, Wang Jian vanished from their line of sight, only to reappear by Brian's side with lightning speed. A surge of anticipation filled the air as Wang Jian unleashed a devastating strike, his origin fist wreathed in the fiery embrace of the laws of flame. Brian's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed the sheer velocity of the attack. Reacting swiftly, he raised both arms, channeling an immense surge of his demonic qi to ward off the impending blow. However, the overwhelming force behind Wang Jian's punch proved too much to bear, mercilessly shattering Brian's feeble defenses and obliterating his outstretched limbs. With a deafening crash, Brian was sent hurtling into the unforgiving ground, his entire body quivering under the tremendous impact of Wang Jian's devastating blow. Tristan, his keen eyes capturing a fleeting glimpse of Wang Jian's remarkable movement technique, couldn't help but mutter in sheer astonishment. Moonshadow Step? Is it possible? He had never fathomed that a mere human would possess knowledge of this arcane and revered technique. Within the annals of the demonic realm, Moonshadow Step reigned as a renowned art, harnessing the interplay of shadow and moon qi. Its mastery was an exceedingly rare feat, reserved for the select few who possessed the elusive moon qi, an attribute seldom found among humans. Tristan, his voice laced with disbelief, continued, to think that a human would wield this mystical technique. It defies all conventions. However, this didn't mean that Tristan was intimidated. In fact, he had been utilizing all his qi to recover from his earlier injuries. /N, please give your reviews to the novel if you are liking it. Support me on the platform. Please support the novel with reviews. 50 reviews, 1 bonus chapter. 100 reviews, 2 bonus chapters. 300 reviews, 3 bonus chapters. Also, if this novel gets in the top 5 trending rankings for this month, I will give 50% off for the privileged chapters next month for all tiers. Amidst the tumultuous events unfolding, the indomitable butterfly spirit queen led her loyal beast comrades with unwavering determination towards the seal. Her heart burned with a fierce desire to rescue her fellow beasts in Yi Chen's team, who were completely unaware that they were heading into a trap. Simultaneously, Yi Chen's team pressed forward, their urgency palpable as they closed in on the seal's location. The air crackled with anticipation, a sense of imminent danger hanging heavy in their minds. A brilliant flash streaked across the sky, briefly illuminating the scene above Yi Chen's head. Though it caught his attention for a fleeting moment, the urgency of their mission propelled him to dismiss it and forge ahead undeterred. After what seemed like an eternity, the team finally reached the seal's vicinity. Before them sprawled a disheartening tableau, a throng of demons encircling a massive pit, within which the precious elemental sparks lay sealed. The sight was both awe-inspiring and ominous, a testament to the forces they were up against. Get your AVRite ovals at no/v/e/lbn.com. Undeterred by the formidable presence of the demon horde, Yi Chen's team exhibited unwavering resolve. They did not falter, nor did they allow fear to consume them. In a display of raw power and primal instinct, two of their most formidable beasts, the mighty Ironhide Rhino and the Thundering Tusk, invoked their charge technique. With muscles rippling and determination etched across their powerful forms, they set their sights on the contingent of demons blocking their path. Yi Chen's commanding voice echoed through the chaos, infused with an unwavering conviction. Ironhide Rhino. Thundering Tusk. Unleash your fury upon them. Clear our path. In response, the Ironhide Rhino lowered its massive head, the sharp tip of its horn gleaming with untamed energy. With a resounding bellow that shook the ground beneath them, it charged forward, its immense strength propelling it like an unstoppable force of nature. The Thundering Tusk, not to be outdone, matched the rhino's fervor. Its colossal tusks glinted in the pale light, a testament to its raw power. With a primal roar that echoed through the battlefield, it surged forward, thundering through the enemy ranks with an indomitable resolve. The clash was fierce, a symphony of brute force and primal rage. The Ironhide Rhino's horn gored through demon flesh, while the Thundering Tusk's tusks tore through their ranks with savage precision. With each thunderous impact, the ground trembled, and the air crackled with the energy of a battle unleashed. Yi Chen watched with a mixture of pride and concern, his eyes scanning the chaotic scene. Embracing their inherent bloodline skills, the other formidable beasts of Yi Chen's team sprang into action, each engaging in a fierce battle against the encroaching horde of demons. Their primal instincts surged within them, fueling their every move and lending them an unmatched ferocity. The ground trembled beneath the weight of their colossal forms as they unleashed their bloodline abilities, a mesmerizing display of power and dominance. The air crackled with the release of their innate energy, each beast channeling their unique skills with deadly precision. As the battle raged on, the scales of momentum seemed to tip in favor of Yi Chen's team. However, their triumph was short-lived, for with a menacing swiftness, reinforcements from the demon ranks poured onto the battlefield from all sides. The once manageable skirmish quickly escalated into a full-blown clash of titanic proportions. The newly arrived demons were no ordinary foot soldiers. They were battle-hardened veterans, wielding dark and forbidden techniques that sent chills down the spines of even the bravest warriors. Their presence infused the air with an oppressive aura, signaling the arrival of a formidable adversary. With ruthless precision, the demons unleashed their killing techniques, launching a devastating onslaught upon the valiant beasts of Yi Chen's team. Waves of wicked claws, serrated fangs, and dark energy swirled through the chaotic fray, leaving behind a trail of fallen comrades in their wake. The once triumphant roars of the beasts were drowned out by anguished cries, their defiant spirit momentarily stifled by the overwhelming power of the enemy. Yi Chen's heart sank as he surveyed the grim scene. His initial plan of having his comrades withdraw became an urgent necessity, for to remain any longer would risk the annihilation of their forces. However, just as he was about to issue the retreat command, his eyes widened in disbelief. A vibrant and ominous purple inscription materialized beneath their very feet, etching itself onto the once untouched land. Its twisted patterns seemed to pulse with otherworldly energy, casting an eerie glow upon the battlefield. It was a demonic array, a symbol of the enemy's sinister design and an ominous portent of impending doom. As the weight of the situation pressed upon him, a burst of derisive laughter erupted from the ranks of the demons. The sound pierced through the chaos, carrying with it a twisted satisfaction and a hint of malicious delight. It was the voice of the Demon King, a formidable leader among the demonic horde that encircled the seal. Though not hailing from the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan, his strength was undeniable, casting an ominous shadow over the battlefield. The words spilled from the Demon King's lips, laced with a sinister tone. We owe you our gratitude, human, for leading these beasts straight into this trap. The alliance with you has proven to be quite fruitful indeed. He. The beasts, startled and bewildered, turned their gaze towards Yi-Chen, seeking answers amidst the chaos. Their expressions bore a mix of confusion and accusation, their loyalty and trust hanging by a thread. What does he mean? They questioned, their voices tinged with disbelief. Yi-Chen stood among them, his face mirroring their bewilderment. He shook his head in genuine perplexity, his voice laced with a tinge of frustration. I do not know, he admitted, his words dripping with sincerity. Meanwhile, the Demon King reveled in his revelation, his voice dripping with malevolence. How much longer are you going to pretend? I think it's time you tell them the truth that you were colluding with us the whole time. After all, it would have been an impossible task to gather all these beasts within our demonic killing array. Yet, thanks to your assistance, human, it has become a reality. Ha 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 ha. The echoes of the Demon King's laughter filled the air, a vile symphony that resonated deep within the hearts of the beasts. Their expressions twisted into a mixture of anger, betrayal, and disbelief. The tense atmosphere grew suffocating, each beast's mind racing to make sense of this shocking revelation. And soon, the seeds of doubt took root, leading most of them to a damning conclusion. Yi-Chen, their once trusted ally, had been colluding with the demons all along. The realization struck like a thunderbolt, igniting a furious storm within the hearts of the beasts. Driven by their volatile nature, the beasts near Yi-Chen lunged forward, their fangs bared, and claws unsheathed. Their betrayal could not be tolerated, and their fury knew no bounds. The air crackled with hostility as their once united forces turned into a chaotic maelstrom of violence, seeking to exact their vengeance upon the one who had betrayed their trust. With lightning-quick reflexes, Yi-Chen evaded the onslaught of enraged beasts, their attacks fueled by a sense of betrayal and fury. Each dodge and parry only deepened their conviction that Yi-Chen had aligned himself with the demons, their skepticism intensifying with each passing moment. To their astonishment, as Yi-Chen found himself surrounded by a horde of demons, not a single one moved to strike him. Their collective inaction served as a damning confirmation in the eyes of the beasts, solidifying their belief that Yi-Chen was indeed colluding with their sworn enemies. Meanwhile, Yi-Chen stood amidst the chaos, his mind reeling from the unexpected turn of events. He couldn't comprehend the reasons behind the demons' accusation, nor did he possess any recollection of ever conspiring with them. Perplexity clouded his thoughts as he struggled to grasp the motives that could drive the demons to weave such a web of deceit. As the tension mounted, the darkened sky above them served as an ominous backdrop to the unfolding drama. Sinister black clouds amassed, their presence foreboding and suffocating. A torrent of purple lightning arced through the heavens, striking the ground with unerring accuracy. The beasts, caught in the crosshairs of this relentless assault, were subjected to bolts of electrifying energy that danced with malicious intent. Amidst the chaos, it became evident that these bolts of purple lightning were not the product of mere chance. Their precision and timing suggested a malevolent puppeteer controlling their every strike. It was as if someone had harnessed the power of the array to single out and target the marked enemies with ruthless efficiency. As the fierce battle raged on, the beleaguered beasts found themselves dwindling in numbers with each passing moment. The relentless onslaught of demons had taken its toll, and hope seemed to slip through their grasping claws. Amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope emerged in the form of the Shadowfang Panther. With a burst of agility and determination, he managed to break free from the clutches of the deadly killing array. It was not an act of abandonment or surrender, but rather a strategic maneuver to safeguard the trust of his fellow beast comrades. Knowing the perilous consequences that awaited the Butterfly Spirit Queen if she were deceived by Yi-Chen's apparent betrayal once again, the Shadowfang Panther resolved to inform her of the truth. He understood the gravity of the situation and recognized that the consequences of misplaced trust could be nothing short of tragic. Leaping through the fray, the Shadowfang Panther embarked on a perilous journey, navigating through the chaotic battlefield with stealth and precision. His mission was clear, to reach the Butterfly Spirit Queen and expose Yi-Chen's treachery. /N. Please give your reviews to the novel if you are liking it. Support me on the platform. Please support the novel with reviews. 50 reviews, 1 bonus chapter. 100 reviews, 2 bonus chapters. 300 reviews, 3 bonus chapters. Also, if this novel gets in the top 5 trending rankings for this month, I will give 50% off for the privileged chapters next month for all tiers. Swiftly traversing the treacherous terrain, the Shadowfang Panther closed the distance between himself and the Butterfly Spirit Queen's group with remarkable haste. The synchronicity of their movements ensured that their paths converged in an astoundingly short span of time. As the group came to a halt, the butterfly spirit queen turned her attention to the enigmatic feline, her voice a mixture of concern and anticipation. "My friend, what are you doing here? Where are our comrades who were with you?" Breathing heavily from his arduous journey, the Shadowfang Panther locked eyes with the butterfly spirit queen, his voice laced with urgency as he began to speak. "My queen, I bring dire news. That human Yi Chen has been colluding with the demons. The demons have cunningly manipulated the situation, placing us in the clutches of a deadly killing array. I barely escaped that array with my life to inform you of this news." The butterfly spirit queen's countenance, typically radiant and serene, now bore the faintest trace of anger as she assimilated the gravity of the panther's revelation. If there had been any lingering doubts when Wang Jian first relayed his suspicions regarding Yi Chen's involvement with the demons, they were swiftly dispelled. She trusted the Shadowfang Panther implicitly, for he was one of her close comrades. Maintaining her regal composure, she addressed the panther with a voice that blended grace and determination. "In the face of this troubling revelation, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you for hastening to my side and sharing this crucial information." Her words, delivered with unwavering sincerity, acknowledged the panther's commitment and validated the trust she placed in him. All new chapters NNV.com. Though her delicate features betrayed a hint of righteous indignation, she tempered it with a measured tone, displaying her ability to channel emotions with poise. The panther's gleaming eyes met hers, gratitude shimmering within their depths. A flicker of relief danced across his face as he acknowledged her appreciation, understanding the gravity of their situation. The butterfly spirit queen's voice carried a resolute timbre as she continued, "We cannot allow this betrayal to disrupt our mission of protecting our comrades and home." "How should we save our comrades?" one of her beast comrades asked. As the question hung in the air, the tension palpable among the assembled beast comrades, Lady Zhuaran, known for her wisdom and insight, stepped forward, her voice carrying a measured tone that brimmed with hope. "Fear not, my dear comrades. There may yet be a path to rescue your fellow brethren. We need only await the arrival of the 7th Princess faction, for when they join forces with us, we can quickly head to fight against this contingent of demons. With their help, we shall gain the strength we need to turn the tide." A flicker of hesitation danced within Stella's eyes, betraying her concern and selflessness. She spoke with genuine sincerity, her voice laced with gratitude, "But His Highness Wang Jian has already done so much for me. I cannot burden him further by asking him to risk the lives of his comrades for my cause. I cannot allow innocent lives to be endangered on my account." Lady Zhuaran, suppressing the self-loathing that threatened to consume her, adorned her countenance with a smile that would fool even her daughter. With the grace of a seasoned diplomat, she reassured Stella, "My dear Stella, you underestimate the noble heart of Wang Jian. He is a man of unwavering honor, ever ready to extend his hand to those in need. He has never treated me as anything less than a valued friend, despite my identity as a beast. Just as he has been a steadfast companion to me, he considers you a dear friend as well. I have no doubt that he will be delighted to offer his aid in saving your comrades." Stella, the butterfly spirit queen, overwhelmed by gratitude, found her voice filled with warmth and appreciation. "Sister Zhuaran, I cannot express the depth of my gratitude for your words. You have reminded me of the true character and nobility of Wang Jian. I have allowed myself to be deceived by that traitor Yi Chen, and in doing so, I underestimated the virtuous heart of Wang Jian. I feel a deep sense of remorse for doubting him unjustly." The realization of her misjudgment washed over Stella like a cool breeze, soothing her troubled soul. The weight of guilt lifted, replaced by a renewed admiration for Wang Jian's integrity and unwavering friendship. In that moment, she resolved to cast aside any remnants of doubt and place her faith wholeheartedly in the noble prince and his devoted comrades. Together, Stella and Lady Zhuaran stood united, their spirits ignited by the prospect of a powerful alliance, as they awaited the imminent arrival of the 7th Princess faction. Unbeknownst to the compassionate butterfly spirit queen, every word that flowed from Lady Zhuaran's lips, extolling the virtues of Wang Jian, concealed a web of deception. Little did Stella realize that beneath the facade of her benevolence, Lady Zhuaran harbored a sinister perception of Wang Jian, viewing him as a cunning figure, perhaps even more dangerous than the demons they faced. Within the depths of Lady Zhuaran's calculating mind, she saw Wang Jian as a man who possessed a twisted nature, a wolf in princely attire. In the critical juncture of the unfolding battle, Wang Jian's faction surged forward with resolute determination, closing the distance between them and Stella's group in swift strides. Stella and her comrades anxiously awaited their arrival, positioned at a safe distance from the battlefield where their fellow beasts valiantly fought for their lives against the relentless onslaught of demons. The perilous situation intensified, with the beasts' lives hanging by a thread, their strength waning with every passing moment. The imminent threat of annihilation loomed, casting a shadow over their desperate struggle. Meanwhile, a second group of demons, battle-worn and relentless, approached the seal with malicious intent. Having clashed fiercely with Wang Hao and Wang Ying's faction on the battlefield, they were now closing in on Stella's location. Their presence added another layer of danger and complexity to an already dire situation. Lastly, Wang Hao and Wang Ying's factions, weary from the relentless battles fought, were currently regaining their strength in preparation for the impending clash. The stage was set, the players poised for a climactic confrontation. And in a decisive turn of events, Wang Jian found himself veering away from the unfolding battlefield. It wasn't out of fear or trepidation that he diverted his course, but rather, an alluring intrigue that beckoned him onward. His keen senses detected an unusual congregation of humans and demons, gathered not in the throes of combat, but rather engaged in a mysterious discourse. A mischievous grin tugged at the corners of Wang Jian's lips as he comprehended the significance of this unexpected encounter. It became abundantly clear that these humans were in cahoots with the demons, and their meeting warranted his immediate attention. Embracing the full potential of his moonshadow step, Wang Jian surged forward with unyielding determination, propelled by a blend of anticipation and resolve. His swift movement carried him towards the rendezvous point, where he aimed to disrupt the clandestine meeting and unravel the secrets lurking in the shadows. Having arrived at the designated spot, Wang Jian skillfully concealed himself, his senses heightened as he sought to discern the identities of the enigmatic humans before him. Peering through the veil of secrecy, he observed a peculiar arrangement, an assembly formed in a semicircular configuration, with representatives from both the human and demon factions standing at the forefront, engaged in intense discussion. From his vantage point, Wang Jian strained to catch every word exchanged among these clandestine participants. To his astonishment, he unraveled the truth behind their identities. They were none other than members of the infamous Crimson Cult. As Wang Jian surreptitiously observed the clandestine meeting, his senses heightened with every word spoken. The atmosphere crackled with an air of dark conspiracy, as the sinister intentions of the Crimson Cult unfolded before his eyes. The focal point of the discussion was an unholy alliance between the Crimson Cult and the demonic forces, a formidable union designed to unleash chaos upon the factions led by the royal princes. With their nefarious plan laid bare, the cult members eagerly detailed their role as collaborators in the impending battle, pledging their support to the demons. In exchange for their allegiance, the demons promised the Crimson Cult a bountiful harvest of resources. The sinister pact expanded beyond mere assistance in battle, as the demons offered their aid in establishing a clandestine branch of the Crimson Cult deep within the heart of the Jade Sea Empire. Wang Jian could not help but feel a twisted sense of amusement at the audacity of this unholy alliance. He recognized the potential for chaos and turmoil that such an alliance could unleash upon the realm, and his mind raced with strategies to exploit the situation to his advantage. With the demons hastening their advance towards the seal, the Crimson Cult members were left alone. Seizing this opportune moment, Wang Jian emerged from the shadows, his presence surprising the cultists. A sly grin curved his lips as he approached them, his eyes glinting with calculated mischief. The cultists, initially startled, quickly regained their composure, their expressions shifting from surprise to a mix of caution and curiosity. Well, Wang Jian drawled, his voice dripping with a subtle blend of amusement and intrigue. It seems I've stumbled upon an interesting gathering. The Crimson Cult aligning itself with the demons, quite an audacious move, wouldn't you say? Ah, so it's your Highness Wang Jian, the cultist acknowledged, their voice laced with a mixture of deference and caution. We have received orders from our superiors that our cult must not engage in battle against you or your faction. Wang Jian's smirk deepened, his amusement evident as he replied, a wise decision indeed. Rest assured, I have no intentions of crossing blades with you today. In fact, I find your recent alliance with the demons rather intriguing. The cultists exchanged curious glances, their fanaticism momentarily overshadowed by a burgeoning curiosity. Sensing their willingness to listen, Wang Jian leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. You see, I have my own plans for this battlefield, plans that require careful maneuvering and strategic alliances, he explained cryptically. And it appears that our interests might align more closely than you might think. Intrigued, the Crimson Cult members leaned in, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty. Eager to seize this opportunity, Wang Jian revealed his true objective. I require your assistance in dealing with my third brother, Wang Chen, and his faction, he declared, his voice taking on a steely resolve. In the midst of the unfolding events, Wang Jian's faction finally rendezvoused with the group led by the Butterfly Spirit Queen. Bishi Shuyan and Lady Zhuran found themselves reunited, their eyes filled with a mixture of relief and determination. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lady Zhuran leaned in closer to Bishi Shuyan, her voice hushed yet commanding. "My dear daughter, listen closely. We cannot reveal anything about Wang Jian's involvement to Stella or her group," Lady Zhuran whispered urgently. "For now, we must focus on preparing ourselves for the imminent battle against the demons near the seal. Our mission is to rescue the beast comrades of the Butterfly Spirit Queen, and it is Wang Jian's direct orders." Bishi Shuyan raised her brows in question, but she nodded solemnly. She had anticipated such a scenario when the order to retreat in the direction of the seal had been issued. With determination burning in their eyes, the members of Wang Jian's faction readily accepted the mission. Their loyalty to their prince and their shared desire to protect these beasts fueled their resolve. Meanwhile, Hong Meilin approached Stella, exuding warmth and reassurance with her kind smile. She placed a comforting hand on Stella's shoulder, her voice gentle yet resolute. "Fear not, Stella. We stand united, and we shall not falter in our mission to save your comrades," Hong Meilin assured her, her eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Stella, the Butterfly Spirit Queen, felt a surge of gratitude welling up within her. She looked into Hong Meilin's eyes, her own gaze filled with appreciation. "Thank you," Stella whispered, her voice laden with heartfelt gratitude. In that moment, she knew that she had found true allies, companions who would stand by her side in the face of adversity. With unwavering determination, both Wang Jian's faction and Stella's group advanced toward the seal, where a brutal clash between demons and beasts was unfolding. The sight that greeted them upon arrival was a harrowing one. The once proud and fierce beasts that had accompanied Yichen were now reduced to a mere handful. The majority of them lay lifeless, their bodies bearing the gruesome scars inflicted by the demons. Only a small group of survivors remained, battered and barely clinging to life. Amongst the chaos, Yichen stood amidst the horde of demons, unharmed by their attacks. His presence alone invoked a mix of shock, anger, and betrayal within Stella. The truth, witnessed firsthand, ignited a fire of boiling anger within her eyes. She was certain that Yichen had betrayed her and was responsible for the imminent demise of her comrades. "Charge, my friends! Unleash your fury upon these demons." Stella's voice resonated with seething hatred, spurring her comrades into action. Without hesitation, the beasts surged forward, engaging the demons in a fierce battle. Wang Jian's faction and the church, rallying their subordinates, joined the fray, their determination unyielding. Amidst the chaos, Yichen caught sight of Stella, his heart sinking with the weight of a misunderstood truth. He clenched his fists, realizing the futility of explaining himself in the face of such misconceptions. The situation had spiraled out of control, and the truth he sought to convey would be drowned amidst the chaos. In truth, Yichen had taken the lives of some demons in an effort to prove his loyalty to the beasts, to demonstrate that he had not colluded with the enemy. Yet, despite his desperate attempts, his actions had been met with disbelief and aggression. The beasts, consumed by their fury, continued to assail him, leaving him with no choice but to defend himself. To do otherwise would have spelt his own demise. La test novls on n/velby/.co. Now, amidst the swirling battle, allies turned foes clashed. Not only Stella but even Hong Meilin found herself astounded as she witnessed Yichen fighting alongside the demons. A sense of disbelief washed over her, for she had held a favorable impression of Yichen due to his previous interactions with the church. He had provided them with crucial resources and had even come to their aid when they faced the formidable Crimson Cult. The bond between the church and Yichen had been so strong that they had staunchly defended him against the rumors and accusations that had spread like wildfire throughout the empire, linking him to the demons. Their unwavering support had been a testament to their belief in his integrity and loyalty. A surge of anger coursed through Hong Meilin's veins as she reminisced about the pivotal moment when she had rescued Yichen from the clutches of Wang Jian, inadvertently incurring a debt of gratitude towards Wang Jian in the process. In that moment, she couldn't help but entertain a regretful thought, questioning whether her intervention had been a mistake. Perhaps, she pondered, letting fate take its course and allowing Yichen to face the consequences of his actions would have been the wiser choice. The weight of her decision now bore down on her, intensifying her anger towards Yichen. The demons, encircled by a relentless onslaught of beasts and humans, found themselves trapped in a merciless dance of destruction. The once formidable power of the demonic killing array had waned, leaving the demons defenseless against the combined might of their adversaries. With each clash of weapons, a symphony of battle echoed through the air, punctuated by roars of triumph and cries of pain. The battlefield became a swirling vortex of chaos and determination, as the forces of light and darkness clashed in a desperate struggle for survival. The beasts, fueled by their ferocious loyalty to their fallen comrades, fought with an unwavering resolve. Their primal instincts surged to the forefront, lending them an otherworldly strength as they tore through the demon ranks. Alongside them, the humans unleashed their martial prowess, their weapons glinting with deadly precision. Yichen found himself encircled by a formidable assembly of beasts from Stella's group and human experts of Wang Jian's faction. Their attacks came fast and furious, yet Yichen's movements were a mesmerizing display of agility and skill. With an almost uncanny grace, he evaded their strikes with precision, his body seeming to flow like water. But it wasn't just his nimbleness that allowed him to survive this onslaught. Yichen possessed a secret weapon, the divine bone transformation art. Through this ancient cultivation technique, his body had undergone a profound metamorphosis. His bones were fortified, his flesh hardened, rendering him nearly impervious to their attacks. Each strike, though fierce, merely glanced off his sturdy defenses. The awe-inspiring power of his body cultivation art had not only granted him an impenetrable defense but had also bestowed upon him unimaginable strength. Even without tapping into his chi reserves, Yichen wielded a deadly might. His strikes, fueled by raw physical power, inflicted devastating blows upon the Lord Realm beasts, and even the esteemed King Realm experts found themselves vulnerable to his unyielding assault. While the Butterfly Spirit Queen, Lady Zhuoran, and the two bishops of the church, along with other formidable King Realm experts from Wang Jian's faction, engaged in a fierce battle against the King Realm demons, their combined might proved overwhelming. With calculated strikes and coordinated tactics, they swiftly dispatched their demonic adversaries, their prowess shining like beacons of power on the battlefield. Just as victory seemed within their grasp, a chilling laughter reverberated through the air, piercing the cacophony of combat. The warriors turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, their eyes widening in astonishment. It was none other than Tristan, soaring through the skies, his once injured form now fully rejuvenated. Tristan's presence sent a shiver down the spines of all who beheld him. His wounds, once grievous, had miraculously healed, and he exuded an aura of sinister strength. The newfound vitality that radiated from him was nothing short of remarkable. A mix of surprise and wariness filled the hearts of the King Realm experts. Tristan's sinister laughter reverberated, filling the air with a malevolent aura. "Did you truly believe you could vanquish me with such ease?" he sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance and malice. "Prepare yourselves, for the true might of darkness shall be unleashed upon you." His words lingered ominously, casting a heavy shroud of tension over the assembled warriors. Each of them felt the weight of his threat, a palpable unease settling in their hearts. Xia Shiwei mustered the courage to voice the question in everyone's mind. "Where is Wang Jian?" he inquired, his voice edged with concern. The members of Wang Jian's faction shared the same perplexed expressions, their thoughts drifting to their leader who had remained to confront this formidable demon. If Tristan was here, did it mean that Wang Jian had fallen in battle? A derisive snort escaped Tristan's lips, as he dismissed their worry with a wicked grin. "You mean the human who dared to challenge me? He displayed some skill, I'll admit, but rest assured, he now finds himself ensnared within a formidable array formation. He won't be escaping anytime soon." His words hung in the air, stirring a mix of relief and uncertainty among the warriors. Though Wang Jian's fate remained uncertain, they took solace in the knowledge that their leader was resourceful and resilient. However, the knowledge of his entrapment served as a reminder of the perils they faced and the urgency to find a way to rescue him. Tristan's sudden appearance proved to be a game-changer for the demons engaged in battle with Stella's formidable beasts and Wang Jian's determined human forces. It was a formidable reinforcement that bolstered their morale and threatened to tip the scales in their favor. To compound the dire situation, the demons who had been locked in a fierce clash with Wang Ying and Wang Hao's factions had now converged on this battleground. In a matter of moments, the tides had turned dramatically. The demons, once outnumbered and outmatched, had seen their numbers swell, ready to exact a heavy toll on the humans and beasts daring to oppose them. The members of Wang Jian's faction wasted no time, swiftly deploying their assault deadly talismans to unleash a devastating onslaught upon the surging horde of demons. They understood the dire nature of the situation and knew that holding anything back would be a fatal mistake. Meanwhile, Stella's beasts, revitalized by the nourishing power of the vital essence herbs they had consumed, tapped into the depths of their bloodline heritage. With renewed vigor coursing through their veins, they unleashed their formidable bloodline techniques, becoming a fearsome force on the battlefield, cutting through the ranks of demons with ruthless efficiency. Tristan found himself engaged in a fierce struggle against the combined might of Lady Zhuoran and Stella. Lady Zhuoran, a master of the advanced water element, wielded a potent treasure that amplified her elemental prowess. Every strike she delivered was imbued with the power of crashing waves, posing a formidable challenge to Tristan's defenses. Beside her, Stella, a practitioner of advanced wind element, showcased her swift agility, making it nearly impossible for Tristan to land a telling blow. What's more, the two formidable women possessed the vexing ability to infuse their attacks with spiritual energy, a potent combination that weakened Tristan's very spirit, even if his physical body could endure the assault. The clash between Tristan and the determined duo was a dance of elemental forces and relentless determination. Each move, each calculated strike, carried the weight of their shared resolve to overcome the embodiment of darkness. Tristan possessed the power to annihilate the two women with a single devastating strike. He was certain that their fragile forms would crumble beneath the weight of his attack. Yet, an invisible force held him back, an unspoken command that lingered in his memory, a command issued by Wang Jian when he had spared Tristan's life. The words reverberated in Tristan's mind, a chilling reminder of the consequences that would befall him if he dared to defy the human's decree. Wang Jian's explicit order forbade the slaying of the two silver-tailed fox women, the butterfly spirit queen, and the saintess of the Church of Divine Light. Tristan's arrogance and smugness were no match for the sheer terror that lurked within the depths of his being. He understood, on a primal level, that testing Wang Jian's limits would invite an unimaginable wrath upon himself. He sensed that the human's true power far exceeded the mere glimpses he had witnessed thus far. The notion of provoking Wang Jian's anger sent shivers down Tristan's spine, a foreboding premonition of the relentless force that would be unleashed upon him should he cross that line. Thus, amidst the tumultuous battlefield, Tristan suppressed his murderous instincts, knowing that to harm the designated individuals would bring upon him a wrath like no other, a wrath that would make his current predicament seem inconsequential in comparison. Stella and Lady Jouron's relentless assault, their synchronized movements and unwavering determination, proved to be a formidable barrier against Tristan's malevolent advances. Their combined prowess halted his every attack, deflecting his sinister intentions and pushing him to the brink of frustration. Meanwhile, the other King Realm experts of their respective factions unleashed an onslaught of unparalleled devastation upon the Lord Realm demons. With each strike, the demons faltered, their defenses shattered under the weight of the experts' unleashed power. The battlefield became a symphony of destruction, the clash of weapons and the roar of elemental forces filling the air with a cacophony of chaos. In the midst of the chaotic maelstrom, Luo Ying, a renowned expert of Wang Jian's faction, rallied his comrades with unwavering determination. "Push forward! We will not let a single demon escape our righteous fury." His voice rang out with fervor, igniting a flame of determination within the hearts of his allies. They charged forward with renewed vigor, their weapons slicing through the enemy ranks like a scythe through ripe wheat. As the demons of the Lord Realm fell before the might of the King Realm experts, the battlefield began to tilt in favor of Wang Jian's faction. The tides of battle shifted, the once overwhelming demonic horde now quivering in the face of their relentless onslaught. With each fallen demon, the air crackled with newfound hope. The warriors of both factions fought side by side, their spirits bolstered by the sight of their enemies crumbling beneath their combined might. Yi Chen's senses heightened as he observed the surging power of Wang Jian's faction and Stella's forces. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning, their newfound momentum was undeniably bolstered by the presence of the formidable King Realm experts. Though Yi Chen held no allegiance to the demons, he understood that once their ranks were vanquished, his own survival would hang by a thread. Wang Jian's faction and Stella's forces would undoubtedly turn their attention to him, seeing him as an adversary to be eliminated. But Yi Chen was not ready to meet his end yet. With a grim determination in his eyes, Yi Chen knew there was no other option but to confront and overcome these formidable King Realm experts. In the midst of the fierce aerial battle, the confrontation between Tristan, Lady Jouron, and Stella intensified, reaching its climactic peak. Tristan unleashed a devastating wave of energy that emanated from his very core, rippling outward in all directions. The force of his attack struck both women with staggering impact, sending them reeling. 0 current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. With a swift and calculated maneuver, Tristan tapped into his formidable chi, manipulating the very fabric of the atmosphere. Dark clouds materialized above, casting an ominous shadow over the battlefield. As the clouds gathered, a tempestuous wind howled, stirring the air with unrivaled ferocity. Flashes of lightning illuminated the darkened sky, heralding the impending storm. Lady Jouron and Stella exchanged knowing glances, their instincts warning them of the impending danger. Tristan's intentions became clear, he sought to unleash a cataclysmic tempest upon their factions. In this critical moment, Tristan's desperation became evident. Witnessing the loss of his subordinates, he resorted to this audacious move, determined to eliminate the formidable experts who posed a threat, excluding the 4 women that Wang Jian had mentioned. The tension in the air thickened, a palpable sense of danger permeating the battlefield. Lady Joran and Stella braced themselves, their resolve unwavering. They understood the gravity of the situation and the dire need to protect their comrades. As the skies crackled with vibrant purple lightning, 3 bolts of immense power streaked across the battlefield, striking with deadly precision. The unleashed fury claimed the lives of dozens of both humans and beasts, leaving Lady Joran and Stella momentarily stunned by the sheer force and swiftness of the attack. They barely had time to react. However, their resilience and quick thinking swiftly took over. Lady Joran conjured a protective barrier, a shimmering wall of water materializing before the battlefield. It stood as a formidable defense against the onslaught of the menacing purple lightning, shielding the combatants from its lethal impact. Not content with mere water, Stella bolstered the barrier's strength by infusing it with her formidable wind chi. The harmonious fusion of their elemental powers created an impregnable defense. Should Lady Joran's water barrier falter, the powerful gusts of wind would disperse the lightning, preventing any harm from befalling their comrades. Their synchronized efforts filled the air with an unyielding aura of protection, as the combined might of water and wind created a sanctuary amidst the chaos. Lady Joran and Stella stood resolute, their unwavering determination etched upon their faces. Tristan, undeterred by the resilience of the barriers, relentlessly assailed them with a barrage of electrifying purple lightning bolts. Each strike crackled through the air with a malevolent force, aimed at shattering the defenses that Lady Joran and Stella had erected. But to his astonishment, the barriers stood firm, unyielding in the face of his relentless onslaught. The cascading sparks of purple lightning clashed against the unbreakable walls of water and wind, creating a mesmerizing display of power and resistance. In a stunning turn of events, a massive horde of demons emerged from the camp, surging forward in a coordinated advance. Their arrival sent shockwaves through the battlefield, catching the attention of both allies and adversaries alike. Tristan's face curled into a sinister grin, a glimmer of satisfaction dancing in his eyes. With a whisper laced with wicked assurance, he remarked, "At last, they have arrived." It took them an eternity to amass this formidable force, even after all the time that has passed since I sent the signal for reinforcements. The sight of the demon reinforcements injected a renewed vigor into Tristan's demeanor. The gathered warriors, both humans and beasts, exchanged tense glances as the realization sank in. The already fierce battle was about to escalate to new heights. The appearance of this fresh wave of demons signaled a significant shift in the tides of the conflict. The only human who was a bit happy to see these demons arrive was none other than Yi Chen. Emerging from the depths of the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan, this immense horde of demons materialized through the intricate summoning formations concealed within their camp. Even Wang Jian had failed to detect these mysterious summoning formations, rendering him unaware of their existence. The sudden arrival of this demonic force did not go unnoticed by Wang Ying and Wang Hao's factions. Sensing the imminent threat, they swiftly marshaled their own forces and hastened toward the seal, where the new wave of demons was converging. The opalescent hue of their skin, akin to Tristan and Brian's, revealed a shared lineage with the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan. The realization etched grave expressions on the faces of the humans, for they understood that a treacherous battle awaited them. The demons' bloodline affiliation suggested the potential danger they possessed, raising the question of whether they could rival the power and menace of Tristan, Brian, and the other clan members they previously encountered in the forest. However, the humans had inadvertently overestimated the might of this entire demon clan, failing to acknowledge that not every member carried the same level of power and peril as Tristan, Brian, and their dispatched brethren. Among the ranks of the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan, the group stationed in this region comprised the cream of the crop, representing the pinnacle of strength and talent within their generations. Leading this formidable force was none other than Celia, a woman whose prowess as a King Realm expert was second only to Tristan himself. If Tristan stood as the pinnacle of strength and talent among the demon kings within the clan, Celia was a close second, known for her own formidable abilities. As the new wave of demonic forces approached the seal, a sense of urgency everyone. Lady Joran was the first to react as she shouted, "We just need to hold on to for some time as other human factions are quickly arriving." This information prompted Hong Meilin to issue a resolute command to the followers of the church, "Activate the defensive talisman barriers now." Moved by the gravity of the situation, the Liu family within Wang Jian's faction swiftly mobilized, harnessing the might of their most potent defensive barrier talismans. These coveted talismans represented the pinnacle of their defensive capabilities, a trio of precious artifacts in their possession. With a determined voice, Liu Yu's father rallied his kin, "Everyone, gather around. I shall erect a formidable defensive formation." Responding to his call, human experts converged upon the Liu family's position, intuitively recognizing that their safety hinged on remaining within the protective confines of the impending barrier. In a flurry of motion, the church's followers and Lu family members diligently erected the protective barriers, their intricate symbols shimmering with ethereal energy. The outermost barrier materialized with an ethereal radiance emanating the pure essence of holy qi. Its divine aura permeated the air, serving as an impenetrable shield against the encroaching demonic forces. This sacred barrier stood resolute, fortified by the power and authority of an Emperor realm expert, rendering any attempts by the demons to breach it futile. Nested within the sanctified embrace of the outer barrier, an inner shield of transcendent might took form. It was a masterful fusion of the laws of mystic elements, interwoven with intricate patterns of cosmic energy. This inner sanctuary pulsed with an otherworldly resonance, its formidable strength matching that of an Emperor realm expert. Its purpose was clear, to withstand even the most relentless onslaught from the demonic horde. As the combined forces of the demons assailed the barriers, their attacks were met with staunch resistance. The outer barrier radiated with an intensified brilliance, repelling each strike with unwavering determination. The inner shield, pulsating with arcane energies, absorbed and dispersed the demonic onslaught, rendering their efforts fruitless. Amidst the chaos and turmoil, the defenders marveled at the impenetrable fortitude of their barriers. The oppressive weight of impending doom seemed momentarily lifted, replaced by a glimmer of hope. As the protective barriers shielded them from immediate danger, Lady Zhuoran's voice carried a tinge of disbelief and concern. Never did I fathom the sheer magnitude of demons that would descend upon us in this battle. Stella, her tone echoing a shared sense of worry, responded with a mix of curiosity and caution. Indeed, their sudden appearance within our camp baffles me. It's as if they materialized out of thin air. Hong Meilin, joining the conversation, interjected with a realization that resonated with the others. They must have activated a summoning array within the camp. Perhaps we should have eradicated the camp entirely before venturing here. The words hung heavy in the air, the unspoken regrets lingering momentarily before giving way to resolute determination. While acknowledging the potential oversight, the women knew dwelling on past missteps served no purpose in the heat of battle. They were determined to adapt swiftly and devise a plan of action that would turn the tide in their favor. Hong Meilin turned to Lady Zhuoran with a sense of urgency, her voice laced with concern. How far are the approaching human groups? Lady Zhuoran swiftly replied, her tone filled with determination. They are racing towards us at their maximum speed. They should arrive within 10 minutes. A frown etched itself on Hong Meilin's face as she muttered, her voice laden with worry. Our barrier will only hold for 5 minutes. Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com. Stella's eyes widened in shock as the gravity of their predicament sank in. So, we're left to fend for ourselves for a whole 5 minutes. The realization hit her hard, understanding the impending peril that awaited them. The horde of demons would decimate their forces within that brief span of time. Just then, Lady Zhuoran's daughter, Bishi Shuyan, approached the group, her presence adding a glimmer of hope. She shared crucial information, her voice steady and composed. The Lu family's defensive barrier is designed to endure for 15 minutes. However, continuous onslaughts from the demons might weaken its strength. In response, the head of the Lu family has requested the assistance of King realm experts with diverse elemental affinities to reinforce the barrier. Hong Meilin, intrigued by the potential solution, inquired eagerly. How many King realm experts do we need to reinforce the barrier? Bishi Shuyan answered with unwavering certainty. 5 experts, each proficient in one of the 5 fundamental elements. Lady Zhuoran nodded in comprehension, her mind was already forming a plan. I possess profound insights into the laws of water, and Stella possesses great mastery over the laws of wind. Hong Meilin's face lit up with excitement as she shared a revelation. Excellent! The 2 bishops of the church possess the flame and earth elements. The group's attention then turned to Bishi Shuyan, awaiting her response with bated breath. She delivered the news, tinged with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, we lack an expert who is skilled in the lightning element. Hong Meilin's mind raced, pondering potential solutions. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested an idea brimming with optimism. I possess an enchanted staff imbued with the strength of the lightning element, rivaling that of a King realm expert. We can harness its power. Energized by this newfound hope, they swiftly assumed their positions, forming a pentagon formation, ready to act the moment the church's barrier faltered. Their plan was to infuse their essence into the Lu family's barrier, fortifying it against the impending onslaught. Time was of the essence, and they were prepared to give it their all in this critical moment. Amidst the turmoil, Celia engaged in a conversation with Tristan, her tone laced with coldness and impatience. The unfolding situation was far from their initial plan, leaving her perplexed and dissatisfied. "What on earth is happening, Tristan? How did you end up in such a dire state? And where are the other members of our clan?" Her words dripped with icy disdain. Tristan's voice matched her coldness, his tone laced with a resolute edge. "Our clan members must have already perished. I dispatched them to face the humans, but they were defeated." Celia's concern shifted to a specific member of their clan. "What about Aiden? Where is he?" Aiden, like Celia and Tristan, was renowned for his formidable prowess and possessed the pure bloodline of the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan. Tristan's response carried a hint of uncertainty. "I stationed his group near the cave where we discovered the Ebb and Void Essence Oregon. However, he hasn't made contact with me for quite some time." Celia's gaze fixated on the barrier separating them from their adversaries. A gleam of determination flickered in her eyes. "Well, regardless, it seems you have successfully baited out the Butterfly Spirit Queen. Once they break free from this barrier, we can slaughter them and coerce the Butterfly Spirit Queen into unlocking the seals." She turned her attention back to Tristan, a hint of superiority in her voice. "I never expected the day would come when I would rescue you from such a humiliating defeat at the hands of mere humans." Tristan parted his lips, contemplating a response, but ultimately opted for silence. He intended to caution Celia against underestimating the human adversaries. One possessed the royal warlord bloodline, while the other emanated a more ominous aura, his profound understanding of the laws of flames rendering him even more formidable. Tristan yearned for Celia to witness firsthand the true danger these humans embodied and to pay the price for her insolent remarks. The time for retribution would come, and Tristan was determined to ensure that Celia faced the consequences for her arrogance. As Lady Joran's foresight became a reality, Wang Hao's and Wang Ying's formidable factions arrived at the battlefield, injecting a renewed sense of urgency into the tumultuous scene. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Chen had cunningly slipped away from the chaos.upto.dfrm no/v/e/lb/in.co/m. Seizing the opportune moment immediately after Wang Jian's faction erected the impenetrable barriers, he vanished from the battlefield, shrouding himself in obscurity to avoid any association with the demons. However, Yi Chen's departure was not a complete withdrawal. He maintained a watchful eye on the seal, his curiosity piqued by the enchanting allure of the elemental sparks pulsating with the essence of various elemental laws. With a growing conviction, Yi Chen sensed the latent potential within those sparks. He saw an opportunity to harness their immense power as a catalyst for his own ascension to the King Realm. With the arrival of Wang Hao and Wang Ying's factions, the battlefield crackled with intensified energy. Tristan's eyes narrowed as he selected Wang Ying and her faction as his adversaries, his determination etched across his face as he dove into battle without hesitation. Not to be outdone, Celia locked her sights on Wang Hao, a fierce glint in her eyes as she prepared to face her opponent head-on. However, unbeknownst to her, a fleeting yet cunning smirk danced upon Tristan's lips, revealing his underlying strategy. As the confrontation unfolded, Wang Ying and Elder Hua stepped forward, their spirits summoned to the forefront. Elder Hua's spirit materialized into the form of the Skyblade Wolf, a majestic embodiment of untamed ferocity, while Wang Ying's spirit transformed into the awe-inspiring Frostwave Kraken Sovereign, radiating an icy dominion. Tristan's eyes widened subtly as he beheld these formidable spirits, realizing that during their previous encounters, Wang Ying and Elder Hua had concealed the true extent of their powers. The evenly matched battles they had fought before were due to Tristan's own weariness, granting them a temporary respite from his full might. Had he been at his peak, he would have surely overwhelmed them. However, this revelation stirred Tristan's curiosity, prompting him to wonder about the elusive spirit concealed within Wang Hao. A question burned in his mind, demanding an answer: what kind of spirit does that human possess? Tristan couldn't allow himself to be distracted by his curiosity about Wang Hao's spirit as he focused all his attention on his intense battle against Elder Hua and Wang Ying. With relentless determination, he clashed with them, unleashing his full strength against their combined might. Meanwhile, Celia found herself engaged in a fierce duel with Wang Hao, and it didn't take long for her to realize the magnitude of his power. As a member of the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan, Celia boasted the largest reserves of demonic chi among the King Realm experts, surpassing even Tristan in this regard. While her control over her powers was slightly inferior to his, she had always been able to overpower him with sheer force by channeling immense amounts of demonic chi to enhance her physical strength. However, in this momentous clash against Wang Hao, Celia discovered that she was actually at a disadvantage in terms of raw strength. Despite her formidable demonic chi reserves, she struggled to match Wang Hao's power head-on. Wang Hao wielded a king-ranked mace, a weapon of considerable might. Although it didn't possess the same level of potency as his glaive, it still packed a tremendous punch, leaving Celia on the defensive. As the demonic forces clashed with Wang Hao and Wang Ying's factions, they were taken aback by another unexpected turn of events. The protective barrier encasing Wang Jian's and Stella's forces suddenly dissipated, and without warning, the humans and beasts launched a fierce counterattack against the surrounding demons. During the previous 10 minutes, while the barrier remained intact, the Xie family from Wang Jian's faction had diligently distributed recovery pellets to every individual within its confines. As a result, apart from the 4 King Realm experts who had dedicated their chi to fortifying the barrier, the rest of the forces had managed to replenish their energies to varying degrees. Now, revitalized and filled with newfound vigor, the human and beast experts charged into the midst of the demon horde, unleashing their full might upon their stunned adversaries. The demons, caught off guard by this sudden reversal, found themselves on the back foot, struggling to contend with the renewed strength and determination of their opponents. The battlefield erupted with intensified clashes and an awe-inspiring display of martial prowess as the tides of the conflict shifted in favor of the humans and beasts. Their coordinated assault caught the demons off guard, forcing them to retreat and regroup. Among the demons, it was the members of the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan who swiftly adapted to the situation, displaying their formidable combat prowess. With a menacing glint in their eyes, they reorganized themselves into a precise V-shaped formation. Half of their ranks unleashed devastating torrents of water, while the other half conjured powerful bolts of lightning. The combined might of their elemental attacks sent shockwaves through the battlefield, instantly claiming the lives of those caught off guard. However, the humans were not without their own defenders. Thanks to the quick reactions of the numerous King Realm experts among them, a disaster was narrowly averted. The elder of the Heavenly Blade sect, the indomitable head of the Crimson Guards, and other seasoned experts stepped forward, shielding Wang Hao's loyal subordinates from the deadly onslaught. Similarly, in Wang Ying's faction, the valiant efforts of an Emerald Scorpion from the Mystic Creature Handlers Union, who used its tail to protect numerous humans, the stalwart Jin Xing, clan head of the Jin clan, and a determined vice-captain of the Brotherhood of the Steel Fist, stole the spotlight as they saved Wang Ying's subordinates from certain doom. In Wang Jian's faction, it was none other than the resolute Lady Zhuoran, the Butterfly Spirit Queen, Stella, and the 2 venerable bishops who rose to the occasion. With unwavering determination, they intercepted the devil's ferocious attack, shielding Wang Jian's subordinates from harm. While the humans managed to survive the demon's initial onslaught, it came at a cost. The demons seized the opportunity to regain their momentum, launching a relentless counterattack. The King Realm experts who valiantly blocked the demon's devastating assault paid a heavy toll. Some were left injured, while others were shaken by the ferocity of the demonic forces. In the face of their renewed onslaught, the members of the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil bloodline moved swiftly, their movements fueled by an even greater ferocity. The battlefield became a swirling tempest of power and chaos as the demons unleashed their full might upon the humans and beasts. Overwhelmed by the sheer intensity and unyielding ferocity of their adversaries, the humans and beasts found themselves struggling to hold their ground. The demons, driven by their insatiable hunger for domination, seemed to possess an inexhaustible well of strength. Their every strike was calculated and vicious, leaving their opponents reeling and fighting desperately to survive. As Wang Hao surveyed the overwhelming forces of demons encroaching upon the combined armies of beasts and humans, a determined expression settled on his face. The gravity of the situation left him with no choice but to unleash his true power. In a bold move, Wang Hao abruptly dropped the heavy mace he had been wielding, catching Celia's attention. Her brow furrowed in confusion until she witnessed Wang Hao's provocative gesture, taunting her to come at him. Rage surged through Celia, her countenance twisted with fury at the audacity of this human who dared to look down on her. Channeling the depths of her demonic essence, she unleashed powerful waves of demonic chi, infusing her body with a lethal combination of wind and lightning laws. With lightning speed, Celia lunged towards Wang Hao, intent on making him pay for his insolence and arrogance. Her clenched fists became conduits of devastation, poised to strike. Yet, before Celia's fist could even connect with Wang Hao's face, she was met with an unfathomable force that collided with her own beautiful features. The impact reverberated through her entire being, rattling her bones and shaking her meridians. This was none other than Wang Hao's fist technique, the Origin Fist. Though a seemingly ordinary technique known to all members of the royal family, in Wang Hao's hands, it transcended its humble origins, transforming into a weapon of unparalleled lethality. The true source of Wang Hao's devastating power lay in a simple yet profound reason: he had gained profound insight into the law of fist before breaking through to the King realm. A secret known to only a select few, the true extent of Wang Hao's mastery remained hidden, shrouded in mystery. Wang Hao's earlier choice of wielding the heavy mace against Celia wasn't a sign of arrogance or disdain towards her. Instead, it served two distinct purposes. Firstly, he sought to carefully study and analyze her abilities, taking note of her unique fighting style. The mace provided him with valuable insights into her techniques and strategies. Secondly, Wang Hao's weapon master ability, inherited from his royal warlord bloodline, granted him mastery over various weapons, including the heavy mace. Though he couldn't unleash the full power of the elemental laws through it, he could still utilize it as an extension of his own body, seamlessly blending his combat prowess with the mace's formidable weight and reach. However, having gained a deeper understanding of Celia's fighting style, Wang Hao now realized that a swift conclusion to their clash was necessary. He had discerned her strengths and weaknesses, and he believed that the time had come to employ his full potential and bring the battle to an end. As the confrontation between Wang Hao and Celia seemed to tilt in Wang Hao's favor, the overall situation for the humans on the battlefield grew increasingly dire. The source of this content N/O/V/L by N. The relentless onslaught of the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil Clan's formidable members posed a formidable challenge. Only the powerful Lord Realm experts from various factions, such as Jin Meixiang, Guanyin, Hong Meilin, and Bishi Shuyan, were able to hold their ground against these demonic adversaries. Even they, however, encountered tremendous difficulties and struggled to maintain their defenses. One could only imagine the plight of the other experts on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Lady Zhuaran, Stella, and the two bishops of the church, recognizing the urgency of the situation, pushed themselves to their limits, desperately trying to recover their strength during brief moments of respite. The coordinated attacks from the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan had taken a significant toll on their energies, but they refused to yield, determined to protect their comrades and turn the tide of the battle. The Heavenly Blade sect's disciples and an elder emerged as the most lethal force among the human ranks, leaving a trail of fallen demons in their wake. Each disciple exhibited unparalleled mastery in a specific weapon, be it the elegant sword, the swift spear, the fierce saber, or even the imposing lance. Their profound understanding of their chosen weapons enabled them to unleash devastating attacks, channeling their formidable essence into every strike. With precise and lethal precision, they cut through the demon horde, diminishing the relentless pressure that bore down on their fellow humans. Their relentless assault not only bolstered the morale of the other fighters but also provided crucial breathing room for those engaged in fierce battles. The Heavenly Blade sect's disciples and elder had become a beacon of hope, their combined efforts paving a path of survival and victory amidst the chaos of the battlefield. To swiftly quell the surging momentum of the Heavenly Blade sect's disciples, the cunning members of the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan swiftly adapted, forming a strategic reorganization of their ranks. They astutely placed the disciples in direct confrontation with their most formidable defenders. The Devil Clan members, well aware of the formidable skill and indomitable spirit possessed by the Heavenly Blade sect's disciples, understood the arduous task of defeating them head-on. Instead, they sought to impede their progress by pitting them against the Devil Clan's finest guardians, renowned for their impregnable defenses. It was a calculated move aimed at slowing down the Heavenly Blade sect's disciples, hindering their relentless advance with opponents who possessed an unparalleled mastery of defensive techniques. The clash between the disciples' relentless offense and the unyielding defense of the Devil Clan created a spectacle of skill and willpower, a battle where each strike was met with an immovable wall. The battlefield crackled with intensity as these warriors locked in combat, their clash sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The Devil Clan's strategic maneuver proved to be a masterstroke, effectively chipping away at the hard-earned momentum of the Heavenly Blade sect's disciples. With each clash, the disciples found their fiery determination tempered by the unyielding resistance of their opponents. Despite their remarkable skill and tenacity, the relentless assault of the Heavenly Blade sect's disciples gradually lost its fervor, dulled by the unyielding defense mounted by the Devil Clan. The once unstoppable force began to wane, its formidable energy slowly sapped by the unyielding guardians standing in their path. The clash between these formidable adversaries became a gripping spectacle of skill and endurance, as the Heavenly Blade sect's disciples sought to overcome the stalwart defense of their foes. Blow after blow was exchanged, each strike reverberating through the battlefield, but the disciples struggled to regain their initial momentum. As the minutes stretched into what felt like an eternity, the tide of the battle began to shift. The Devil Clan, bolstered by their resolute defenders, held their ground against the onslaught of the Heavenly Blade sect's disciples. The demons reveled in their apparent victory, their triumphant cries echoing across the battlefield. Despair weighed heavily on the hearts of the humans, their hopes dimming with each passing moment. Yet, amidst the desolation, a sudden cry pierced the air, shattering the prevailing dread. It was a cry that carried with it a palpable sense of terror, resonating from the very depths of Celia's being. The humans, startled by this unexpected turn, turned their attention to the source of the cry. Their wearied eyes widened with a mix of fear and curiosity, desperate to comprehend the cause of such distress. Celia, who had previously clashed fiercely against Wang Hao, found herself consumed by a wave of panic. Her countenance, once filled with unwavering confidence, was now twisted with sheer terror. It was as if she had witnessed an unspeakable horror that defied all reason. In that harrowing moment, a flicker of hope ignited within the hearts of the humans. They sensed that perhaps there was a glimmer of opportunity, a chance to turn the tide of battle in their favor. Celia, once a picture of beauty and strength, now bore the marks of a savage beating. Her once radiant face was marred and unrecognizable, a testament to the ferocity with which Wang Hao had engaged her. Bruises adorned her body, vivid reminders of the unyielding blows she had endured. In stark contrast, Wang Hao stood tall and seemingly untouched. No signs of fatigue or injury marred his countenance, a testament to his unrelenting power. The blood that stained his body belonged not to his own, but to Celia's battered form. Celia seethed with a potent blend of rage and disbelief, her anger at her own arrogance growing with each passing moment. She had underestimated the true power of this human adversary, and now she paid the price. Had she approached the battle with the seriousness it demanded, she wouldn't find herself in such a dire state. The truth of her predicament lay in Wang Hao's relentless assault, a flurry of devastating fist techniques that left her unable to mount a counterattack or even defend against his onslaught. What made Wang Hao's punches all the more insidious was their uncanny nature. They not only inflicted external wounds upon Celia's battered form but also permeated her being with disorienting vibrations, wreaking havoc on her internal organs. The aftermath of those bone-shaking strikes had left Celia's body in disarray, impeding the swift regeneration she possessed. The vibrations had shifted her organs, disrupting the natural healing process, and prolonging her recovery time. However, Celia's spirit remained unyielding in the face of adversity. Instead of succumbing to defeat, the dire circumstances seemed to ignite a fierce determination within her. From the depths of her pocket, Celia produced a mysterious gourd, unleashing a torrent of demonic spirits that possessed the strength of King Realm experts. Wang Hao arched an eyebrow, prepared to strike these apparitions with his formidable fist techniques. To his astonishment, his blows passed through them as if they were mere illusions. Before he could react, a surge of razor-sharp wind energy shattered his chi barrier, propelling him backwards and leaving him riddled with countless cuts. A disdainful sneer curled Celia's lips as she revealed the truth behind these ethereal entities. These are demonic spirits forged from the souls of powerful devils. Each one harbors a potent spiritual ability, enabling them to wage battle on par with their prime when they were alive. Facing them is akin to confronting hundreds of versions of myself. Wang Hao rose to his feet, his gaze fixed upon the spectral adversaries before him. Deep in thought, he realized that his insight of fist would prove ineffective against these otherworldly foes. If he wanted to harm them, he needed to infuse his attacks with spiritual energy. However, there was a problem: he lacked a spiritual technique. It wasn't that his own spirit was feeble, on the contrary, it possessed an immense and terrifying power. Yet, Wang Hao had no choice but to keep it sealed away, for unleashing it would lead to rivers of blood staining the earth. In the aftermath of battles, not only enemies but also his own allies would fall victim to its uncontrollable fury. There had been instances when he inadvertently decimated entire towns and cities after his confrontation with the Nether Curseweaver Devil Princess. Even she, wounded and desperate, had been forced to flee from the relentless onslaught of Wang Hao's wrath. Now, faced with Celia's formidable legion of demonic spirits, Wang Hao grappled with the limitations imposed upon him by his own extraordinary power. To overcome this deadly challenge, he would need to unearth a solution, a means to harness his suppressed spirit without succumbing to its catastrophic consequences. Carefully observing each of his opponents, Wang Hao muttered seriously, 10 minutes. I must end this in 10 minutes. Wang Hao retained control over his actions only for a limited time. If he didn't seal his spirit before this limit, he would lose himself to the bloodlust, power, and an endless fury. However, during the activate phase of his spirit, Wang Hao certainly becomes the most powerful warrior on the battlefield. The battlefield was engulfed in an aura of unparalleled power, punctuated by an oppressive wave of killing intent as Wang Hao unleashed the full might of his spirit. Elder Hua, Wang Ying, and Tristan couldn't help but whip their heads around, their eyes widening in sheer disbelief. The overwhelming presence that emanated from Wang Hao was nothing short of terror-inducing. A pure blood-red silhouette materialized above Wang Hao's figure, exuding an aura that commanded attention. This ethereal form took the shape of a mighty human, adorned with flowing locks of hair, a regal beard, and a towering, muscular frame that exuded strength and dominance. Tristan and Celia shared a moment of realization as they locked eyes, both recognizing the distinct features of the legendary spirit. Celia's voice quivered with astonishment as she muttered, barely able to form coherent words, "And no way. This is the G-god of war. A human possessing the spirit origin of the god of war." Even Tristan, a seasoned warrior, found himself taken aback by the revelation. He whispered under his breath, his voice filled with awe, to think that someone in this lower realm has been bestowed with the sacred blessings of the god of war himself. A breathtaking sight unfolded as hundreds of weapons, crafted from pure qi and imbued with spiritual energy, orbited around Wang Hao. Among them gleamed an array of swords, maces, sabers, blades, staffs, lances, glaives, spears, and arrows, a formidable arsenal fit for a deity of war. With a gaze as lethal as a predator stalking its prey, Wang Hao unleashed the full force of his power. The multitude of weapons shot forth, hurtling towards the horde of spirits that Celia had summoned from her mystical gourd. Sensing the imminent danger, the spirits mustered their elemental prowess, launching powerful attacks in a desperate bid to halt the onslaught. Yet, even they couldn't ignore the overwhelming strength possessed by each weapon. Instinctively, they recognized that each blade held the potential to shatter their ethereal forms. In a spectacular clash of forces, the spirits' assaults collided with the relentless barrage of weapons. However, despite their valiant efforts, their attacks proved futile against the unstoppable advance of the weapons. The air crackled with the clash of energies, and the battlefield trembled under the weight of this cataclysmic confrontation. The sheer terror instilled in everyone present was palpable, as they beheld the unleashed might of the god of war's spiritual manifestation. As the weapons encircled the spirits, effectively keeping them occupied, Wang Hao's focus shifted towards Celia, his movements fluid and purposeful. Meanwhile, Celia tapped into the full extent of her bloodline essence, infusing her body with the raw power of a raging storm. Determined and filled with a cunning plan, she swiftly darted towards the humans and beasts locked in combat against the other demons. Her intentions were clear, to strike at the heart of the resistance. Maintaining a cool composure, Wang Hao's keen eyes tracked Celia's every move, calculating his next course of action. In a fraction of a second, he vanished from his original position, his speed surpassing the limits of human perception. Celia, engrossed in her assault, suddenly felt an earth-shattering impact on her back, the force so tremendous it seemed to shatter her bones and rupture one of her hearts. As a demon possessing formidable devil bloodlines, Celia, along with Tristan, possessed 3 hearts. However, she had already lost one in the relentless battle. While it was possible for demons to regenerate their hearts, it required an abundance of time and some special resources, both of which Celia lacked in the midst of this chaotic battle. For the first time since the clash began, a chilling presence crept over Celia, whispering the haunting scent of her impending demise. In the face of Wang Hao's unforgiving assault, she couldn't help but acknowledge the genuine threat to her life, a reality that loomed closer with each passing moment. Celia's eyes blazed with an unyielding determination as she locked her gaze upon Wang Hao, her fists tightening with resolve. "I refuse to succumb to a mere mortal like you. Your possession of the god of war's spirit origin means nothing. I will not be defeated." Her words echoed through the battlefield before she abruptly thrust her hand into her own chest, impaling her own heart. "Storm Devil God Fury." Her voice rang out with fierce determination as she shattered her own heart. A surge of power erupted from the depths of her being, engulfing her entire form in an awe-inspiring maelstrom of demonic qi, infused with the elemental forces of wind, water, and lightning. The sheer magnitude of her unleashed power rivaled that of Wang Hao's spirit manifestation, causing tremors to ripple through the very fabric of the battlefield. Her healing was also intensified to the point that nearly all of Celia's injuries, excluding her hearts, were healed in a matter of seconds. The Storm Devil God Fury, a forbidden technique known only to those blessed with the pure bloodline of the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan, surged through her veins. It exacted a grave toll, demanding the sacrifice of one's devilish heart in exchange for awakening the dormant might of their lineage. Yet, undeterred by the dire consequences that awaited her, Celia willingly embraced the path of ultimate risk. For her, victory over this lowly human was worth every sacrifice, even if it meant losing her heart and witnessing her cultivation level plummeting. Wang Hao's countenance remained unfazed as he locked his eyes on Celia. His face bore the signature stoicism that had become his trademark, revealing an unwavering composure that hinted at a profound understanding of the situation. There was no trace of fear or excitement in his gaze, instead, a serene confidence emanated from him as if he held complete mastery over the unfolding events. Amidst the chaos, his arsenal of weapons had completed their merciless dance, ruthlessly decimating the hundreds of spirits that had threatened him. Now, they returned to his side, a testament to their lethal efficiency. With each passing moment, the battlefield crackled with an electrifying tension, the air thick with the remnants of their clash. In the blink of an eye, both combatants vanished from their original positions, leaving behind a trail of devastating shockwaves that rippled across the battlefield. The sheer force of their clash sent even the most seasoned experts reeling, their bodies forcefully propelled backwards by the explosive impact. The reverberations echoed through the air, shaking the ground beneath them and rattling the very core of their beings. Even the esteemed Lord Realm cultivators had to dig deep within themselves, gathering their entire reserves of chi to withstand the tremendous shockwaves. Their movements were a blur of speed, a testament to their unrivaled agility and power. Only those with the keenest of senses, the formidable King Realm experts, managed to catch glimpses of their lightning-fast exchanges. As Wang Ying observed her elder brother's unparalleled might, a mixture of awe and trepidation coursed through her veins. She had always known that Wang Hao was formidable, but the true extent of his strength surpassed even her wildest imaginations. Across the battlefield, members of various factions, including those aligned with Wang Ying and Wang Jian, were left spellbound. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld Wang Hao's prowess, a display of martial supremacy that commanded respect and admiration. Amidst the chaotic battleground, the members of Wang Hao's faction erupted in resounding cheers, their voices resonating with unwavering conviction. Their proclamation reverberated through the air, kindling a fiery determination within their comrades. Marvel at the indomitable prowess of Crown Prince Wang Hao. His unmatched valor blazes a trail to victory, and his unwavering resolve inspires us all. With him leading the charge, how can we falter against these feeble demons, exclaimed a Crimson Guard, his voice brimming with unwavering loyalty. The rest of the guards, clad in their resplendent crimson armor, joined in a fervent chorus, their voices intermingling with unshakable unity. In the hallowed halls of the Brotherhood of the Steel Fist, we stand united with Crown Prince Wang Hao. His fists, forged in the crucible of untamed strength, strike with unyielding might. With him as our beacon, we shall obliterate these demons and forge an unbreakable legacy, declared a warrior of the Brotherhood, his words infused with unbridled determination. The Brotherhood members, their sinewy muscles flexed with anticipation, clenched their fists in unison, their spirits aflame with unwavering resolve. Let us harness our inner power, harmonizing with his sublime mastery, as we triumph over these infernal forces, proclaimed a serene member of the Jade Order, their voice suffused with tranquil confidence. We shall cleave through these repulsive demons and claim victory as our own, exclaimed a fierce warrior of the Heavenly Blade sect, their words ablaze with fervent determination. The sect disciples, their blades gleaming with anticipation, echoed the warrior's battle cry, their spirits ignited with unwavering loyalty. Let us defend our honor and vanquish these demonic foes, for the glory of our lineage, declared a proud member of the Chao clan, their voice resounding with ancestral pride. The rest of the clan, their banners fluttering proudly, roared in unison, their allegiance unyielding. With each group extolling Crown Prince Wang Hao's boundless strength, the collective roar of unwavering loyalty echoed through the battlefield, infusing his allies with a renewed sense of purpose and an unshakable belief in their inevitable triumph. With unwavering focus, Wang Hao launched himself forward, his movements swift and precise. He initiated the battle with the Thunderstrike Fist, a devastating punch that carried the weight of thunder without relying on any elemental force. The impact of his strike reverberated through the air, causing shockwaves to ripple across the battlefield. Celia, empowered by the storm devil god Fury, tapped into the chaotic forces of the storm. She conjured a cyclone of demonic wind that spiraled around her, augmenting her speed and agility. In response to Wang Hao's Thunderstrike Fist, she retaliated with the Tempest Surge, unleashing a barrage of lightning-fast punches infused with the powers of demonic wind, water, and lightning. Wang Hao's instincts and honed reflexes allowed him to evade Celia's onslaught with remarkable agility. He seamlessly transitioned between offense and defense, his fists moving with blinding speed. He countered Celia's Tempest Surge with the Ironclad Fist, channeling an impenetrable defense that nullified her attacks. As the battle intensified, both combatants showcased their exceptional prowess. Wang Hao executed the Phoenix Rising Fist, a technique that imbued his strikes with the resilience and grace of the mythical bird. His fists became a blur of motion, evading Celia's attacks while launching precise and powerful counterattacks. Celia, refusing to yield, harnessed the tempestuous forces at her disposal. She unleashed the wrath of the Tempest Fist, a devastating combination of wind, water, and lightning that surged toward Wang Hao with unstoppable force. The raw power of her attacks threatened to overwhelm him. But Wang Hao had one last technique up his sleeve, the Sovereign's Fist. Drawing upon his indomitable will and unyielding determination, he channeled his energy into a single, monumental strike. His fist connected with Celia's defenses, shattering them and sending shockwaves of energy rippling through her body. Celia staggered backward, her confidence waning as the impact of Wang Hao's sovereign's fist reverberated through her being. Sensing an opportunity, Wang Hao pressed forward, his fists striking with unwavering precision. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each one carrying the weight of his unwavering resolve. Finally, Wang Hao delivered the decisive blow, his fist connecting with Celia's body with earth-shattering force. The impact sent her crashing to the ground, defeated and powerless against his overwhelming strength. It was at this moment that her energy began to plummet as her forbidden technique lost its power. Celia never expected that even after utilizing this forbidden technique, she would lose to Wang Hao within 5 minutes. New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. Well, the reason was because she had lost too much blood during her battle against Wang Jian and could no longer sustain the power of her forbidden technique. The battlefield fell silent as the dust settled. Wang Hao stood tall, his aura radiating with the triumph of his victory. The cheers of his allies filled the air, acknowledging his indomitable spirit and unwavering dedication to his cause. With Celia's defeat, Wang Hao's focus remained unyielding, his determination driving him forward. Without a moment's respite, his piercing gaze locked onto his next adversary, Tristan. Tristan, engaged in a fierce battle against Wang Ying and Elder Hua moments before, found himself momentarily frozen in awe as Celia fell. Sensing the shift in the tides, his muscles tensed, readying himself for what lay ahead. In the blink of an eye, Wang Hao vanished from his original position, leaving no trace of his movement. His body blurred with incredible speed as he closed the distance between himself and Tristan, his fist primed to deliver a cataclysmic blow. The anticipation hung thick in the air as Wang Hao's fist sailed through the atmosphere, propelled by an amalgamation of his honed strength and unwavering resolve. The sheer force behind the punch reverberated like thunder, leaving no doubt as to its devastating potential. Tristan's eyes widened, his instincts screaming at him to react, but it was too late. The impact landed with earth-shattering might, unleashing a shockwave that rippled through the surroundings. Tristan's body became an unwilling projectile, propelled through the air with bone-jarring force. As Tristan hurtled through the battlefield, time seemed to stand still. The expressions of the onlookers morphed from awe to disbelief, their eyes struggling to comprehend the sheer might of Wang Hao's assault. Tristan crashed onto the unforgiving ground, a testament to the overwhelming power behind Wang Hao's punch. The earth quivered beneath the impact, the ground trembling beneath the weight of the clash. As the reverberations of their mighty clash subsided, a profound stillness descended upon the battlefield, a haunting calm pregnant with anticipation. But the tranquility proved fleeting, shattered by an exultant surge of cheers that erupted from the ranks of Wang Hao's fiercely loyal faction. Their jubilant voices resounded with unwavering pride, a testament to their unyielding faith in their indomitable leader. In the aftermath of the tumultuous battle, Wang Hao alone discerned the conspicuous absence of Tristan's prone figure. A somber expression etched itself upon his countenance as he meticulously scanned the surroundings in search of his enigmatic adversary. Despite extending his senses to the outermost limits, Wang Hao's relentless pursuit yielded no trace of the elusive Tristan. Engulfed in whispered contemplation, Wang Hao murmured to himself, his voice a mere breath carried on the wind, "This demon possesses an elusive prowess in concealment. But to what realm has he vanished? Is he fleeing?" If indeed, Tristan had chosen the path of flight, a surge of relief would wash over Wang Hao, freeing him to focus his energy solely on eradicating the remnants of the demonic horde, hastening the resolution of this perilous encounter. Yet, in a fleeting moment, an intangible shift in the atmosphere seized Wang Hao's attention. His head snapped around with instinctual swiftness, and there, before his discerning eyes, lay a startling revelation: Celia's lifeless form had vanished without a trace. A guttural shriek, piercing and harrowing, shattered the lingering silence, capturing the undivided attention of all present on the battlefield. As the echoes of the haunting cry reverberated, the demons, humans, and beasts alike beheld a chilling sight: the malevolent Tristan, his grip vice-like around Celia's delicate throat, while his other hand delved deep into her chest, seizing her heart with an ironclad grip. Whispering incantations steeped in the ancient and forbidden, Tristan's being became suffused with a tempestuous elemental aura, reminiscent of the very storm devil god fury that coursed through Celia's veins. However, Tristan's utilization of the storm devil god fury diverged from Celia's sacrificial act. Within his malevolent mind, a twisted scheme took shape. Rather than obliterating his own heart and willingly diminishing his cultivation realm, Tristan harbored a sinister desire to shatter Celia's heart, coveting the unfettered might of the pure storm devil god fury. Moreover, his vile design extended to absorbing Celia's life force, a desperate measure to counteract the grievous repercussions that plagued wielders of this dread power, including the degradation of their cultivation base. The life force also helped facilitate his own regeneration. Yet, this perilous path was not without its formidable price. Once the torrent of power dissipated from his frame, Tristan would be left ravaged and mangled, a testament to the brutal toll exacted upon both body and soul. Even his vaunted regeneration skill, renowned for its vitality, would be drained of its life force, its efficacy impeded for a protracted duration, spanning days or, perchance, even months. It was this very apprehension that had deterred Tristan from employing this devastating technique against Wang Jian during their fateful confrontation. Back then, he had deemed Wang Jian's might to slightly eclipse his own, acknowledging the severe risks associated with invoking the storm devil god Fury. The small difference between their strengths had dissuaded him from pursuing such a hazardous course. But now, facing the indomitable Wang Hao, the calculus shifted irrevocably. Tristan grasped with unyielding certainty that without harnessing this forbidden power, his fate was all but sealed, his demise an inescapable conclusion in the face of this unparalleled adversary. Wang Hao showed a rather grave expression as he had to focus with all his might to suppress those murderous thoughts in his head while gazing at Tristan. Tristan's current strength and aura felt so powerful that Wang Hao could sense that this battle would be significantly tougher than his battle against Celia. Adding to his problems, his mind seemed as though it was on the brink of losing control of itself to those primal instincts of fighting. Realizing that he didn't have much time, Wang Hao launched his strongest technique from the start. The Dance of 100 Armaments. In a fluid motion, he extends his arms towards the sky, and a myriad of weapons materializes in the air above him. Swords, maces, sabers, blades, staffs, lances, glaives, spears, and arrows float weightlessly, suspended by an unseen force. Each weapon gleams with an ethereal light, reflecting the fierce determination in Wang Hao's eyes. With a swift, sweeping motion of his hands, he orchestrates the assault, commanding the arsenal of weapons to descend upon his adversary, Tristan. In response, Tristan releases a surge of intense storm elemental chi, surrounding himself with crackling electricity and gales of wind. His eyes fixate upon the incoming storm of weapons, his expression turning into an excited smile. Without moving from his spot, he stands defiantly, as if inviting the challenge, eager to test the resilience of his storm devil god Fury's form against this formidable attack. Meanwhile, Wang Hao also moved from his spot while utilizing his ultimate fist technique known as the Warstrike Fist Barrage. This technique tapped into the primal essence of the war god. Wang Hao's body became a blur as he unleashed a relentless onslaught of rapid punches, striking with unrivaled precision and speed. Tristan found himself thrust into the unenviable crucible of enduring an unrelenting torrent, assailed from all sides by the ceaseless onslaught of Wang Hao's formidable punching technique and the relentless barrage of weapons, a veritable symphony of destruction, materialized through the fusion of his potent chi and ethereal spiritual power. Yet, curiously, not a trace of agony marred Tristan's countenance. Instead, an unsettling ecstasy suffused his features, a disturbing delight in the face of overwhelming opposition. Ha 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 ha. So this is the true essence of power. Tristan's laughter erupted, infused with a touch of madness, resonating through the chaos of battle. His gaze fixated on Wang Hao, he taunted with an unhinged mirth, "Your feeble punches are but feathers, devoid of impact. They fail to elicit even a modicum of pain." Gwahahaha. In a swift retaliation, Wang Hao's fist connected with unbridled force, crashing into Tristan's gut with bone-jarring intensity, rupturing the mirthful facade and wrenching forth a torrent of saliva from Tristan's lips. Undeterred, Wang Hao's voice, now laced with lethal calm, sliced through the chaos, still numb to the sensation. "Are you?" In a cataclysmic surge, an immense surge of chi erupted from the depths of Tristan's being, a tidal wave of power that sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. The very weapons materialized by Wang Hao were hurled backward, helpless against the sheer force of Tristan's unleashed might. Yet, Wang Hao stood resolute, the only one able to withstand the unfathomable shockwave. But his momentary triumph was short-lived, for a tempestuous vortex of elemental demonic chi, an amalgamation of wind, lightning, and water, crashed upon him with unrestrained fury. The elemental waves slammed into Wang Hao, propelling him backward, his body skidding across the ground, covering a distance of dozens of meters. Meanwhile, Tristan's body underwent a profound metamorphosis, a remarkable transformation that defied comprehension. His skin darkened to a striking shade of blue, muscles on his forearms and legs swelling twofold, his chest expanding with newfound power. Horns atop his head lengthened, and two ominous dark wings, capable of devouring all light, unfurled from his back. A resounding laughter echoed across the battlefield as Tristan proclaimed, his voice tinged with triumph, "Ha ha ha. Even I didn't expect my bloodline to evolve at this very moment. His gaze fixed upon Wang Hao, Tristan continued, his tone laced with twisted gratitude, it's all thanks to you, human. Without your formidable presence, my bloodline would not have blossomed with such vigor. While the transformed Tristan basked in his newfound power, Wang Hao maintained an unwavering calm, his gaze steady upon the menacing figure before him. However, among the humans and beasts, regardless of their allegiances, who witnessed Tristan's awe-inspiring evolution, worried expressions crept upon their faces. They turned their collective gaze toward Wang Hao, their internal hopes aligning in a unified plea for his victory. Even Wang Ying, at this moment, shared their silent plea. You better emerge triumphantly, Hao. Our lives are in your hands, Wang Ying whispered, her voice barely audible amidst the tumultuous battlefield. Amidst the chaos, a jubilant cheer erupted from the ranks of the demons, their voices resounding with a mixture of awe and reverence as they bore witness to Tristan's bloodline evolution. Initially caught off guard by Tristan's merciless act of slaying his own comrade, Celia, to activate the forbidden Storm Devil God Fury technique, the demons' disdain and hatred for him swiftly transformed into a profound sense of admiration. As creatures ingrained with an innate reverence for power, the demons could not help but pay homage to those who surpassed them in might. Regardless of the actions committed, the demons' primal nature drove them to respect and revere the truly powerful. This instinctual reverence was woven deep into the very fabric of their being, an undeniable aspect of their bloodline that could never be quelled or resisted. It surged within them, an unwavering force that shaped their perception of dominance and hierarchy in the demonic realm. Tristan's gaze bore into Wang Hao, his tone dripping with haughtiness. Oh, how proud you shall be, for you will have the distinct honor of being the inaugural casualty in the wake of my majestic bloodline evolution. And once you have been vanquished, I shall turn my attention to that audacious human who dared to besmirch my dignity. Ha 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 ha. Wang Hao's response was a dry, deadpan delivery, his words laced with subtle mockery. Ah, I must commend you on your newfound verbosity. It appears your gift lies not only in your bloated power but also in your ability to blather on endlessly. Your tongue must have evolved splendidly indeed. Tristan emitted a sinister chuckle, his arrogance unyielding. Kikik, such a pitiful attempt at an insult. Surely you can muster more than that, my dear opponent. Wang Hao's lips curved into a sly grin as he continued his composed banter. Ah, my sincerest apologies for falling short of your lofty expectations. Alas, the intricacies of wit pale in comparison to the dazzling brilliance of your mind. Tristan's expression contorted, a mix of annoyance and twisted amusement flickering across his face. Spare me your feeble jabs, human. Your futile efforts to provoke me are as consequential as the prattle of a drowsy squirrel. Wang Hao tilted his head ever so slightly, a glimmer of playful sarcasm dancing in his eyes. Ah, the symphony of empty threats. Truly, your mastery of words is an awe-inspiring spectacle. As their verbal sparring intensified, both combatants secretly gathered their inner strength, their bodies taut with anticipation. Their breaths deepened, and they meticulously controlled vast reserves of qi, readying themselves for the impending clash. Tristan, ever the nimble adversary, swiftly conjured a colossal sphere pulsating with raw lightning element. The ball, spanning an impressive diameter of 10 meters, crackled with electrifying power as it hurtled towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao, unfazed by the approaching spectacle, balled his fist, his muscles coiled with potent energy. He patiently waited, biding his time until the massive lightning ball loomed perilously close. Then, with impeccable timing, he unleashed his formidable supreme chi fist. Before their eyes, a luminous hand forged from pure chi materialized in front of Wang Hao, colliding with the incoming lightning ball in a cataclysmic clash of elemental forces. The air crackled with the sheer magnitude of their collision, sending shockwaves reverberating through the battlefield. Yet, Wang Hao quickly realized that the lightning ball had served as a cunning diversion, concealing Tristan's true intentions. Find uptedevils on n/v/elben.co/m. Even as the dazzling clash unfolded, Tristan had seized the opportunity to close the distance between them, a malevolent grin adorning his face. With a swift, arrogant gesture, Tristan struck Wang Hao's body with a dual assault, each palm infused with distinct elemental prowess. One hand surged with the fury of the wind element, while the other teamed with the relentless flow of the water element. Reacting with lightning-quick reflexes, Wang Hao summoned a gleaming sword and a sturdy spear into existence, their ethereal forms materializing in his hands just in time to intercept Tristan's incoming onslaught. The impact between Tristan's palms and the formidable weapons resulted in a resounding clash, the collision reverberating through the air, a symphony of metal and elemental energy. Amidst the clash, Tristan let out a sinister chuckle. Impressive defenses, human. But do you truly believe your feeble weaponry can withstand the might of my elemental mastery? Wang Hao's eyes narrowed, his voice laced with subtle confidence. Oh, demon, do not underestimate the ingenuity of my creations. They are much more than a lowly demon like you can handle. With a surge of focused energy, the weapons in Wang Hao's hands began to radiate a vibrant glow, their power intensifying with each passing moment. Tristan, momentarily taken aback by the surge of power emanating from Wang Hao's weapons, instinctively recoiled, his eyes widening with a hint of apprehension. The realization dawned upon him that the human before him possessed a prowess beyond his initial expectations. As he inspected his palms, a rare sight greeted his gaze, a pair of small cuts etched upon his once invincible skin. These wounds, though seemingly insignificant, served as a testament to the penetrating force of Wang Hao's weapons, breaching the formidable barrier of demonic qi that surrounded him. A sardonic chuckle escaped Tristan's lips, his voice dripping with disdain. Well, it seems you have managed to draw blood, human. A minor inconvenience, nothing more. Wang Hao's response was laced with subtle mockery. Indeed. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the adversaries locked gazes, their resolve unyielding. In the heart of the fierce battle, Wang Hao's movements became a dazzling display of martial prowess, each punch resonating with raw power and precision. He channeled the depths of his mastery, employing a repertoire of rare punching techniques that echoed through the battlefield, their names whispered only in legends. With a resolute focus, Wang Hao unleashed the golden palm strike. His palm, surrounded by golden energy, surged forward like a bolt of lightning, aiming directly for Tristan's chest. The sheer force behind the strike generated a shockwave that reverberated through the air, momentarily disorienting even the most seasoned warriors. Tristan, in response, tapped into his demonic heritage, summoning the tempestuous powers of wind, lightning, and water. His body radiated an ominous aura as he called upon his rare and fearsome technique known as the Storm Devil's Wrath. The air crackled with anticipation as Tristan's fists became conduits for the elemental storm, unleashing a barrage of rapid strikes that intertwined wind, lightning, and water in a mesmerizing display of destruction. Wang Hao, undeterred, gracefully sidestepped Tristan's assault, his movements akin to a phantom dancer navigating the chaos. He countered with the Galebreaker fist. As his fist connected with the raging currents of the Storm Devil's Wrath, a burst of wind erupted, disrupting Tristan's balance and momentarily halting his relentless assault. Unfazed, Tristan regrouped, a wicked smile playing upon his lips. Drawing upon the surging energies of the storm, he unleashed a devastating technique known as the Cyclone Lightning Wave. With a sweeping motion of his arms, he conjured a vortex of crackling lightning and swirling winds, sending forth a powerful wave of destructive energy that surged towards Wang Hao with merciless intent. But Wang Hao was not one to succumb easily. As the tempestuous wave hurtled towards him, he centered himself, channeling his inner strength. With a primal roar, he unleashed the Diamond Fist Quake. His fist struck the ground with earth-shattering force, creating a shockwave that rippled through the battlefield, disrupting the Cyclone Lightning Wave and dispersing its destructive energy. As the battle raged on, the earth beneath their feet bore the scars of their clash. Craters littered the once serene landscape, smoke billowed into the sky, and the air crackled with the remnants of unleashed power. As the fierce battle raged on, the clash between Wang Hao and Tristan intensified, pushing both combatants to their limits. Time seemed to blur, with minutes turning into eternities, as the combatants unleashed their formidable techniques and clashed in a flurry of strikes and counterattacks. In a surprising twist, Wang Hao's disciplined control over his bloodlust persisted, an impressive feat considering the overwhelming intensity of the battle. For over 10 minutes, he maintained his composure, channeling his spirit and unleashing his techniques with unyielding precision. It was a testament to his unwavering focus and unrelenting willpower, setting a new personal record. However, every triumph has its limits, and the consequences of Wang Hao's extended exertion soon made themselves known. A blood-red aura, ominous and foreboding, began to seep from his very being, enveloping his fists and even the weapons he had materialized. The aura pulsated with a malevolent energy, lending an eerie glow to his attacks. Though his outward appearance remained calm, a subtle hint of struggle flickered across Wang Hao's face before vanishing like a wisp of smoke. His gaze, now tinged with an otherworldly intensity, bore into Tristan's own, evoking a sense of unease akin to standing in the presence of an indomitable force perched upon a mountain of corpses. To witness my chosen inheritor take so long to vanquish a mere demon. What a disgrace. It seems I must personally intervene. The words emanated from Wang Hao's mouth, yet they felt detached, as if a vengeful deity spoke through him. Amidst the cacophony of the battlefield, Tristan, his voice tinged with both curiosity and caution, dared to inquire, Who are you? In response, Wang Hao's features contorted with anger, his countenance transforming into an expression befitting a wrathful deity. You dare question me, lowly demon? With a swift and fluid motion, a sword materialized, forged from the ominous crimson chi that radiated from Wang Hao's being. It surged forward with deadly intent, aimed directly at Tristan. Drawing upon his mastery of wind and water chi, Tristan conjured a twofold barrier, an intricate fusion of elemental forces. It was a desperate attempt to fend off the impending assault. For a fleeting moment, it seemed that his defenses would hold, that he had successfully repelled the onslaught. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, Tristan's hopes were shattered as the sword shattered his barriers, breaching his defenses with unforgiving precision. The blade found its mark, piercing deep into his gut, eliciting a gasp of pain and disbelief. I have extinguished the lives of countless of your kind, reduced them to mere ashes. What are you compared to them? Wang Hao's mouth spat forth those words, each syllable dripping with scorn and contempt. Tristan's vision blurred with anguish, his wounded form racked by torment and his spirit assailed by a potent cocktail of emotions. Advancing with a calculated step, Wang Hao's voice resounded with heightened arrogance, each word dripping with unbridled confidence. His very presence seemed to radiate an aura of indomitable might, an embodiment of a wrathful god of war. I, with my own hands, tore apart the very flesh of the storm devil god. If even he failed to best me, do you truly believe your feeble imitation of his prowess stands a chance? How laughable! Wang Hao's declaration reverberated through the air, a thunderous proclamation of his unassailable dominance. Tristan, his body trembling with pain and defiance, found himself caught in the merciless grip of reality. The most up-to-date novels are published on n0velgen.co/m. The weight of Wang Hao's words bore down upon him, crushing his hopes and shattering his illusions of grandeur. And yet, amidst the agony, a flicker of determination burned within his eyes, a stubborn flame refusing to be extinguished. Defiantly, he raised his voice, his words laced with both pain and an unwavering resolve. What does it matter if you vanquish the mighty storm devil god? What significance does it hold if you are merely a sentient spirit, a relic of the ancient god of war? Your demise has proven that you are but a product of the inexorable passage of time. But I care not for your accolades. I shall surpass you. I shall transcend the realms of the devil gods and stand triumphant over you all. With unwavering determination, Tristan summoned the strength to extract the sword that had been mercilessly embedded within his wounded body. The weapon's release was accompanied by a surge of pain, intermingled with a renewed sense of purpose. Wang Hao, in response, emitted a frigid scoff, his voice dripping with disdain. What utter nonsense! In a display of his godlike prowess, Wang Hao manifested an array of hundreds of armaments, each exuding a foreboding crimson aura. Meanwhile, Tristan clenched his fist, tapping into the depths of his boundless power. With unparalleled mastery, he deftly harnessed 3 elements simultaneously, bending them to his will. The winds encircling the battlefield whirled in a mesmerizing counterclockwise motion, gradually morphing into a tempestuous tornado that surged towards Wang Hao with indomitable force. Dark clouds congregated overhead, their presence heralding the imminent arrival of a torrential downpour. As raindrops cascaded from the heavens, they carried within them the formidable might of Tristan's storm devil god fury, each droplet brimming with concentrated power. And then, amidst the electrified atmosphere, purple lightning crackled within the roiling storm clouds, illuminating Tristan's visage with a lethal glint in his eyes. He stood, a force to be reckoned with, as his expression contorted into a mask of deadly determination. I will kill you even if it is the last thing I will do. Tristan bellowed, his voice resonating with unyielding conviction. In that pivotal moment, a flicker of struggle danced within Wang Hao's eyes, hinting at a battle waging within his very being. The voice of the true Wang Hao, determined and resolute, broke through the tempestuous clash. Return control of my body to me. Wang Hao commanded, his voice resolute and carrying the weight of unwavering conviction. Yet, the ominous voice of the god of war spirit retorted with disdainful defiance, refusing to yield. Not before I have extinguished this demonic presence. Unyielding and undeterred, Wang Hao countered, his words laced with indomitable determination. I alone will be the one to vanquish this formidable demon. A sneer of superiority curled upon the spirit's ethereal lips as he dismissed Wang Hao's claim, mocking his perceived weakness. You? Feeble and weak? You stand no chance. Unbeknownst to them, Tristan had seized the opportunity amidst their clash of wills and unleashed a devastating assault. In an instant, a barrage of thunderbolts surged forth from the dark clouds, converging upon Wang Hao's form from all directions. Enhanced by the raindrops that imbued them with augmented power, the thunderbolts blanketed a vast area, ensuring there was no escape for Wang Hao. Simultaneously, the unleashed fury of the powerful tornado propelled towards Wang Hao with unparalleled force. Its winds carried an aura of razor-sharp wind qi, capable of tearing anything unfortunate enough to come into contact with it into minuscule shreds. Amidst this onslaught, the god of war spirit shouted at Wang Hao, his voice seething with urgency. "Let me handle these attacks. If you continue to interfere, we shall meet our demise." Defiant and fueled by anger, Wang Hao unleashed his retort. "I would rather face death than relinquish control of my own body to you." A fury raged within the god of war spirit, his rage evident upon hearing those words. Yet, before he could respond, Wang Hao seized the moment to deliver his heartfelt plea. "I recognize your immense power as a being from a higher realm. But remember, while your power may be great, it is through my mortal vessel that we can achieve true victory. Only I possess the ability to fully harness the potential of this physical form. If you deny me the opportunity to grow and demonstrate my true potential, your influence shall be forever confined to the forgotten annals of history. Give me this chance, and I promise not to disappoint. Together, we can transcend realms and etch our names into the very fabric of eternity." For a fleeting moment, the god of war spirit wavered, moved by the earnestness and conviction in Wang Hao's words. Very well, the god of war spirit finally conceded, granting Wang Hao this one opportunity. "Prove your worth, mortal, and reclaim your body. Show me that you possess a strength far greater than I had perceived." A glimmer of triumph gleamed in Wang Hao's eyes as he seized the granted chance, knowing that his words had pierced through the deity's arrogance and secured his path to reclaiming his own destiny. The battle of wills unfolded within the depths of their minds, transpiring in a fraction of the time it took in the physical world. However, as Wang Hao regained control of his body from the clutches of the god of war spirit, he was immediately met with Tristan's relentless onslaught, each attack brimming with devastating power. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air as the lightning, charged with the potent energy of raindrops, collided with Wang Hao. The force of the impact was formidable, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as if the tornado had torn him asunder. Yet, as the settling dust revealed the aftermath, Wang Hao stood unscathed upon the land, the surrounding area marred by the destructive forces, but the ground beneath him remained intact. The positions of the crimson swords had shifted, displaying cracks upon their surfaces, a testament to their swift movements in deflecting the onslaught of lightning bolts. Unyielding, Wang Hao stood tall, his hand now wielding a chi-materialized glaive emanating a palpable aura of power. With a single powerful swing, he clashed with the raging tornado, countering its relentless spin with a resolute clockwise motion. Tristan's expression twisted into a disdainful sneer as he witnessed Wang Hao's defiance. He believed that no matter how formidable Wang Hao was, he could never possess enough power to overcome the tornado's immense spin. Yet, to Tristan's astonishment, Wang Hao shattered his expectations. A radiant golden aura enveloped his body, a manifestation of the sovereign's ascension granted by his esteemed royal warlord bloodline. Tristan had not anticipated that Wang Hao had been biding his time, holding back the utilization of his bloodline technique until this critical moment. Get the latest CHDRs on n/velbin.com. With a mighty swing of his fist, Wang Hao executed his plan flawlessly. The sheer force generated was enough to initiate a counterspin against the tornado, effectively neutralizing its once destructive power into a mere gentle breeze. As the tempestuous tornado dissipated, Wang Hao swiftly maneuvered, deftly evading the chaotic aftermath, while the crimson weapons suspended in the air vanished from view. Without skipping a beat, Tristan was compelled to shift his position, engaging Wang Hao in a blistering exchange of close combat. Their fists and feet became relentless weapons, launching strikes with unparalleled ferocity. They grappled and hurled each other with calculated force, leaving no room for respite as their destructive attacks aimed to claim the other's life. Tristan's entire being resonated with the overwhelming power of the storm devil god Fury, infusing his every strike with an exceptional quality of tempestuous energy. Regardless of whether Wang Hao managed to block them, each blow from Tristan inflicted considerable damage upon his resilient adversary. Meanwhile, Wang Hao's profound mastery of the laws of fist exacted a heavy toll upon Tristan's body with every precise strike. But the onslaught did not end there. In the midst of their intense engagement, Wang Hao tapped into the formidable technique known as the Dance of the 100 Armaments. Each weapon materialized by his indomitable god of war spirit became an extension of his deadly assault, augmenting his close-quarter combat with a multitude of lethal strikes. These ethereal weapons, conjured forth by Wang Hao's god of war spirit and his mastery of combat, wielded power that transcended conventional standards. Unbeknownst to Tristan, with each seamless transition between weapons in the dance of the 100 armaments, Wang Hao's insight into the technique burgeoned rapidly. The growth of his understanding extended to the intricacies and nuances of each weapon within the vast arsenal. Like a parched sponge thirsting for water, Wang Hao voraciously absorbed the profound wisdom of the god of war's spirit. With each passing moment, Tristan's intuition warned him of an impending doom, a grim fate inching ever closer. Driven by an unwavering desire to alter this foreseen outcome, Tristan unleashed a frenzy of attacks, harnessing an increasing surge of qi. His movements became increasingly erratic, a desperate attempt to tip the scales in his favor. Yet, unbeknownst to Tristan, his heightened frenzy inadvertently exposed vulnerabilities, providing Wang Hao with ample opportunities. Exploiting these openings with precision, Wang Hao's strikes found their mark, mercilessly targeting Tristan's vital points and inflicting profound injuries. As Wang Hao's onslaught landed upon a multitude of vital points, the essence of the Storm Devil God Fury energy began to seep uncontrollably from Tristan's beleaguered form. The once mighty power now slipped beyond Tristan's grasp, a telltale sign of his diminishing control. However, the toll of the arduous battle weighed heavily upon Wang Hao as well. The relentless exchanges had drained him to the point of extreme exhaustion. Blood loss marred his vision, while the prolonged utilization of his bloodline skill, Sovereign's Ascension, further exacerbated his weariness. Undeterred by the overwhelming exhaustion that ravaged his body, Wang Hao pressed on with unwavering determination. Each punch he threw resonated with the fervor of a warrior at the peak of his strength, disregarding the risk of torn muscles and ruptured meridians. He understood that physical injuries could be mended through proper medical care, but in this crucial moment, winning the trust of his indomitable god of war spirit took precedence. In the face of Wang Hao's relentless assault, even the god of war spirit couldn't help but marvel at his resolute actions. "You fight as if you are untouched by fatigue," the spirit acknowledged, a begrudging admiration creeping into its voice. Wang Hao's response was laced with conviction, his words spoken through gritted teeth. "I am but an instrument of our shared purpose. I will push beyond my limits, enduring any pain necessary, to prove my worth and secure our victory." The spirit's silence spoke volumes, a testament to its acknowledgement of Wang Hao's unwavering dedication. As the relentless assault persisted, Tristan's body reached its breaking point. The power of the Storm Devil God Fury deserted him, leaving him defenseless and collapsing to his knees. He could only endure the onslaught of Wang Hao's attacks, and his body was ravaged both internally and externally. The grim reality dawned upon Tristan, his defeat was inevitable. The culmination of injuries inflicted by Wang Hao and the aftermath of the Storm Devil God Fury technique had left him utterly incapacitated. He had reached the limits of his endurance. With a mixture of exhaustion and triumph in his voice, Wang Hao delivered his final words, his victory resounding in every syllable. "Perhaps I ought to thank you, demon. If not for you, I never would have gained the respect of my own spirit. But now, this will make me even stronger. It is time for you to accept your defeat." Tristan, gasping for breath, mustered a weary nod, his spirit unbroken despite his physical demise. "You may have won for today, human, but I will be even stronger next time." And with that acknowledgement, the battle came to a close, leaving Wang Hao standing triumphant over the fallen Tristan. Despite Tristan's defeat, Wang Hao refused to let up, his spirit ablaze with determination as he locked eyes with the remaining demons, a deadly killing intent burning in his gaze. "Your leader has been vanquished. It is in your best interest to surrender now," Wang Hao declared, his voice dripping with cold certainty. But to his disbelief, instead of yielding, the demons defiantly surged forward, their collective force converging on Wang Hao. Though their numbers were formidable, Wang Hao remained resolute, unshaken by the looming threat. The glimmering crimson armaments hovered in the air, pulsating with malevolent intent, poised to unleash a storm of retribution upon their assailants. Yet, in the midst of wielding these lethal weapons, exhaustion clawed at Wang Hao's weary spirit, and one by one, the crimson armaments dissipated into nothingness, leaving him disarmed and vulnerable. A surge of frustration and anger coursed through Wang Hao as he ground his teeth, cursing the limits of his waning power. The tantalizing taste of victory was within his grasp, if only he had a few more precious moments to annihilate these demons. Time pressed upon him, allowing no room for regrets. With sheer determination, Wang Hao compelled his fatigued body to move, deftly evading the encroaching horde, and avoiding the clutches of certain doom. Only a fraction of the demons persisted in their relentless pursuit, while the rest swiftly redirected their attention to safeguarding Tristan. Their actions spoke volumes, revealing the true nature of their allegiance. Tristan, the sole possessor of a bloodline evolution that transcended conventional standards, embodied their hope for unparalleled strength. The demons recognized the urgency of returning Tristan to their clan, where the secrets of his bloodline evolution could be meticulously explored and harnessed. Tristan was to become an unwitting experimental subject within his own kin, paving the path for the ascension of every member in their clan, their powers bolstered by this enigmatic evolution. The humans and beasts refused to stand idly by as the demons closed in on Tristan. They swiftly sprang into action, mobilizing from their positions with the intent to eradicate the demonic threat once and for all. The resounding victory achieved by Wang Hao against Tristan had ignited a fiery determination within their ranks, particularly among Wang Hao's faction. The triumph had bolstered their morale, and they now realized that the demons were devoid of top-grade experts. This newfound knowledge tipped the scales decisively in favor of the humans, for Wang Ying, still relatively untapped, possessed the capacity to unleash her full strength in combat. This advantage imbued the humans with a newfound sense of confidence and resolve. They sensed that victory was within their grasp, and it spurred them to press forward with unwavering determination. The demons, too, were not blind to the surge of morale among their adversaries. They swiftly assessed the situation and made a calculated decision. A small contingent of demons would bear the responsibility of securing Tristan and guiding him to a place of safety. The humans, undeterred, attempted to intercept this team of demons, intent on annihilating Tristan. Alas, the demons proved formidable adversaries, denying the humans any opportunity to execute their plans. They unleashed a relentless assault, striking with unyielding ferocity. In a matter of seconds, Tristan and the demons accompanying him vanished from sight, whisked away from the chaos of the battlefield. A mix of frustration and determination coursed through the humans. They had been tantalizingly close to capturing Tristan, only to see him slip through their fingers. This turn of events left them yearning for vengeance, their determination hardened even further. At this very moment, Yi Chen lurked in the shadows, meticulously observing the state of the battlefield. He had cunningly sought an opportune moment to make his mark and untangle the web of misunderstandings that plagued him. From his concealed perch atop a towering tree, Yi Chen surveyed the entirety of the chaotic battleground, relishing his advantageous vantage point. His eyes darted between the clashes involving Wang Hao, Wang Ying, Wang Jian's factions, and the allied forces of Stella's beasts. Each beautiful figure that graced his sight stirred his soul, filling him with a peculiar mix of desire and envy. To his satisfaction, none of these captivating women seemed to be in immediate peril. These alluring beauties possessed remarkable skills that allowed them to fend off the relentless onslaught of the demons. As Yi Chen's gaze flitted from one mesmerizing fighter to another, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy gnawing at his core. Wang Hao's awe-inspiring god of war battle spirit ignited within him an insatiable craving for power and recognition. Yi Chen's own spirit, the serene essence calf, functioned solely as an auxiliary entity rather than a formidable combat force. Its remarkable ability to cleanse impurities from resources and herbs made it a valuable asset to alchemists and craftsmen. Nevertheless, Yi Chen couldn't conceal his discontent. He yearned for a spirit with a more pronounced battle prowess, feeling that his current one fell short of his ambitions. However, such setbacks failed to dampen his grandiose aspirations. Despite being confined to the Lord Realm, Yi Chen prided himself on his exceptional ability to gain insights into the laws of the sword. In his mind, this accomplishment elevated him above his peers, bolstering his arrogant sense of self-importance. His combat prowess, honed through relentless dedication, allowed him to wound a King Realm expert caught off guard and engage in an evenly matched duel against a standard King Realm adversary. At this moment, Yi Chen fixated his attention on a team of demons escorting Tristan away from the chaotic fray. The composition of this formidable group consisted of 3 King Realm experts and 14 Lord Realm experts, a lineup that would daunt most individuals. However, Yi Chen harbored unwavering confidence in his ability to carry out the assassination of Tristan. He smugly believed that by successfully eliminating Tristan, he could effectively cleanse the minds of Stella, Hong Meilin, and the other beauties from Wang Jian's faction, thereby dispelling any lingering misunderstandings. In Yi Chen's twisted perspective, his actions would cement him as the virtuous hero, one who deserved the utmost adoration and accolades. Wretched, depraved, unprincipled, and hypocritical, Yi Chen reveled in his twisted worldview. His inflated sense of self-importance and unabashed arrogance shrouded his every thought as he moved towards those demons. With his heavy sword, a weapon steeped in the blood of countless demons, firmly gripped in his right hand, and clutching the potent phantom sword talisman in his left, Yi Chen swiftly sprang into action. A surge of determination coursed through his veins as he activated the phantom sword talisman, unleashing a mesmerizing display of illusionary prowess. The talisman conjured a breathtaking spectacle of hundreds of ethereal swords, each radiating the immense pressure of a King Realm expert's attack. The unsuspecting group of demons found themselves confronted by this unexpected onslaught, their instincts urging them to brace for impact. Capitalizing on their momentary distraction, Yichen channeled his formidable laws of the sword, infusing it into one of his most potent sword skills, swift blade decapitation. This technique epitomized the essence of rapid, seamless swordplay, aiming to sever the opponent's head in a single, decisive stroke. With a lethal blend of precision, agility, and grace, Yichen transformed into a blur of motion, his blade tracing a mesmerizing dance of death. His singular target was none other than Tristan, the center of attention and the epitome of oceanic tempest storm devil bloodline. The surrounding demons, caught off guard by Yichen's audacity, were left reeling. They had been preoccupied with defending against the onslaught of illusory swords and had never fathomed that their ranks would be infiltrated so brazenly. It was this element of surprise that played into Yichen's favor, heightening the chances of his daring assassination attempt's success. Sensing victory within his grasp, Yichen unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated across the battlefield, determined to attract the attention of all present. "Your head is mine, lowly demon." His bellowing proclamation served a dual purpose, to seize the spotlight and execute Tristan in full view of the spectators, establishing himself as the fearless hero committed to eradicating the demonic scourge. Yet, fate would intervene with a cruel twist. Despite Yichen's unwavering resolve, his heavy sword failed to find its mark upon Tristan's flesh. In an unforeseen turn of events, a sinister shroud of dark, formidable demonic shadows manifested around Tristan, swiftly coalescing into an impenetrable barrier that defied Yichen's attack. These menacing shadows, imbued with an otherworldly power, proved insurmountable even for Yichen's potent strike that could have severed Tristan's head from his body. The unexpected resilience of the shadow barrier served as a stark reminder of Tristan's hidden strengths, surpassing even Yichen's most audacious expectations. For an ephemeral moment, Yichen's confidence wavered, his once arrogant demeanor briefly shaken. Amidst the clamor of the battlefield, an unsettling silence settled upon his conscience as he grappled with the realization that his meticulously crafted plans had been foiled by an unforeseen adversary. The presence of the mysterious shadows and their impenetrable barrier shocked both Yichen and the demons protecting Tristan as a brief moment of bewilderment hung in the air. None among the demon horde possessed the ability to wield such formidable shadows, let alone create a barrier capable of shielding Tristan from the lethal blow intended by Yichen. However, the demons swiftly regained their composure as the illusionary swords finally made contact with their ranks. The realization of their deception struck them like a bolt of lightning, fueling their anger and determination to avenge their fallen leader. Fury and contempt dripped from their voices as they confronted Yichen. "You despicable human! How dare you lay a hand on our revered leader? We were even allied together, yet you actually tried to backstab us." Meanwhile, Yichen, taken aback by the failure of his attack, fumbled to retrieve 100 miles teleportation talisman, his movements betraying the surprise that had momentarily clouded his judgment. However, the demons proved swifter, converging upon him from all directions, effectively blocking any path of retreat. A sinister grin spread across the faces of the demons, relishing in the opportunity to exact retribution upon the audacious human who dared to challenge their might. "Where do you think you're going, little human?" they jeered, their voices dripping with sadistic pleasure. In a desperate attempt to evade their clutches, Yichen channeled every ounce of his energy and summoned the full extent of his body cultivation technique, the revered divine bone transformation art. This formidable cultivation art granted him an unmatched resilience, capable of withstanding tremendous physical trauma. However, even with the protection of his divine cultivation technique, Yichen was not impervious to harm. The relentless onslaught from the demons took its toll, leaving him battered and bloodied, his body bearing the marks of their vicious attacks. Pain coursed through his veins, and a muffled groan escaped his lips, a fleeting moment of vulnerability betraying the mask of arrogance he usually wore. As their gazes fixed upon the unfolding spectacle, Stella, Lady Zhuoran, Bishi Shuyan, and Hong Meilin wore expressions dripping with disdain. To them, Yichen's current predicament was nothing short of a fitting retribution for his unforgivable act of aligning himself with the demons. On the other hand, the members of Wang Ying and Wang Hao's factions stood transfixed, their eyes widening with a mix of awe and bewilderment. Unaware of Yichen's recent treachery, they could only marvel at his resilience and formidable display of skill. Little did they know that if they were privy to the truth, their admiration would crumble and morph into anger and contempt. Meanwhile, a sense of satisfaction radiated from Jean Meixiang as she watched Yichen's suffering unfold. Get the latest chapters on n/velben.com. Her disdain for him was no secret, fueled by his arrogant and brazen demeanor. However, beneath the surface, a tangled web of emotions entwined. Part of her dislike stemmed from an unrequited attraction to Wang Jian, whose captivating charm had ensnared her heart. Yi Chen's opposition to Wang Jian only deepened her resentment, fueling her delight at witnessing his current plight. In a world where alliances were everything, Jin Meixiang yearned for the opportunity to offer her family's hand in marriage to Wang Jian's prestigious palace. Alas, the fates had conspired against her, tethering her clan to the second princess, Wang Ying. It was an insurmountable barrier that crushed her hopes and left her resigned to the bitter reality that some dreams would forever remain unattainable. Yi Chen didn't continue to suffer for long as reinforcements in the form of the third prince's forces soon arrived. As the third prince, Wang Chen, led his forces to the central region, he couldn't shake off the sense of urgency. He arrived just slightly later than Wang Ying, Wang Hao, Wang Jian's factions, and Stella's beast forces, who were already engaged in a fierce battle against the relentless demon horde. Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret, realizing that his faction might have arrived too late to claim credit for the impending victory. As he watched the ongoing chaos, a bead of sweat trickled down Wang Chen's brow when he witnessed the epic clash between his elder brother, Wang Hao, and the formidable Tristan. The sheer magnitude of the power disparity between them sent shivers down his spine. It was a humbling revelation, leaving Wang Chen and his faction questioning their choices. They couldn't help but wonder if they had aligned themselves with the wrong faction, for the overwhelming and domineering might displayed by Wang Hao was beyond anything they had anticipated. The realization dawned upon them that Wang Hao possessed the strength to effortlessly defeat their entire faction unless confronted by an opponent of equal caliber. They all knew, deep down, that even their esteemed leader, Wang Chen, a peak Lord Realm expert, would pale in comparison to Wang Hao. The mere thought of Wang Chen advancing to the King Realm was but a feeble hope, as it seemed unlikely he could ever surpass Wang Hao's might. Nevertheless, a glimmer of relief washed over them when Wang Hao finally displayed signs of weariness after his triumphant battle against Tristan. Sensing an opportunity, Wang Chen rallied his forces, his voice resonating with determination as he addressed his subordinates, "Stay vigilant and survey the entire battlefield. To secure the Butterfly Spirit Queen's mark, our achievements must surpass those of my eldest brother and second sister. Only by decimating this horde of demons can we attain our desired glory." In the midst of their fervor, Wang Chen's faction spotted a group of demons carrying Tristan away to safety. At that moment, Wang Chen's resolve solidified, and his plan took shape. Their aim was clear, to wipe out every last demon in that group. This would undoubtedly become a pivotal moment, an extraordinary highlight in the annals of this fierce battle. Yet, as they prepared to charge forward, fate took an unexpected turn. Yi Chen, a blur of agility, outpaced Wang Chen's forces, causing them to pause their advance. The present situation unfolded before their eyes, as Yi Chen valiantly endured the unrelenting onslaught of demon attacks, trapped with no escape and no means to retaliate. It was at this crucial juncture that Wang Chen's faction made a unanimous decision to intervene. From strategic positions, they emerged, surrounding the demon force and sealing their retreat. The demons grimaced, fully aware of the dire straits they now found themselves in. Trapped with no chance of escape, their only option appeared to be an inescapable demise. However, rather than succumbing to despair, the demons found a renewed vigor within. They fought with unwavering determination, defying their impending fate. The demons, previously locked in a fierce assault against Yi Chen, abruptly redirected their attention to Wang Chen's faction, sensing a formidable new adversary on the battlefield. In a swift motion, they formed a defensive formation, their eyes gleaming with a mix of trepidation and determination. Alas, fortune was not on their side, for the group of demons found themselves distanced from their main force. Across the sprawling battlefield, their comrades waged a titanic struggle against the combined might of Wang Jian's, Wang Hao's, Wang Ying's factions, and Stella's awe-inspiring beast forces. This unfortunate positioning meant that their brethren couldn't swiftly come to their aid, leaving them vulnerable and isolated. Unbeknownst to the demons, Wang Chen's faction had expertly seized this tactical advantage, their every move calculated to exploit the situation. Like a hunter stalking its prey, they had purposefully positioned themselves to trap the demons and unleash a devastating assault upon them. "This is the perfect moment for you despicable demons to prostrate yourself and beg for your lowly lives," Wang Chen declared with an air of authority. The demons, their malevolent gazes fixed upon Wang Chen and his forces, remained ominously silent, their hostility simmering beneath the surface. Unfazed by their defiance, Wang Chen raised his arm, his commanding presence palpable. "Charge," he bellowed, unleashing his subordinates with a thunderous cry. But what unfolded next was a sight that left the entire battlefield stunned, both friend and foe alike. From the rear of Wang Chen's faction emerged a multitude of lethal projectiles, their trajectory set to rain down upon his own forces. Swords, needles, blades, spears, and arrows descended upon them, each imbued with a volatile elemental aura. Yet, these weapons held a secret. Their aura was concealed by enigmatic talismans, rendering them undetectable even by the most perceptive sensors on the battlefield. The sound of hundreds of weapons hurtling through the air reached the ears of Wang Chen and his comrades, raising their heads in anticipation. In a split second, Wang Chen reacted, raising his arms in a protective cross formation, his voice a resolute command. "Brace yourselves." The impact was cataclysmic. The weapons struck their intended targets with a resounding thud, triggering a series of small explosions that echoed through the air. As the orangish dust billowed, shrouding the battlefield in a hazy veil, the true extent of the assault became apparent. Wang Chen, his once formidable presence now diminished, bore the weight of severe injuries upon his arms and shoulders. His faction, too, lay scattered and wounded, their reaction to the sudden attack having been tragically delayed. The air was thick with heavy breathing as the surviving members of Wang Chen's faction grappled with the gravity of their wounds. A sense of profound exhaustion settled upon them, each breath a testament to the toll exacted by the ruthless onslaught. Among them, only a select few King Realm warriors clung to life, albeit with minor injuries. Their expressions, a chilling blend of calculation and terror, mirrored the bleak reality of their situation as they beheld the approaching demons, eyes ablaze with a fiery determination. Fury surged within Wang Chen, his voice resonating with righteous indignation that reverberated across the battlefield. EAD new chapters on no/v/e/ln.com. "Who dares launch such a despicable sneak attack against us?" he thundered, his words punctuated by an unwavering resolve to unearth the truth. Alas, the answer remained elusive, swallowed by the ominous silence that hung heavy in the air. Faced with the absence of a response, Wang Chen's faction found themselves thrust into a desperate struggle, forced to confront the demons who now shielded Tristan from their reach. In their current depleted state, the odds seemed insurmountable, a daunting challenge that threatened to crush their spirits. "Darn it!" Wang Chen's voice echoed with a potent mix of frustration and determination. "We shall not falter even in such a predicament. Even in our wounded state, we shall fight with unwavering valor." Yet, amid the chaos and turmoil, a disheartening truth revealed itself. Not all members of Wang Chen's faction shared his unwavering resolve. The faction, comprised of diverse individuals with their own ambitions and allegiances, harbored a contingent of rebellious and unprincipled groups whose loyalty wavered in the face of personal gain. Of the 5 King Realm experts who had sustained minor injuries, 3 made a fateful decision that shattered the unity of their faction. The Black Hand Organization, the Jade Serpent Sect, and the Lotus Assassins Group, swayed by their selfish desires, chose to forsake their leader in this darkest hour. Their personal groups of subordinates followed suit, leaving Wang Chen to grapple with the gravity of their betrayal. In the face of such abandonment, a wave of seething anger surged within Wang Chen. It coursed through his veins, threatening to consume him whole. The intensity of his emotions reached a crescendo, his frustration and betrayal mingling to form a potent cocktail that threatened to drown him. The veins on his forehead bulged, a visible testament to the tumultuous storm brewing within his being. The weight of this betrayal bore down on Wang Chen's weary shoulders, threatening to crush his spirit. The battlefield, once filled with a united front, now stood fragmented and fractured. It was a blow that cut deep, leaving him grappling with a whirlwind of emotions, unrelenting rage and a profound sense of betrayal. At that moment, the battlefield seemed to hold its breath, the air heavy with tension. The remaining members of Wang Chen's faction, their faces etched with disbelief and uncertainty, watched as their leader's fury radiated like an inferno. They stood witness to a pivotal moment, teetering on the brink of despair. Wang Chen's voice, now tinged with an icy determination, sliced through the silence like a blade. "We shall not allow this treachery to extinguish our flame." His words hung in the air, a resolute call to arms. It was a plea, a desperate plea, to salvage what remained of their shattered cohesion. The fate of their faction now teetered on a knife's edge, balancing precariously between submission and resurgence. With bated breath, the surviving members of Wang Chen's faction contemplated their leader's unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, in the distance, Wang Jian stood on the branch of a tree with a disdainful look on his face, "And that is why you should never ever have messed with me, my dear third brother. How do you like the taste of your dear subordinates leaving you in this predicament? From the looks of your face, you seem to love it. Ha ha ha." From his vantage point, Wang Jian meticulously observed the unfolding battlefield, his eyes scanning for a moment of opportunity to sway the tides in his favor. The unexpected revelation of Wang Hao's formidable spirit had caught him off guard, yet he quickly regained his composure. He reasoned that as long as the true god of war spirit remained restrained, he still had a chance to beat Wang Hao. Well, Wang Jian might need to utilize the complete might of his devil bloodline at that moment. As time passed, Wang Jian's senses keenly detected Yi Chen's presence, lurking in the shadows as an astute observer of the battlefield. It was easy to discern Yi Chen's motives, given his dire predicament. Undoubtedly, Yi Chen sought a chance to clear his name and regain his honor. Fate soon bestowed upon Yi Chen the very opportunity he sought, the chance to slaughter Tristan. With audacious resolve, Yi Chen fearlessly advanced, intent on assassinating the demon leader. The entire group of demons was caught off guard by Yi Chen's daring maneuver, but Wang Jian remained calm and composed amidst the chaos. Drawing upon his mastery of the shadow manipulation technique, Wang Jian skillfully extended his shadow, interposing it between Yi Chen's lethal strike and Tristan's vulnerable form, effectively saving the demon leader's life. In that pivotal moment, Yi Chen's fate seemed sealed, for any ordinary person would have perished under the relentless assault of the numerous demons surrounding him. Yet, fortune smiled upon Yi Chen, an inexplicable stroke of luck that carried the blessings of the world's essence. As if guided by unseen hands, another faction emerged from the shadows, their intervention aimed at vanquishing the very demons that threatened Yi Chen's existence. In a twist of fate, their timely arrival not only preserved Yi Chen's life but also ensured the demise of every demon that dared to harm him. Unknown to all but Wang Jian, this moment had been foreseen and meticulously planned for. Wang Jian had meticulously kept track of the various powers present in the forest, calculating their capabilities and loyalty, all while ensuring that no overt divine intervention would be suspected. Among the factions at his disposal, only one fit the criteria, the Third Prince's faction, led by Wang Chen. With his machinations set in motion, Wang Jian had already enlisted the aid of the Crimson Cult, urging them to launch an attack specifically targeting Wang Chen's faction. This would fulfill the Crimson Cult's end of the agreement they had struck with Wang Jian. Now, it was time for Wang Jian to honor his part of the bargain. However, that would happen later. Right now, he had to manage the current situation. He found it somewhat perplexing that the Crimson Cult had yet to join the battlefield. Given their earlier sneak attack on Wang Chen's forces, he had expected them to swiftly enter the fray. His mind briefly wandered to the enigmatic group of demons who had been in negotiations with the Crimson Cult. Their aura exuded a palpable malevolence, far more sinister than the demons battling the combined forces of humans and beasts. Yet, after striking a deal with the Crimson Cult, these demons seemed to have vanished from Wang Jian's spiritual sensitivity skills' reach, skillfully veiling themselves beneath a concealment array. Recognizing the futility of his search, Wang Jian redirected his focus to the unfolding chaos on the battlefield. However, his attention was drawn to a figure lying motionless amidst the carnage, Yi Chen, his injuries evident and his condition precarious. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, a glimmer of hope seemed distant for Yi Chen, trapped in his weakened state. The demons protecting Tristan were busy fighting against Wang Chen's remnant forces. However, as the demons were about to end their skirmish with Wang Chen's forces, a palpable sense of foreboding hung heavy in the air. A terrifying aura, reminiscent of the infamous Storm Devil God Fury technique employed by Tristan, swept across the battlefield, sending shivers down the spines of all who felt its sinister presence. All eyes turned skyward, where an immense and intricate dark magical circle materialized, casting an eerie glow upon the embattled ground below. A peculiar darkness engulfed the entire battlefield, reaching every combatant ensnared within the boundaries of the mystical sigils. In a dramatic twist of fate, a formidable force of demons materialized before the astonished onlookers. Leading this newfound horde of demons was an ethereal woman of unparalleled beauty, her dark locks cascading around her, and her crimson eyes ablaze with a wicked gleam. In her hand, she wielded a formidable scythe, emanating an ancient and formidable aura. With a voice that echoed like a chilling harbinger of doom, the demonic woman known as the Nether Curseweaver Devil Princess proclaimed her intentions. "Humans, surrender. You are cursed by my technique. Your chi shall be siphoned by my insidious formation and bestowed upon the demons as rejuvenating energy. Your fate is sealed." The battlefield trembled under the weight of her proclamation, as the Devil Princess exuded an aura that exuded power and dominance. Though not a true princess of any devil clan, her extraordinary abilities had earned her the moniker of the Devil Princess, endearing her to one of the great devil clans who recognized her exceptional talents. Unbeknownst to all, the Nether Curseweaver Devil Princess and her cunning demon group had been meticulously constructing a formidable formation, hidden in plain sight. Their malevolent plan was nearing completion. Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, Wang Ying, fueled by her battle spirit, the Frostwave Kraken Sovereign, charged fearlessly towards the Nether Curseweaver Devil Princess. With a swift motion, she unleashed a barrage of ice shards aimed at her nemesis, while simultaneously thrusting her spear forward with unwavering determination. To the astonishment of all witnesses, the Nether Curseweaver Devil Princess scoffed at the feeble attempt, effortlessly blocking the onslaught. Dark tendrils sprouted from her ethereal form, swiftly neutralizing the ice shards with an air of contempt. And as Wang Ying's spear thrust reached its intended target, the Devil Princess deflected the attack with a dismissive flick of her hand, using her formidable scythe as a shield. Wang Ying's eyes widened in disbelief at the ease with which her attacks had been nullified. She felt a sense of bewilderment, as if her strikes had lost a significant portion of their power, leaving her at a disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity to revel in her triumph, the Nether Curseweaver Devil Princess explained with a chilling smirk, "Confusion seems to cloud your mind. Allow me to enlighten you. The curse bestowed upon you possesses a unique ability, draining half the power of any attack launched by those under its influence if it's targeted at me." A cold shiver ran down Wang Ying's spine as the reality of her diminished strength sank in. However, she refused to succumb to fear. Instead, a contemptuous smile danced upon her lips as she defiantly retorted, "Bringing me into such close proximity to you shall be your ultimate downfall." Unbeknownst to the Devil Princess, the glow of one of Wang Ying's bangles intensified, heralding a surge of potent ice energy that swept through the ranks of the demon group. "While my power may wane in your presence, I have discovered that your curse holds no sway over the strength imbued within my spear. Talismans and artifacts still retain their potency against you," Wang Ying declared, her voice ringing with unwavering confidence. In a breathtaking display of her newfound knowledge, Wang Ying unleashed a devastating ice blast upon the Nether Curseweaver Devil Princess, the intensity of the attack catching both her intended target and the surrounding demons off guard. The sudden eruption of power sent shockwaves through the battlefield, leaving the onlookers in awe of Wang Ying's resilience and resourcefulness. As the swirling dust cloud enveloped the battlefield, obscuring the vision of all who stood witness, a chilling voice pierced through the chaos. The Nether Curseweaver Devil Princess's words echoed, carrying a wicked tone that sent shivers down the spines of those present. "Did you ever ponder where your drained energy goes? Ah, perhaps the weight of the moment kept such thoughts at bay. Allow me to enlighten you, it flows directly to me." When the haze finally settled, the resplendent figure of the Nether Curseweaver Devil Princess materialized, encased behind an impenetrable wall of pure, malevolent energy. The sight alone was enough to sow seeds of doubt and unease in the hearts of even the bravest warriors. Yet, in a testament to unwavering loyalty and unyielding courage, Wang Ying's trusted subordinates swiftly closed the distance, rallying beside their valiant leader. Determined to turn the tide, they prepared to face the onslaught unleashed by the Devil Princess's own formidable forces. Without hesitation, the demonic minions under the Devil Princess's command charged forth, engaging in a vicious clash with Wang Ying's resolute comrades. The clash of weapons and the crackling of arcane energies filled the air as both sides fought tooth and nail for supremacy. Wang Ying's indomitable warriors, fueled by the power of their awe-inspiring artifacts and assault talismans, unleashed devastating blows upon their demonic adversaries. Each strike carried the weight of their unyielding resolve, rending the very fabric of the battlefield. However, these were no ordinary demons who faced Wang Ying's fierce onslaught. They were a select group that had grown in strength through countless battles, forged in the crucible of relentless conflict. Their darkened souls burned with an insatiable thirst for victory, and they retaliated with a ferocity that threatened to overwhelm their courageous opponents. Amidst this cataclysmic clash, the Nether Curseweaver Devil Princess's attention was abruptly drawn to a peculiar sight. Through the haze of the battlefield, she beheld a woman performing an extraordinary feat. With unwavering determination, Hong Meilin was freeing individuals from the clutches of the Devil Princess's insidious curse. This unexpected turn of events unsettled the Devil Princess, casting a flicker of doubt upon her calculated strategy. Among the countless combatants embroiled in the chaos, only 2 individuals defied her malevolent curse. Wang Hao stood resolute, fortified by the incomparable power of the God of War spirit. This was no surprise to the Devil Princess, who had clashed with him on numerous occasions, acutely aware of his unique abilities and unwavering resolve. Yet, she had patiently bided her time, waiting for him to exhaust his formidable energy, knowing that he possessed the potential to reshape the fate of all on the battlefield. However, the presence of Hong Meilin, the revered saintess of the Church of Divine Light, was an unforeseen variable, a radiant light in the midst of darkness. The Devil Princess had not accounted for this unexpected twist, as the saintess wielded an inherent immunity to her insidious curse. Moreover, her energy possessed the power to dispel her curse. Zyrithia, a once unremarkable low-ranked demon residing in the impoverished slums of the demon realm, found herself thrust into a life-altering adventure on an otherwise ordinary day. Drawn by the distant echoes of battle, her curiosity propelled her towards the source of the commotion. Unbeknownst to Zyrithia, her clumsy approach caught the attention of the battling demons, and their menacing gazes fixated upon her. Swiftly realizing the imminent danger, she turned on her heels and sprinted in the opposite direction, desperately seeking an escape route. Fate, however, had other plans for Zyrithia. In her panicked flight, she stumbled upon a concealed pit, its entrance cunningly disguised by an intricate illusionary array. Plunging into the depths of the pit, she unknowingly entered a hidden underground tunnel, leaving her pursuers bewildered and empty-handed. Within the subterranean labyrinth, Zyrithya's eyes beheld a sight that would forever alter her destiny. The tunnel was a graveyard of slain demonic beasts, their corpses serving as a testament to battles long past. As her gaze wandered, it alighted upon a majestic totem, a statue that stood as an ancestral embodiment of the renowned Nether Curseweaver clan. The totem radiated an otherworldly aura, beckoning Zyrithia closer. This demonic totem possessed 4 invaluable treasures, each holding the potential to reshape Zyrithya's existence. The first was a spatial pouch, once brimming with rare resources whose energy had waned over time. Nonetheless, within its confines lay remnants of potent energy, a treasure trove for a demon like Zyrithia. The second treasure was a complete cultivation manual, meticulously chronicling the profound techniques of an eminent practitioner of the Nether Curseweaver clan. It held within its pages a collection of cursed techniques. The third treasure presented itself as a single drop of ancestral bloodline, the life essence of the very ancestral expert immortalized in the totem. Oblivious to its potency, Zyrithia fearlessly touched the crimson droplet with her bare hands. As the blood seeped into her very being, excruciating agony engulfed her for an entire week. During that harrowing period, her bloodline, physique, and very spirit were subjected to relentless disintegration and regeneration, each cycle an excruciating test of endurance. By all accounts, she should have perished due to her having no direct relations to the Nether Curseweaver clan. In truth, Zyrithya's survival was a testament to her minuscule but undeniable connection to the Nether Curseweaver clan, an ancient lineage that intertwined with her blood through a distant 7th-generational ancestor. Illicit liaisons between high-ranking demons and women of various backgrounds had given rise to a multitude of illegitimate offspring, each possessing the potential of a powerful devil clan. Alas, without the clan's elusive techniques necessary to unlock and harness their latent abilities, these progeny remained confined to obscurity, their potential unrealized. In an astonishing metamorphosis, Zyrithia emerged from her harrowing ordeal forever changed. The ancestral blood not only awakened her dormant Nether Curseweaver devil bloodline but also bestowed upon her heightened instincts, enabling her to intuitively grasp the intricacies of her newfound heritage and its ancient techniques. Lastly, the fourth treasure bestowed upon her was the legendary ancestral Nether Curse scythe, accompanied by an intricate manuscript detailing its enigmatic techniques. Wielding the scythe would prove a daunting challenge, as Zyrithia had never before held such a weapon in her hands. But the sheer power resonating from the ancient artifact fueled her determination, for she understood that mastery over the scythe would render her an unstoppable force, capable of reshaping destinies and carving her name into the annals of history. Zyrithia wasted no time in making her triumphant return to the Demon Realm's mainland, armed with the newfound and enigmatic skills that set her apart from the masses. The Nether Curseweaver Devil clan, initially taken aback by her extraordinary abilities, swiftly recognized her potential and eagerly welcomed her into their fold. Her ascent was nothing short of meteoric, but her journey was not without its share of thorns. Within the confines of the clan, Zyrithia faced the sting of discrimination and ostracization. Bound by archaic traditions and plagued by narrow-minded thinking, many demons viewed her as an outsider, their vision clouded by ignorance and prejudice. Yet, Zyrithia remained undeterred, proving their preconceived notions wrong time and time again. She unleashed her unparalleled talent, triumphing over numerous clan heirs and leaving no doubt as to her rightful place as the most gifted successor of the Nether Curseweaver Devil clan. In recognition of her indomitable spirit and unmatched prowess, Zyrithia was bestowed the honor of becoming the clan's representative for a critical mission, an audacious endeavor to infiltrate and corrupt the everlasting mystic empire from within. While her encounters with the formidable Crown Prince's faction had brought both victories and defeats, Zyrithya's influence within the empire grew steadily. Her faction flourished, spreading its tendrils throughout the vast expanse of the everlasting mystic empire. What set Zyrithia apart from her fellow demons was not merely her ability to rally others to her cause, but also her rare talent for enlisting the aid of humans. She had managed to forge alliances that transcended the boundaries of species, weaving a web of cooperation and mutual benefit. It was not solely her persuasive or negotiating skills that won over these humans, her curse-inflicted abilities played an instrumental role. Through the sinister power of her curses, she wielded an irresistible allure, ensnaring the hearts and minds of those susceptible to her dark charms. At this moment, Xerithia's faction and Wang Ying's faction were clashing against each other. The tension in the air was palpable. Wang Hao, now fully conscious, scowled as he laid his eyes upon Xerithia's approaching forces. A mixture of frustration and determination welled up within him, causing his fists to clench instinctively. He desperately yearned to activate his god of war spirit, knowing that without tapping into its formidable power, he stood little chance of defeating Xerithia in his current wounded state. However, to his dismay, his attempts to unleash the god of war spirit proved futile. The exhaustion that came with wielding such an immense force was no joke, leaving Wang Hao drained and unable to summon its might once more, at least not so soon. Accepting the temporary setback, he redirected his focus, honing his attention on harnessing the power of his laws of fist. The demons of the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan surrounded him, their menacing presence demanding his unwavering focus and skill. With steely resolve, Wang Hao pushed aside his frustration and delved deep into his well of combat expertise. Each strike he delivered was a testament to his unwavering spirit and unyielding determination. Visit novilbin.c/m for the L-test updates. The pressure on each combatant, both human and beast, intensified exponentially as Wang Ying's faction rallied behind their leader to assist in the battle against Xerithia's formidable forces. As the clash raged on, Wang Hao's unwavering dedication to the fight and his unrelenting pursuit of victory became evident. His injuries, though still a hindrance, served as a mere obstacle that fueled his determination rather than dampening his resolve. With every strike he unleashed, he aimed to dismantle the enemy's ranks, creating openings and opportunities for his allies to press forward. Meanwhile, the battlefield trembled under the weight of the ongoing struggle. The clash of demonic and human forces echoed through the air, punctuated by roars, cries, and the sound of colliding weapons. In the midst of the chaos, Yi Chen's eyelids fluttered open, his body aching from the merciless assault he had endured at the hands of the demons guarding Tristan. Slowly, he rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the scene that lay before him. What met his eyes was a grim tableau of death and devastation. The lifeless bodies of numerous humans littered the area, a testament to the fierce battle that had taken place. Among the fallen were the loyal followers of the third Prince Wang Qin, his trusted faction who had valiantly stood their ground against the onslaught of demons. The majority of them had tragically succumbed to their wounds, and their lives extinguished in the line of duty, their sacrifice an epitaph of their unwavering loyalty. Yet, amidst the carnage, the third prince still clung to life, a testament to the determination and resilience that burned within him. However, his survival was not solely his own doing, but owed much to the selfless devotion of his remaining loyal subordinates. These brave few had laid down their lives to shield their prince from harm, their unwavering loyalty acting as a shield against the encroaching darkness. As the demons protecting Tristan caught sight of Xerithia's arrival, their priorities shifted, abandoning their ruthless assault on Wang Chen's faction. Leaving behind a meager contingent to keep the prince's followers occupied, they swiftly made their retreat, their focus now directed toward securing a safe haven for themselves. Yi Chen's frustration simmered within him, his teeth gritted in anger as he muttered through clenched jaws, "Why? Why did that shadow intervene to protect Tristan? My timing was flawless, my attack formidable, and my concealment impeccable. So why, oh why, was my plan thwarted?" Surveying the battlefield, his eyes fell upon Xerithia, the very demon princess whose life he had once saved. It was that act of kindness that had cast him as a public enemy within the empire. Every misfortune he had faced seemed to trace back to her. Now, with Wang Ying locked in a fierce struggle against Xerithia, Yi Chen's weakened form took hesitant steps towards the fray. Gripping his heavy sword in one hand, he fumbled to retrieve rare, vital herbs from his pouch, determined to mend his injuries as best he could before joining the battle. With each determined step forward, Yi Chen closed the distance, catching the attention of those near the battlefield. His presence did not go unnoticed by Xerithia, her eyes gleaming with a devious glint as she spoke aloud, commanding the attention of all who stood witness. "Hey, you!" Xerithia called out, her voice carrying across the tumultuous field. "Help me keep this woman occupied for a few minutes. I know of your secret dealings with Tristan, and I saw how you aided his faction against both humans and beasts. I promise you, your efforts won't be in vain." The proclamation hung in the air, causing Wang Ying to exclaim in disbelief, her voice ringing out amidst the chaos. Even Elder Hua and Jean Meixiang, both taken aback by the revelation, gasped audibly. None had anticipated that Yi Chen would be aligned with a demon. As Xerithia's words settled upon the ears of those present, Yi Chen hesitated for a moment, his mind racing to concoct a suitable response. Initially prepared to deny the accusation vehemently, he paused, realizing the partial truth in her words. It was true that he had assisted Tristan's demon faction in their battles against both humans and beasts. However, he had his own reasons, far from aligning with the demons. Yet, that momentary pause proved disastrous, for Wang Ying, Elder Hua, and Jin Meixiang swiftly arrived at their own conclusions, convinced by Xerithia's words and the apparent absence of a denial from Yi Chen. Tongue-tied and trapped, he found himself ensnared in a web of misunderstanding. Seizing the diversion she had caused by using Yi Chen, Xerithia skillfully maneuvered herself away from her intense clash with Wang Ying, her eyes gleaming with determination. She knew all too well the danger that Hong Meilin posed to her, armed with an unforgiving holy light capable of dispelling her nefarious curses. Across the battlefield, Hong Meilin had already unleashed her power, banishing the curses that had plagued the King Realm experts of Wang Hao and Wang Jian's factions. Her radiant aura flickered with an otherworldly brilliance, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos of battle. As Wang Hao, Wang Jian, and Stella's beast forces engaged in a ferocious struggle against the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan, Xerithia deftly slipped through the fray, her lithe form weaving between combatants with a fluid grace. Her intent was clear: eliminate Hong Meilin before the holy light could disrupt her wicked schemes. But fate had other plans. Just as Xerithia closed in on her unsuspecting target, her hopes were dashed by the sudden vigilance of Stella and Lady Zhuoran. Their keen senses, honed through countless battles, alerted them to Xerithia's stealthy approach. Without hesitation, Stella and Lady Zhuoran swiftly turned their attention towards the would-be assassin, their movements synchronized in a deadly dance. Their combined attacks surged forward, aimed at neutralizing the imminent threat. Yet, Xerithia, undeterred by the odds stacked against her, brandished her ancestral nethercurse scythe. The scythe sliced through the air, parrying the oncoming onslaught with calculated precision. Sparks erupted as the wind and water elemental attacks clashed against her blade. With a calculated retreat, Xerithia gracefully disengaged from the confrontation with Stella and Lady Zhuoran, her movements evoking an eerie elegance. As the realization of Yi Chen's affiliation with the demonic forces sank in, a wave of anger and disbelief swept through the ranks of Wang Ying's faction. The loss of their loved ones at the hands of these wicked demons fueled their fury, and they were determined to make Yi Chen pay for his treachery. Yi Chen, now under attack, refused to be a mere pawn in their game. Drawing upon his resolve, he swiftly retaliated, his movements fluid and precise, fending off his assailants with calculated strikes. The clash of weapons reverberated through the chaotic battlefield, intensifying the atmosphere of tension and conflict. The chaos and uproar caused by Yi Chen's resistance caught the attention of Wang Ying and Elder Hua, who now regarded him with renewed hostility. Without hesitation, they joined the fray, their attacks aimed at subduing and eliminating the perceived traitor. Witnessing Yi Chen's desperate struggle, Xerithia, having returned to her faction's side, saw an opportunity to turn the tide in their favor. A sly smile curved her lips as she approached Yi Chen, her eyes gleaming with a mix of deviousness and anticipation. "You've made a wise choice, Yi Chen," Xerithia taunted, her voice dripping with mock sincerity. "Soon, these humans will understand the futility of their resistance, and we will reign victorious over their lifeless bodies." Yi Chen's friends within Wang Ying's faction, utterly disillusioned by his alliance with the demonic forces, stood in disbelief. A profound sense of betrayal colored their expressions as they resolved to sever all ties with him. Their once unbreakable bonds shattered under the weight of their newfound animosity. A friend from the Mystic Creature Handlers Union, a mixture of anger and grief etched on his face, commanded his loyal beasts to attack Yi Chen, intending to end his life and avenge their fallen comrades. The air crackled with hostility as the beasts lunged forward, their primal instincts driving them to strike down their former ally. Yet, amidst the chaos, the demons in Xerithia's faction swiftly moved to intercept the charging beasts, forming a protective barrier around Yi Chen. With uncanny coordination, they fought tooth and claw, preventing the beasts from reaching their intended target. Xerithia's gaze locked onto Yi Chen, her smile spreading wider like the coiling tendrils of darkness. "Do you see now, Yi Chen? Even your closest friends have turned their backs on you," she murmured, her voice dripping with a mixture of feigned sympathy and twisted delight. "But fear not, for I will be your friend. Our fates were intertwined from the moment you selflessly saved me." Wang Ying's anguished cry echoed through the battlefield, her voice heavy with betrayal and shattered trust. "Why, Yi Chen? How could you betray us like this? I considered you a true friend, someone I could rely on when the world doubted you. It seems I was gravely mistaken in my judgment." As her words reverberated through the air, shards of ice materialized and hurtled towards Yi Chen, propelled by Wang Ying's anguish and anger. With swift precision, Xerithia twirled her scythe, intercepting the icy onslaught, each shard shattering upon contact. Her movements exuded a mixture of disdain and conceit as she responded to Wang Ying's accusations. Oh, is it not crystal clear why he would align himself with us? We demons honor and respect our allies, rewarding them with immeasurable riches and power, far more than you selfish humans could ever comprehend. Yi Chen's heart wavered, torn between his former friendships and the seductive promises of power and reward from Xyrithyia. The weight of his decision hung heavily upon him as he struggled to find his voice amidst the chaos and conflicting emotions. Wang Ying's face contorted with a mix of anger and hurt. Yi Chen's gaze shifted from Xyrithyia to Wang Ying, reflecting the storm of conflict raging within his soul. Second princess, it's not as simple as it seems. I never wished to aid the demons, he began, his voice laden with remorse. Wang Ying's expression hardened into a frown as she pressed him for answers. Then why do you stand with them now? Yi Chen's eyes flickered momentarily toward Stella, Wang Jian's faction, and the surrounding battlefield. A sigh escaped his lips before he returned his gaze to Wang Ying. Explaining the situation now would only complicate matters further. Just know that I never sought to break your trust or become your enemy, second princess, he replied, his words tinged with resignation. A glacial chill settled in Wang Ying's eyes, fueled by the realization that Yi Chen had chosen to align himself with Xyrithyia. It was an admission, an unspoken acknowledgement of where his allegiance now resided. In truth, Yi Chen had an option, a chance to betray Xyrithyia and regain the trust of his human allies. He knew that a swift strike from behind, catching Xyrithyia off guard, could potentially turn the tides. Yet, he hesitated. His hesitation stemmed from a fear, a gnawing uncertainty that the humans would turn against him once Xyrithia's faction fell. Discover new chapters at novelby.co. Despite his valiant efforts to rid them of Tristan's threat, it seemed as though his actions had been overshadowed by Xyrithia's honeyed words. And now, faced with the loss of trust from Wang Ying and his other allies, Yi Chen clung to the one person who held the key to his survival in this treacherous predicament. But there was an undeniable truth that he struggled to confront: the intoxicating allure of Xyrithia's exceptional beauty had played a role in his decision. Deep down, he yearned for her favor, his desires clouding his judgment and justifying his hesitation. Had it been a man or an ugly woman, Yi Chen would not have hesitated to turn against them. Yet, the captivating presence of Xyrithyia ignited a selfish and depraved intention within him, rendering him unable to strike her down. He desperately craved a favorable impression from her, fueled by his own dark desires. With resolve hardening in his heart, Yi Chen launched himself into battle against Wang Ying's formidable forces. The shocking revelation of his alliance with the demons reverberated across the battlefield, leaving Wang Hao and even Guan Yin dumbfounded. None of them had anticipated that Yi Chen would truly side with the forces they deemed nefarious. Guan Yin, Yi Chen's childhood friend, was particularly taken aback by his transformation. The memories of a righteous and compassionate man from their shared past clashed with the reality she now faced. The Yi Chen she knew had been shaped by principles of honor and kindness, but the man before her now wore a wicked guise, a distortion of the friend she once cherished. In her eyes, he had become a dark and treacherous figure, deserving nothing less than a gruesome death, his body rent into 1,000 shattered pieces. Amidst the relentless clash of swords and the deafening roar of magic, Wang Jian reveled in the chaos unfolding before his eyes. An insidious laughter escaped his lips as he marveled at the cunning prowess of the Nether Curseweaver Devil Princess. His voice, laden with sinister amusement, drifted into the wind. Ah, the Nether Curseweaver Devil Princess, a mastermind indeed. She must have discerned the truth, that Yi Chen's alliance with the demons was naught but a colossal misunderstanding. Yet, she wove a web of manipulation, transforming that misunderstanding into an undeniable reality. It seems her hopes for Yi Chen's untapped potential are exceedingly high. Lost in contemplation, Wang Jian's thoughts unfurled like a tapestry of intrigue. I have orchestrated countless instances where the world's essence has intervened to safeguard Yi Chen's life. Undoubtedly, such interventions have depleted a significant portion of his luck. While it may not be sufficient to claim his existence, it does present an opportunity for something equally tantalizing: to play with his cherished heroines. A wicked grin etched across his face, Wang Jian's eyes gleamed with perverse curiosity. I wonder, when a heroine, blessed with unparalleled fortune, seeks to extinguish the life of a protagonist, what shall transpire? Will the protagonists succumb to their destined demise, or shall the heroine bear the brunt of an overwhelming backlash? Dark amusement danced in his eyes as he relished the prospect of unraveling the intricate threads of fate. With calculated malevolence, Wang Jian relished his wicked machinations. Ah, the stage is set, and the pieces are in place. Now, the question lingers: when should I make my grand entrance onto this chaotic battlefield? The present moment, it seems, is not ripe for my intervention. His musings danced with the intoxicating allure of imminent upheaval. As the battle continued to escalate, the curse's potency grew, sapping the strength and resolve of the combatants. Hong Meilin, who had valiantly dispelled the curse for countless experts, found herself fatigued and weary. Nevertheless, the humans and beasts fighting alongside her displayed unwavering determination, matching the demons blow for blow. Wang Ying, however, remained entwined in a fierce duel with Zyrithia, her strength slowly waning as she fought against the powerful devil princess. Only her ancient artifacts and talisman symbols managed to force a momentary seriousness upon Zyrithia, their attacks possessing the potency to harm her. Elder Hua, recognizing the gravity of the situation, rallied the remaining experts under her command and rushed to aid Wang Ying in her battle against Zyrithia. With their combined strength, they hoped to turn the tide and reclaim the upper hand. Amidst the chaos, Yi Chen fought alongside Zyrithia, his sword techniques and profound understanding of the laws of sword on full display. Each swing of his blade left a trail of devastation in its wake, injuring numerous members of Wang Ying's faction. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan's hideout, a scene of intrigue and trepidation unfolded. The clan members, eager to share the news of Tristan's bloodline evolution with their elders, were met with a terrifying sight. Shadows, powerful and menacing, swept through the hideout, mercilessly slaughtering every demon in their path. Their swiftness and precision were unparalleled, piercing the heads of the clan members with chilling efficiency, except for Tristan. Tristan, astounded and shaken by this unexpected turn of events, quickly realized that these shadows possessed a formidable strength, capable of annihilating even his fellow clan members. 7 Sit Envelb/N. C/M for L test Vels. The same shadows that had shielded him from Yi Chen's attack now revealed a deadly power that Tristan could exploit to his advantage. A sinister smile crept across Tristan's face as he recognized the opportunity before him. With the corpses, blood, and hearts of his fallen comrades, there was a chance he could regenerate his injuries and reclaim his former might. The prospect of absorbing the hearts of his clan members filled him with perverse excitement, knowing that his power would not only be restored but elevated to new heights. His heart pounding with anticipation, Tristan wasted no time as he crawled towards the lifeless bodies, his mind consumed by the dark alchemy of his wicked plans. The first step he knew was to recover from his debilitating injuries and unleash a force that would make him even more formidable than before. Tristan's recovery from his injuries was swift, thanks to the macabre ritual he performed using the hearts of his fallen clan members. However, he knew that harnessing the storm devil god fury came at a great cost. The repercussions of utilizing this forbidden technique could leave him severely weakened and vulnerable to any threat that crossed his path. Therefore, he decided to exercise caution and employ this power only when the direst of circumstances demanded it. Carrying with him the hearts of 7 Lord Realm demons and 6 King Realm demons, Tristan ventured onto the battlefield. The hearts of the King Realm demons held within them the potential to activate the fearsome Storm Devil God Fury technique, a devastating force that could tip the scales of the battle in his favor. He was well aware that each King Realm expert possessed 3 hearts, and with only 2 King Realm demons present in the hideout, he had amassed a total of 6 of these potent hearts. As he joined the fray, Tristan carefully assessed the situation, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash the power contained within those stolen hearts. The hearts of the Lord Realm demons, on the other hand, held the key to his recovery, providing the energy he needed to heal his wounds and regain his former strength. Tristan remained acutely aware of a lurking presence, an enigmatic figure concealed within the shadows, observing his every move. Despite the uncertainty and the unknown intentions of this demonic figure, Tristan stood firm, refusing to succumb to fear or intimidation. He planned to deal with all his problems with his overwhelming power. As Tristan boldly stepped onto the battlefield, a ripple of astonishment swept through the ranks of the demons, including the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan and the Nether Curseweaver Devil clan. They were taken aback by his return, his mere presence a stark reminder of his resilience in the face of grave injuries. However, what caught their attention even more was the conspicuous absence of the demons who once encircled Tristan, serving as his loyal followers. Their collective absence spoke volumes, causing a shiver of apprehension to snake its way through the members of the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan. A shared sense of unease etched itself onto their faces, for they knew all too well the extent of Tristan's wrath. They had dared to entertain the sinister notion of using him as an experimental subject, a pawn in their quest to unravel the secrets concealed within his bloodline evolution. Tristan's voice sliced through the tension, his words laden with a mixture of seething anger and icy determination. His gaze pierced through the human and beast factions, a silent promise of retribution shimmering in his eyes. You have shown audacity beyond measure, daring to contemplate using me as a mere test subject. Fear not, for I shall deal with each and every one of you in due time, Tristan declared, his voice resonating with an otherworldly menace. But before that, the moment has come to purge these repulsive humans and beasts who have dared to challenge our might. The air crackled with anticipation as Tristan's chilling words hung in the atmosphere, carrying with them a harbinger of impending doom. His return, imbued with newfound strength and a thirst for vengeance, sent shockwaves through the hearts of everyone. Wang Hao stood at the forefront of the human forces, his expression a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. The sight before him shattered the confines of logic and defied all rationality. Tristan, the one he had inflicted severe injuries upon, had made a triumphant return, his body restored to its former glory with an astonishing speed that defied the limits of his demonic bloodline's regeneration. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Wang Hao found himself grappling with a surge of conflicting emotions, surprise mingled with a tinge of unease. He knew all too well the extent of the devastation Tristan was capable of unleashing, and his earlier victory over the formidable demon seemed to fade into insignificance. A chilling silence descended upon the battlefield as all eyes turned towards Tristan, their collective breath held in anticipation of the impending confrontation. Tristan, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Wang Hao, raised a pointed finger, his voice resonating with an icy edge that cut through the air like a sharpened blade. "It is you, human, who shall be the first to taste the full measure of my wrath," Tristan declared, his voice carrying an ominous undertone that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. The air crackled with tension as the confrontation between Tristan and Wang Hao reached its zenith. Sensing the imminent danger that loomed over their leader, the formidable warriors of Wang Hao's faction swiftly moved to shield him from Tristan's malevolent intentions. Amongst these stalwart defenders, Guanyin stood at the forefront, her unwavering determination etched upon her face. Yi Chen, caught in the throes of his own fierce battle against Wang Ying's faction, watched the scene unfold with a mixture of frustration and concern. His heart ached at the sight of Guanyin risking her own safety to protect Wang Hao, but his commitment to his own cause kept him locked in combat, unable to rush to her aid. A torrent of emotions surged within Yi Chen, a potent blend of regret, anger, and a burning desire to ensure the safety of his dear childhood friend. His fists clenched tightly, his mind racing with thoughts of how he could break free from his current engagement to come to Guanyin's rescue. But the battlefield was unforgiving, each moment slipping away like grains of sand through an hourglass. Yi Chen's mind swelled with an exaggerated sense of his own formidable talents, a realization that only served to highlight the insurmountable gap between his feeble strength and the overwhelming might of the demonic behemoth, Tristan. Deep down, he was well aware that engaging in a direct confrontation with such a superior adversary would be a reckless and suicidal endeavor. Yet, the irony lay in his hypocritical rationalization and self-righteous musings. Within the labyrinth of his thoughts, Yi Chen sought solace and reassurance, indulging in a delusion of grandeur that bordered on narcissism. His inner monologue dripped with self-assurance and a misplaced sense of superiority as he whispered, "Why should I, a man of unparalleled greatness, sacrifice my precious existence for a woman who has forsaken me? There are endless wonders awaiting me, countless triumphs yet to be claimed. Fear not, sisterine, for I shall bestow upon this loathsome demon a punishment so severe and merciless that it shall forever be etched in the annals of irony." Amidst the irony of his inflated ego, Yi Chen couldn't ignore the undeniable truth: the terrifying strength possessed by the demonic entity, Tristan, far surpassed his own meager abilities. Yet, his arrogance blinded him to this fact, as he reveled in the misguided belief that his talent would allow him to surpass Tristan's might soon. As Tristan's presence loomed over the battlefield, the anticipation of his true power hung heavy in the air. His storm devil god fury remained dormant for now, yet even without its devastating force, he stood as a formidable opponent capable of taking on multiple King Realm warriors who valiantly protected Wang Hao. The absence of these powerful defenders had dire consequences for Wang Hao, Wang Jian's factions, and Stella's beast forces, as their defensive line against the encroaching demons weakened significantly. The overwhelming numbers of the demonic horde led to a surge in casualties among the human warriors, their lives extinguished in the face of the relentless onslaught. Adding to their woes, the curse imposed by Zyrithia had taken its toll, sapping the fighting prowess of both humans and beasts, further tilting the scales in favor of the demonic forces. Yet, amidst the chaos and bloodshed, a peculiar turn of events unfolded. Tristan's return to the battlefield seemed to trigger a reaction from Zyrithia and her group, prompting them to retreat into the safety of the dense forest, bearing Yi Chen along with them. The motive behind their sudden withdrawal remained shrouded in mystery, perplexing Wang Ying's faction. However, they chose not to pursue, instead focusing their efforts on repelling the relentless demon assault. With strategic acumen, Wang Ying made swift decisions to rally her forces. She dispatched the fierce Jin clan and the resourceful mystic creatures handlers union to fend off the encroaching demons and reclaim the lost ground, determined to support her third brother, Wang Chen's faction. Wang Ying's heart blazed with an unrelenting determination as she commanded her loyal faction to bolster the ranks of Wang Hao and Wang Jian's forces, knowing full well the peril they faced at the hands of the demonic horde. She formed an alliance with Elder Hua, their shared resolve to confront Tristan head-on burning brightly. They understood the urgency of defeating him before he could unleash his dreaded power once more, for in the face of such raw, destructive might, it seemed that no one stood a chance. Yet, as the saying goes, the best-laid plans often falter in the face of an unpredictable destiny. Wang Ying's grand strategy would soon encounter unforeseen obstacles, the capricious hand of fate playing its tricks. Tristan, ever astute, observed Xerithia's faction retreating to safety after his arrival. He couldn't shake the feeling that she orchestrated this withdrawal to ensure his defeat at the hands of the humans. She schemed to witness his demise while simultaneously weakening the humans' fighting prowess. With the curse she had unleashed upon them, time worked against the humans, rendering them increasingly vulnerable to her malevolent designs. In Tristan's eyes, Xerithia's motives were clear as day. She coveted the power of the totem, eager to seize control and unlock its ancient secrets. A cold glint danced in his eyes as a devious smile etched across his face. Little did she know, he held a secret trick up his sleeve, one that would catch her off guard and shatter her grand plan. Tristan possessed a cache of hearts from Lord Realm demons and demon kings, carefully stored within his spatial ring. These hearts granted him the power to invoke the Storm Devil God Fury technique not once, but a total of 6 times. The implications were staggering. Just one activation of this devastating technique could slaughter both humans and beasts with ease, leaving no contender capable of standing against him. In a moment of concentrated focus, Tristan closed his eyes, channeling his inner power toward the hearts of his fallen comrades. As if a dark pact was forged, he crushed one of the 6 hearts of a demon king, absorbing the pulsating energy within. The surge of power coursed through his veins, invigorating him with an otherworldly strength, a power that would soon be unleashed in a tempest of destruction. Tristan's decision was made. The time had come for him to unleash the Storm Devil God Fury, leaving a path of devastation in his wake. A palpable wave of terror washed over the faces of every member of the factions of the royal family of the everlasting Mystic Empire and the beasts of the Sacred Dominion. Their countenances drained of color, mirroring the gravity of the impending catastrophe before them. Among the assembly, only Wang Hao possessed the potential to stand against Tristan's devastating onslaught, the source of this content N/O/V/L/N. However, it was a fleeting hope, for Wang Hao's power was severely diminished, rendering him incapable of mounting a formidable defense. The realization settled heavily upon them, an unyielding truth that dashed any glimmer of salvation. But it wasn't just the humans and beasts who recoiled in dread. Even the demons of the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan, once Tristan's brethren, now cowered in the face of his unbridled might. A collective gulp swept through their ranks as they comprehended the gravity of the situation. Tristan's ability to wield the Storm Devil God Fury technique bore a sinister implication. It signified the sacrifice of a King Realm demon's heart. Yet, there was no visible heart held within Tristan's grasp, no self-harm witnessed. Instead, the grim truth surfaced: the hearts of the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan were hidden within his spatial ring. The revelation spoke volumes, unveiling the horrifying fate that had befallen their comrades. It was a chilling testament to Tristan's wrath, his vengeful response to their audacious attempt to experiment on him for the secrets of his evolved bloodline. In this moment, the demons trembled, consumed by fear. The air crackled with trepidation as the weight of their actions bore down upon them. No mercy could be expected from the depths of Tristan's fury, and the demons knew that they too would soon face the brunt of his wrath. A thunderous command reverberated through the battlefield as Tristan's voice pierced the air, chilling the hearts of all demons present. "Kill them all!" Without a moment's hesitation, the demons lunged forward, their predatory instincts ignited with an unyielding ferocity that sent shockwaves through their human and beast adversaries. The onslaught was swift and savage, catching their opponents off guard, forcing them to scramble to find their footing amidst the relentless assault. Amidst the swirling chaos of battle, Wang Ying and Elder Hua propelled themselves towards Tristan, their unwavering determination etched on their faces. The air crackled with anticipation as their spirits, Frostwave Kraken Sovereign and Skyblade Wolf, stirred with a primal energy. Wang Ying's Frostwave Kraken Sovereign, a majestic creature of icy power, summoned forth its most devastating attack, known as Glacial Cataclysmic Torrent. With a resounding roar, the spirit unleashed a deluge of frozen fury, a tidal wave of crystalline ice and frigid winds that surged towards Tristan with unstoppable force. Each shard of ice carried the weight of Wang Ying's resolve, seeking to engulf their target in an icy embrace that would freeze even the flames of his formidable power. Simultaneously, Elder Hua's Skyblade Wolf, a spirit embodying unparalleled speed and agility, performed the intricate Zephyr Slash dance. It moved with blinding speed, leaving trails of shimmering afterimages in its wake. Each slash of its razor-sharp claws carried the ferocity of a raging tempest, slicing through the air with a primal grace. The very wind seemed to dance to its tune, gathering around the spirit as it prepared to unleash a devastating assault on Tristan. As the two powerful attacks hurtled towards him, Tristan remained eerily calm amidst the chaos. His eyes, filled with unwavering confidence, locked onto the oncoming onslaught. He understood the extent of his own power and the near invincibility it granted him at the King realm. The waves of ice and the furious slashes of wind were but feeble attempts to harm him. With a mere flick of his hand, Tristan unleashed a torrent of pure dark energy that surged forth, voraciously engulfing the approaching onslaught of Wang Ying and Elder Hua. The glacial cataclysmic torrent collided head-on with the malevolent force, creating a cataclysmic clash that sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Ice crystals shattered and scattered like shards of frozen hope, bearing witness to the destructive might of their collision. The Zephyr Slash Dance, with its impeccable precision and blinding speed, valiantly sought to breach Tristan's demonic aura. But alas, its efforts were in vain, as the very essence of the attack dissipated into an ethereal nothingness, swallowed whole by the overwhelming darkness that cloaked Tristan. Tristan's unyielding countenance remained unchanged, his eyes gleaming with sadistic delight. His superiority over these mere mortals was on full display, a silent proclamation that echoed through the hearts of all who bore witness. Seizing the opportunity to assert his dominance, Tristan unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, utilizing his superior strength and speed to decimate the spirits of Wang Ying and Elder Hua. His strikes were laced with sadistic pleasure, each blow calculated to prevent them from ever rising again. With a bone-crushing punch, Tristan targeted the Frostwave Kraken sovereign, Wang Ying's spirit. The ethereal creature quivered under the impact, cracks spiderwebbing across its icy form. The damage inflicted reverberated onto Wang Ying's soul, causing her to cry out in excruciating pain. She felt the weakening of her soul, a profound injury that left her vulnerable, her power significantly diminished. Elder Hua's Skyblade Wolf spirit, too, faced the merciless onslaught of Tristan's attacks. A swift and brutal kick struck the spirit with such force that it dissipated into thin air, its ethereal essence dispersing. The pain inflicted upon the spirit mirrored the agony that tore through Elder Hua's soul, leaving her reeling, her very essence battered and wounded. As the spirits shattered, the damage inflicted reverberated onto Wang Ying and Elder Hua's souls. But Wang Ying and Elder Hua, possessing great insight in their respective elemental laws, refused to succumb to defeat. Even as their spirits shattered, they tapped into the remnants of their elemental powers, channeling them into their bodies. Tristan, sensing their resilience, unleashed the full power of the Storm Devil God Fury technique. His attacks, simple yet imbued with the devastating power of the storm, struck Wang Ying and Elder Hua's bodies with relentless ferocity. Each blow landed with thunderous impact, leaving no room for respite or recovery. Tristan unleashed a barrage of ruthless attacks upon Wang Ying and Elder Hua. His movements were a blur as he struck with precision, targeting vulnerable points on their bodies with calculated cruelty. First, he aimed a devastating punch at Wang Ying's gut, his strike infused with the electrifying force of his storm powers. The impact sent shockwaves of pain reverberating through her body, causing her to gasp for breath as the intensity of the blow threatened to rupture her internal organs. Not stopping there, Tristan swiftly pivoted, delivering a swift and merciless kick to Elder Hua's arm. The bone-crushing force behind the blow reverberated through her body, rendering her limb temporarily useless. She cried out in agony, her wind powers faltering as she struggled to regain her composure. Unfazed by their pain, Tristan pressed on with his sadistic assault. He moved with supernatural agility, dodging their feeble attempts to counter his attacks. With a sinister grin, he landed a flurry of strikes, his fists and feet becoming instruments of torment. A devastating knee strike found its mark on Wang Ying's chest, driving the air from her lungs and leaving her gasping for respite. Each blow Tristan delivered was an embodiment of his dominance, a testament to his merciless nature. Meanwhile, Elder Hua found herself at the receiving end of Tristan's brutal onslaught. He aimed a savage kick at her legs, cracking her bone and rendering her unable to stand. She crumpled to the ground, her wind powers faltering as pain surged through her body. As Tristan's devastating assault raged on, the presence of other King Realm experts emerged on the battlefield, their intentions clear, to protect Wang Ying and put an end to Tristan's reign of terror. However, their valiant efforts were met with a stark reality. Tristan's might was overwhelming, his power beyond their comprehension. The elder of the Heavenly Blade sect, a seasoned warrior renowned for his mastery of the blade, stepped forward with unwavering resolve. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a strike imbued with his King Realm strength, aiming to slay Tristan. But Tristan turned around quickly and countered with a punch. As the elder's sword connected with Tristan's fist, the clash was both awe-inspiring and disheartening. The sword shattered into 1,000 pieces, unable to withstand the sheer force emanating from Tristan's punch. The shockwave of the impact reverberated through the surroundings, shaking the very foundations of the forest. Trees swayed and groaned, their trunks cracking under the tremendous pressure unleashed by Tristan's overwhelming strength. Tristan, seemingly untouched by the feeble attempts to thwart him, turned his attention to the King Realm experts who dared challenge him. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly intensity, his dark aura pulsating with an almost palpable malevolence. With lightning speed, he closed the distance between himself and his adversaries, leaving them with no time to react. One by one, the King Realm experts found themselves falling under the weight of Tristan's power. His movements were a blur, a dance of annihilation as he effortlessly dismantled their defenses. His punches landed with bone-crushing force, sending shockwaves of agony through their bodies. His kicks shattered their guard, leaving them defenseless against his onslaught. The forest echoed with the agonized cries of the fallen, their attempts to resist Tristan's might proving futile. Tristan's ruthless annihilation of the strongest human experts had granted the demon forces a decisive advantage on the battlefield. Their morale soared, victory seemingly within their grasp. Some demons even began to prematurely celebrate, their confidence radiating through the air. But their jubilation would soon turn into astonishment and trepidation as a powerful, blazing aura engulfed the surroundings. The sheer intensity of the flames reduced nearby trees to mere ashes, and a streak of fiery energy raced towards the battlefield with unprecedented speed. Those who recognized the distinct aura couldn't help but break into triumphant smiles. Stella, Lady Zhuaran, Bishi Shuyan, Hong Meilin, and the other members of Wang Jian's faction understood the significance of this arrival, their hearts brimming with hope and determination. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and Wang Ying's faction cast curious gazes towards the source of the roaring flames, their brows furrowed with a mixture of worry and intrigue. They couldn't help but wonder if another formidable demon had emerged, a potential threat to their dwindling forces. The sight of the blazing spectacle stirred a familiar rage within Tristan, his teeth gritted in frustration. Memories of his past defeat at the hands of Wang Jian surged to the forefront of his mind, igniting a fiery determination to exact vengeance. Yet, he swiftly quelled his anger, channeling it into a calculated plan to make Wang Jian pay dearly for his previous humiliation. As the fiery figure of Wang Jian emerged on the horizon, a wave of excitement rippled through the ranks of the human forces. The sight of this royal prince, a symbol of unwavering courage, kindled a renewed sense of hope, emboldening their spirits in the face of overwhelming odds. However, amidst the flickering hope, Wang Hao, Wang Ying, and Wang Qin maintained solemn expressions. They could discern the limits of Wang Jian's power, sensing that even his arrival would not be enough to topple the indomitable might of Tristan. Tristan's voice dripped with disdain as he unleashed his overwhelming storm devil god fury aura. "I've grown weary of waiting for you, human. You updates tnvel/buy.com." Without so much as acknowledging Tristan's words, Wang Jian streaked towards his faction with unmatched speed that only Tristan could perceive. His arms became encircled by two dazzling wheels of pure orange flames. As he hurled them towards the demon forces, the wheels spun, growing in strength and intensity, expanding in size to engulf a vast area. In their wake, the wheels of flame left a trail of devastation, mercilessly annihilating every demon in their path. Caught off guard, the demon forces scrambled to evade the scorching wheels of flames, abandoning their positions in a desperate bid for survival. While the demons were preoccupied with the onslaught of fiery destruction, Wang Jian turned towards his faction, his voice resolute yet tinged with relief. "I am relieved to see you all alive. I apologize for the delay. Rest assured, each and every one of you will be duly compensated for the sacrifices made today." Within Wang Jian's faction, his friends and their families had implemented defensive measures, employing talismans and using qi-enhancing pellets to safeguard themselves from the demonic assaults. However, the affiliated factions and families had suffered grievous losses that would be difficult to recover from. It wasn't just the depletion of resources, it was the irreplaceable loss of talented warriors and experts in various fields, such as talismans, alchemy, and combat. Despite the weight of their losses, these individuals couldn't help but place their trust in Wang Jian's solemn promise. In that moment, Xia Shiwei's voice resonated with concern. "Jian, be cautious of that demon. He possesses enough power to slaughter us all." Wang Jian nodded in agreement. "I had already anticipated that." Lady Zhuaran stepped forward, her voice laced with worry as she addressed Wang Jian. "Your Highness, please exercise caution. This demon employs a peculiar technique, imbuing his qi with unparalleled intensity, allowing him to manipulate the high-level laws of wind, water, and lightning. Even with your formidable flames, it may not be enough to defeat him. Wang Jian found himself surprised by Lady Zhuran's rare act of warning, considering their special relationship. Nonetheless, he acknowledged her words with utmost seriousness. I will exercise utmost caution. At that crucial moment, Lu Yu interjected, offering King Realm talismans infused with profound insights of wind. Qian, take these talismans. They carry the essence of peak-level wind insights. Unfortunately, we cannot strike the demon from such a distance, but your formidable strength can overcome that obstacle. Wang Jian shook his head, declining the offer. Keep them and employ them against the demons. I shall devise another plan. Lu Yu's expression betrayed his worry as he attempted to protest. But Wang Jian's voice turned cold and resolute. No more objections. This is my final decision. While they conversed, a bolt of thunder crackled, hurtling directly towards Wang Jian's location. Stella, the butterfly spirit queen, cried out in alarm. Seventh Prince, be careful. In response, Wang Jian summoned a torrent of powerful flames that enveloped him, effortlessly dispersing the menacing purple thunderbolt. Are you so eager to die? Wang Jian's voice rang out with chilling determination, cutting through the chaos of the battlefield. Tristan's face twisted into a sinister smile, brimming with malevolence. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Just as I anticipated, you are no weakling. You can surely provide me with a challenge. Come, let me show you what true strength is, and how feeble your own power truly is in comparison. It was none other than Tristan who had shattered Wang Jian's wheels of flame, asserting his dominance on the field. Undeterred, Wang Jian conjured 2 more wheels of flame, even more potent and expansive than their predecessors. Tristan snorted derisively upon witnessing the resurfacing wheels of fire. To think that someone of your strength would find pleasure in extinguishing weaklings. Raising his arms, Tristan harnessed the power of water, intending to employ it against the blazing onslaught of the wheels of flame. Whatever your delusions, I will demonstrate the futility of your efforts, Tristan began, but before he could finish his sentence, Wang Jian materialized in front of him, his fist connecting with Tristan's face in a forceful blow that sent him hurtling across the battlefield. Wang Jian swiftly vanished from sight, streaking towards Tristan with unwavering determination. Employing the full might of his enhanced strength skill, Wang Jian's punch had been precisely calculated to propel Tristan far away. His motive behind changing the location of their battle was twofold. Firstly, he was acutely aware of the catastrophic destruction that would result from a clash with Tristan. Such devastation would wreak havoc upon both human factions and the allied beast forces, inflicting immeasurable harm. And the second reason was that Wang Jian couldn't utilize the complete might of his devil bloodline in front of them. Even now, he had to be very careful and utilize powerful flame aura to conceal his formidable devil bloodline. The battlefield erupted in a whirlwind of chaos as Tristan unleashed his storm devil god fury, his demonic aura crackling with formidable power. Infused with peak-level insight of laws, his storm technique was a force to be reckoned with. Tristan struck first, launching a lightning surge, a surge of crackling electricity that surged towards Wang Jian. With a swift sidestep, Wang Jian narrowly avoided the attack, countering with a blazing torrent, a torrent of searing flames that surged towards Tristan. The flames licked at Tristan's defenses, forcing him to retreat momentarily. Undeterred, Tristan retaliated with a tempest bolt, a focused blast of swirling winds and lightning. Wang Jian weaved through the onslaught, his movements fluid and agile. He countered with an inferno burst, a burst of intense flames that engulfed Tristan's space, forcing him to dodge and evade. The battle intensified as they closed the distance, engaging in blistering close-quarters combat. Wang Jian delivered a rapid series of strikes, each blow infused with scorching flames. Tristan deflected the attacks with calculated precision, countering with a thundering wave, a powerful shockwave that rippled through the ground, threatening to knock Wang Jian off balance. Wang Jian pivoted, evading the shockwave, and retaliated with a fiery cyclone, a spinning vortex of flames that spiraled towards Tristan. The fiery tempest consumed the air, forcing Tristan to summon a storm shield, a swirling barrier of lightning and wind that absorbed the flames. Tristan pressed forward, launching a storm surge, a surge of powerful wind and water that surged towards Wang Jian. Wang Jian deftly dodged, his instincts honed to anticipate Tristan's movements. He retaliated with a flame nova, a burst of explosive flames that erupted around Tristan, engulfing him in scorching heat. The battle reached its crescendo as both fighters unleashed devastating attacks. Tristan conjured a thunderstorm tempest, a maelstrom of lightning and wind that tore through the battlefield. Wang Jian summoned the Inferno Comet, a blazing projectile that streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. Their attacks collided in a clash of elemental fury, the ground shaking beneath their feet. Wang Jian struggled to hold his ground, his flames flickering against the overwhelming might of Tristan's storm devil god fury. With each strike, Wang Jian relied on his instincts and quick thinking, finding openings amidst the storm of attacks. Unbeknownst to Tristan, Wang Jian wasn't merely relying on pre-existing techniques. Instead, he was creating new techniques on the spot, utilizing his medium-level insight in the laws of flame. As flames flickered and danced around him, Wang Jian crafted unique and powerful techniques on the fly, shaping the very essence of fire to suit his needs. He realized that Tristan, too, was honing his skills in the midst of their clash. The techniques unleashed by Tristan were born in the crucible of their battle, a testament to his growing mastery over the Storm Devil God Fury technique. However, Wang Jian sensed that Tristan was deliberately holding back a considerable amount of his power. It seemed that Tristan saw him as a means to sharpen his own skills and enhance his control over the Storm Devil God Fury. Wang Jian frowned, realizing that the longer Tristan possessed this power, the greater his chances of gaining insight into the high-level laws of storm, encompassing wind, lightning, and water. Taking a deep breath, Wang Jian made a decisive choice. It was time to unleash his trump card, but he needed to set the stage first, ensuring that his true power would remain concealed. In a powerful display of spiritual energy, Wang Jian summoned forth his spirit, the dark flame double-headed river dragon. The most up-to-date NVELs are published on n0velgen.co/m. The majestic creature materialized, its ethereal form blending with Wang Jian's qi and spiritual energy. With a resounding roar, the dragon emitted a burst of fiery laws of flame, creating a protective barrier around them. Tristan scoffed at the feeble barrier, underestimating its purpose. Little did he know that it wasn't meant to contain him, but rather to conceal the true depths of Wang Jian's power. Wang Jian's voice took on a sinister tone as he spoke, his intentions clear. "It's not to contain you, but to shroud the secrets of my true strength," Wang Jian replied with a smirk, his voice laced with a newfound confidence. As the barrier enveloped them, Wang Jian tapped into his dormant devil bloodline, channeling the potent devil qi that coursed through his veins. This was the first time he had unleashed his demonic powers within the borders of the everlasting mystic empire. A dark blue aura emanated from Wang Jian's body, instantly catching Tristan's attention. He sensed the unmistakable taint of demonic energy and his eyes widened in shock. The revelation left him stuttering, "Why, you're a devil?" Wang Jian's smirk widened, his red eyes burning with intensity. "More accurately, a human-devil hybrid," he retorted. The dark aura transformed Wang Jian's appearance, his silver hair now a striking navy blue, while his once blue eyes blazed with a vibrant red hue. Wang Jian's transformation had stirred a distant memory within Tristan, one that brought forth images of the ominous red moon that hung in the demon realm. On the lunar eclipse, the moon would shine with an azure blue light. Tristan couldn't help but make a connection, his voice filled with disbelief, navy hair and those red eyes. "These are the features of the Blue Moon Eclipse Devil clan." With a grin on his face, Wang Jian taunted, "Well, thanks for waiting for the transformation. Let's fight seriously now." The second round of their battle was about to commence, and the intensity in the air was palpable. Wang Jian wasted no time in unleashing his newfound power. The first technique he employed was the Moonshadow Step, followed by the Moonrise Fist. These techniques, combined with the full potential of his true bloodline, granted him an unprecedented level of strength. As Wang Jian executed the Moonshadow Step, his speed became incomprehensible to Tristan. His figure blurred, seemingly teleporting to Tristan's right side in an instant, where a powerful punch struck his chest with resounding force. The impact sent shockwaves coursing through Tristan's body, akin to being struck by Wang Hao himself when the latter was utilizing his laws of fist. The sheer force behind Wang Jian's punches was a result of two factors. First, his passive enhanced strength skill lent him tremendous power. Second, by infusing his Moonrise Fist with both demonic energy and moon energy, he unlocked its full potential. Previously, he had utilized moon energy solely to conceal the malevolent demonic energy within him, but now it was unleashed in all its glory. Thus began a one-sided assault as Wang Jian unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Tristan. Tristan utilized his powerful demonic qi and the insights and laws of storm to quickly jump back and gain some distance. The powerful combination of devil techniques and enhanced physical strength overwhelmed his opponent, forcing Tristan to rely on his demonic qi and the insights gained from the Storm Devil God Fury to create distance. Tristan swiftly retreated, utilizing his heightened demonic qi and the laws of storm to launch a series of devastating long-range attacks at Wang Jian. The air crackled with energy as bolts of lightning danced, interweaving with gusts of wind and surges of water. Each attack carried the weight of Tristan's formidable power, aimed to wear down Wang Jian's defenses. But Wang Jian, fueled by his Blue Moon Eclipse Devil bloodline, tapped into his arsenal of techniques with precision and finesse. He effortlessly dodged Tristan's powerful projectile attacks, weaving through the onslaught with his Moon Shadow Step technique, his figure blurring and disappearing into the shadows. With a burst of devil energy and moon energy, Wang Jian retaliated, launching himself towards Tristan with the speed of a shooting star. Wang Jian's Origin Fist collided with Tristan's Thunder Wave Punch, sending shockwaves reverberating through the air. As the battle raged on, Wang Jian's Moonrise Fist met Tristan's Tempest Kick, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves rippling outward. Wang Jian, his senses honed and his reflexes razor-sharp, countered Tristan's Water Surge Rush with a skillful display of footwork and evasive maneuvers. The field became a dance of power and technique as Wang Jian conjured a lunar shield, a formidable barrier formed of pure devil and moon energies, to withstand Tristan's onslaught. Undeterred, Tristan launched a powerful torrential gale blade, conjuring swirling winds and slicing waves of water. But Wang Jian, with his mystic force bolstering his strength and focus, pushed through the tempest unscathed. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jian utilized shadow manipulation to manipulate the shadows, the tendrils of darkness coiling around Tristan, restricting his movements and delivering debilitating strikes. Tristan's heart raced as the tendrils of darkness coiled around him, sending a chill down his spine. The shadowy aura emanating from the encroaching darkness triggered a deep-seated sense of foreboding within him. It was all too familiar, the same sinister presence he had sensed when his comrades were mercilessly slaughtered within the depths of a desolate cave by mysterious shadows. In that moment, Tristan's eyes widened with a mixture of shock and realization. The truth dawned upon him like a thunderclap: it was none other than Wang Jian, his current opponent, who had unleashed that devastating attack. Determined not to succumb without a fight, Tristan clamped his teeth together, his resolve unwavering. With a fierce determination burning in his eyes, he reached into the depths of his spatial ring. In a resolute display of defiance, Tristan shattered the 2 hearts harvested from fallen Lord Realm warriors, unleashing a torrent of dormant energy that surged through his veins. The ethereal essence within these hearts coursed within him, revitalizing his weary body. Meanwhile, he also destroyed a heart belonging to a King Realm expert. This caused his Storm Devil God Fury to be infused with newfound vigor. Tristan's newfound surge of strength empowered him to shatter the constricting shadows that threatened to bind him. His eyes blazed with a potent mix of determination and fury as he locked his gaze upon Wang Jian. With an abrupt motion, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a colossal beam of unparalleled magnitude. Crackling with the combined essence of lightning and water, infused with the pinnacle of their respective laws and suffused with seething demonic qi, the beam swelled to a formidable diameter. Awe-inspiring in its intensity, the beam surged forth, a maelstrom of destruction ready to obliterate anything that dared cross its path. Its sheer power could lay waste to the mightiest of fortresses or reduce the sturdiest of defenses to mere ashes. Yet, Wang Jian, poised in the face of this cataclysmic onslaught, remained unnervingly composed. A flicker of determination danced in his eyes as he decided to act. With an otherworldly command, one of the heads of his dark flame double-headed river dragon spirit exhaled a torrent of potent demonic qi, enveloping Wang Jian in an ominous shroud. Mastery and finesse coalesced within him as he deftly interwove the swirling demonic qi with his ethereal moon qi. These 2 energies merged seamlessly, birthing a radiant lunar shield before him, an impregnable bulwark against the approaching cataclysm. Time seemed to slow as the lightning-infused water beam collided with the lunar shield. A cataclysmic shockwave erupted, reverberating through the very fabric of the battlefield. The clash of elemental forces unleashed a symphony of raw power, tearing apart the air and rending the ground asunder. A blinding surge of energy rippled outward, illuminating the surrounding landscape in an iridescent glow. Trees were uprooted, their trunks splintered like kindling, and the ground beneath their feet quivered with an unyielding tremor. The shockwave surged relentlessly, ripping through the very essence of their surroundings, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. In the midst of this chaos, Wang Jian stood resolute, his lunar shield pulsating with an ethereal radiance. The shield strained against the onslaught, quivering with defiance, as though challenging the cataclysm to breach its impenetrable barrier. As the realization dawned upon Tristan that his mighty beam was powerless against Wang Jian's indomitable lunar shield, he abruptly ceased its release. A brief flicker of frustration danced across his features, only to be swiftly replaced by a steely resolve. In a flash, Tristan propelled himself towards Wang Jian with unparalleled speed, his movements akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the darkness. The clash commenced with explosive force. Tristan's storm technique, infused with the peak-level insight of the laws of wind, lightning, and water, surged through his veins. He unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, employing his mastery of various martial arts disciplines. Each punch, kick, and elbow carried the weight of a tempest, aiming to shatter Wang Jian's defenses. But Wang Jian, with his exceptional agility and honed combat skills, evaded Tristan's onslaught with a dancer's grace. His moonshadow step allowed him to glide effortlessly across the battlefield, evading Tristan's lightning-fast strikes. The lunar shield, powered by devil and moon energies, materialized as a formidable barrier, effortlessly repelling Tristan's attacks. Undeterred, Tristan unleashed a devastating sequence of techniques. He launched the Thunderfall kick, a powerful aerial assault that descended upon Wang Jian like a lightning bolt. But Wang Jian's Moonrise Fist met the challenge head-on, countering Tristan's attack with an explosive display of strength. Tristan's frustration mounted as he witnessed Wang Jian effortlessly neutralize his powerful assaults. Determined to turn the tide, Tristan channeled his demonic chi, fusing it with the storm technique. The resulting surge of energy empowered his strikes, imbuing them with an otherworldly ferocity. With a mighty roar, Tristan unleashed the Torrential Fury Palm, a technique that sent shockwaves rippling through the air. A deluge of raw power cascaded towards Wang Jian, but with an elegant sidestep and a flick of his wrist, Wang Jian utilized his shadow manipulation to create illusory clones, causing Tristan's attack to pass harmlessly through thin air. Wang Jian, seizing the opportunity, countered with his mystic force. The surrounding chi intensified, amplifying his own strength and speed. His every move became a precise dance of devastation, seamlessly transitioning between offense and defense. Tristan, now visibly fatigued and injured from Wang Jian's relentless assaults, dug deep within himself for a final burst of power. Drawing upon the darkest depths of his demonic essence, he unleashed the Cataclysmic Tempest, a technique that unleashed a maelstrom of destructive energy. The ground trembled beneath the sheer force of the attack as it roared towards Wang Jian, threatening to engulf him in its devastating power. But Wang Jian, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination, activated his ultimate technique, the Eclipse Domain Annihilation. The air crackled with anticipation as an ominous darkness enveloped the battlefield. Shadows coalesced around Wang Jian, twisting and contorting into sinister tendrils that snaked towards the Cataclysmic Tempest. With a thunderous impact, the Eclipse Domain Annihilation collided with Tristan's attack. The world seemed to hold its breath as the clash of energies erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that consumed the battlefield. The force of the annihilation sent shockwaves radiating outward, shattering the very fabric of reality. As the smoke cleared, a hushed silence fell upon the battlefield. Tristan, battered and broken, lay motionless upon the ground, a testament to the overwhelming power of Wang Jian's Eclipse Domain Annihilation. The difference in strength between the two combatants had been starkly highlighted, leaving no doubt as to the victor of this fierce confrontation. Wang Jian, his body exuding an aura of triumph, stood amidst the wreckage. The battlefield lay in ruins, scars of their ferocious clash etched into the earth. You should have fled the moment I tapped into the power of my bloodline. There was never any hope for you, Wang Jian's voice dripped with cold confidence as he closed in on Tristan, each step purposeful and calculated. To the surprise of Wang Jian, Tristan responded with a hearty laugh, his eyes gleaming with a hint of madness. You think this is the end? Ha! You underestimate me. With a swift motion, Tristan drew upon his well of spiritual energy, shattering not one, but two additional Lord Realm Devil hearts that lay hidden within his spatial ring. A surge of vital essence coursed through Tristan's veins, knitting his wounds back together with remarkable speed. The injuries that had marred his body only moments ago now seemed like distant memories as renewed strength and vigor flowed through him. However, before Tristan could revel in his revitalized state, Wang Jian's moved. Like a viper striking with deadly precision, he unsheathed his sword and thrust it forcefully into Tristan's stomach, a sinister smile playing across his face. No more regeneration for you. Since you've outlived your usefulness, it's time for you to meet your demise. The blade pierced Tristan's flesh, causing a searing pain to erupt within him. His laughter faltered, replaced by a mixture of shock and defiance. Blood trickled from the wound, staining his clothes a light green. Discover new Tories at nv/lbin.c/o. Through gritted teeth, Tristan defiantly retorted, his voice laced with unwavering determination. You may have dealt me a blow, but my spirit remains unbroken. Your arrogance blinds you to the truth. I have yet to reveal the full extent of my power. As the pain threatened to consume him, Tristan's indomitable will flared to life once more. He mustered every ounce of his remaining spiritual energy, channeling it into a desperate bid for survival. The embers of his inner strength flickered with renewed intensity, refusing to be extinguished. Wang Jian, caught off guard by Tristan's resilience, rolled his eyes in disdain. He withdrew his sword from Tristan's body, the blade gleaming with a cold, malevolent light. With a swift and fluid motion, he began to unleash a rapid succession of slicing motions, effortlessly cleaving Tristan's form into countless minuscule fragments. The air sizzled with the heat of Wang Jian's power as waves of searing flames engulfed the dismembered pieces, obliterating any chance of regeneration. Tristan's body, once formidable and unyielding, now lay scattered and charred, beyond the reach of his regenerative abilities. Only his spatial ring remained intact, dropped to the ground amidst the aftermath of their cataclysmic clash. A chilling silence enveloped the battlefield as the dust settled, the echoes of their battle lingering in the air. Wang Jian stood tall, his expression a mix of cold satisfaction and arrogance. His voice resonated through the desolate surroundings, icy and final. "When I say you are dead, there is no coming back from that." The scene was one of devastation, a testament to the ferocity and power unleashed between the combatants. The once vibrant landscape now lay in ruins, scarred by the clash of opposing forces. The air crackled with residual energy, as if holding its breath, waiting for the next moment of reckoning. Wang Jian felt that it was time to return to the battlefield and meet up with his faction. As Wang Jian and Tristan were removed from the battlefield, the combined forces of humans and beasts launched a relentless assault on the scattered demon horde. Wang Jian's dual flame wheels unleashed a devastating onslaught, engulfing the ranks of the demons in a torrent of searing flames. The once unified Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan, their powerful formation shattered, now found themselves scattered and desperate, fighting for their very survival against the relentless onslaught of the fiery wheels. Chaos reigned among the demon forces. The absence of a strong leader left them in disarray, unable to regroup and mount a counterattack in the face of the overwhelming human and beast assault. Sensing the opportunity, the allied forces seized the moment, launching a barrage of assault talismans and attacks with the intent to obliterate the remnants of the demon force. Despite their valiant efforts, the toll of the curse was evident on the human and beast warriors. Exhausted and drained, they fought on, their bodies pushed to the brink of their limits. The curse had drained their chi and energy, leaving them depleted and vulnerable. Their movements, once agile and precise, now betrayed the weariness that gnawed at their every fiber. Yet, amid the wearied ranks, a glimmer of hope remained. Those aligned with Wang Jian's faction, having received Hong Meiling's treatment to counter the curse, still retained their vitality. Their chi surged within them, a reservoir of strength that set them apart from their comrades. With the demons defeated and their forces either incapacitated or lying lifeless on the battlefield, a momentary respite settled upon the victorious alliance of humans and beasts. Exhausted and battle-weary, they found solace in the knowledge that their sacrifice and determination had carried them to this hard-fought triumph. As the weary soldiers took a much-needed reprieve, their bodies and minds yearning for rest, the attention of Wang Jian's forces and Stella's beastly warriors was drawn to a menacing sight looming above them. A dark and foreboding magical formation hung ominously in the air, its presence a constant reminder of the curse that had plagued the warriors on this battlefield. The victorious factions shared a common understanding: the battle was not truly over until the curse that hung like a shadow over their allies was dispelled. Just as the weary forces focused their attention on the daunting task of dismantling the dark magical formation above them, Stella's acute senses tingled with a peculiar disturbance. Instinctively, she spun around, her eyes widening in shock as her gaze fell upon the unexpected reappearance of Xyrithia's devil faction. A gasp escaped her lips, for in this moment, Xyrithia's faction was positioned around the seal. Stella's heart pounded in her chest as she witnessed Xyrithia's malevolent figure brandishing the ancestral nether curse scythe, a weapon that struck fear into the hearts of all who faced it. With a swift, brutal motion, Xyrithia swung the scythe downward, the blade connecting with the barrier that safeguarded the pit containing the elemental sparks. A resounding clash reverberated through the air as the scythe collided with the barrier, and fissures erupted like lightning across its surface. The once impregnable seal cracked and splintered, unable to withstand the sheer force of the devilish energy that infiltrated its defenses. In a mesmerizing display, the shattered fragments scattered like ethereal confetti, revealing a breathtaking sight: the emergence of elemental sparks, each embodying one of the 5 fundamental forces of nature: fire, lightning, wind, water, and earth. The air quivered with anticipation as the aura of these elemental sparks enveloped the battlefield, captivating the attention of both humans and beasts. The realization struck them like a bolt of lightning: Xyrithia had seized this moment of exhaustion, exploiting their weariness and capitalizing on their inability to mount a formidable resistance. However, Xyrithia and her faction had gravely underestimated the intricate nature of the seals that had contained the elemental sparks. Unbeknownst to them, these sparks were safeguarded within spherical barriers, far more mystical and impervious than the one shattered moments ago. These barriers prevented the elemental sparks from merging their raw essence with the world, confining their potent energies within their crystalline confines. And in this crucial moment, Stella stood as the unexpected harbinger of hope, for within her flowed the ancient bloodline that bestowed her with a unique ability, the power to manipulate and mobilize the movement of these spherical barriers and the elemental sparks they contained. A surge of determination coursed through her veins as she activated her dormant bloodline, channeling her spiritual energy to command the elemental sparks, drawing them closer to the ranks of humans and beasts. As the elemental sparks gracefully obeyed Stella's command, their ethereal glow casting an otherworldly radiance upon the weary battlefield, the Lu family of Wang Jian's faction sprang into action. With unwavering resolve, each member dispersed, their hands gripping talismans infused with protective enchantments. Their talismanic barrier acted as a formidable shield, preventing even the faintest trace of the elemental spark's essence from reaching the ravenous claws of the demons. Their collective efforts echoed a resolute proclamation: they would not allow the demons to seize the advantage granted by these elemental sparks. Amidst Cyrithia's faction, a profound sense of disappointment washed over Yi Chen as he helplessly watched the elemental spark slip through his fingers. He had yearned to harness their power, to elevate his cultivation realm to the revered status of the king realm. Alas, that aspiration now lay shattered, an unattainable dream. Yet, what puzzled Yi Chen the most was the apparent lack of disappointment among his fellow faction members. Their expressions remained stoic, their gazes fixed on their enigmatic leader. Breaking the silence, Cyrithia's voice rang out, commanding attention and stirring curiosity within her faction. "Everyone, it is time," she declared, her tone laced with a mixture of urgency and determination. "We must descend into this pit. Our target awaits us." Without hesitation, each member of the faction leaped into the pit, Cyrithia herself leading the charge, while Yi Chen followed suit, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. As the last of them disappeared from sight, a mysterious dark barrier materialized, effectively sealing the pit and preventing anyone else from pursuing them. Even Stella, observing this baffling turn of events, found herself at a loss as to why Cyrithia had led her faction into the pit. After all, the absence of the elemental sparks made it seemingly devoid of any significance. Little did she know that an ancient secret lay hidden within the depths, an ancestral totem of the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan, waiting to be discovered. This knowledge, however, remained concealed from Stella's bloodline, leaving her in the dark about the true purpose of their descent. The intricate details surrounding the sealed totem had eluded the annals of her lineage, which had solely preserved information regarding the elemental sparks. As the elemental sparks pulsed with raw energy, the humans and beasts on the battlefield seized the opportunity to immerse themselves in the essence of their respective elements. The air crackled with anticipation as profound transformations began to unfold. In an ethereal display of radiant light, 5 remarkable women emerged as the focal points of this otherworldly occurrence. Hong Meilin, Bishi Shuyan, Jin Meixiang, Guan Yin, and Su Yuding became enveloped in shimmering auras, each corresponding to their chosen element. Hong Meilin, her features illuminated by a serene glow, delved deep into the essence of the water element. As the fluid movements of water danced in her mind, she gained profound insights into its nature, understanding its ebb and flow on a profound level. Bishi Shuyan, surrounded by a whirlwind of gusts, embraced the powerful current of the wind element. With every breath, she absorbed the essence of wind, her senses sharpening to perceive the subtleties of its invisible power. Jin Meixiang, enveloped in crackling lightning, embarked on an electrifying journey of discovery into the lightning element. As bolts of electricity surged through her consciousness, her understanding of its raw power and volatile nature deepened. Guan Yin, grounded and unyielding, communed with the earth element. The very earth beneath her feet trembled with resonance as she absorbed the solidity and endurance of the element. Her connection with the land grew, imbuing her with unwavering strength. Lastly, Su Yuding, her presence ablaze with fiery radiance, embraced the essence of the flame element. Flames danced in her eyes as she delved into the transformative power of fire, feeling its intensity and unruly passion course through her veins. These 5 extraordinary women not only gained profound insights into their respective elements but also unconsciously absorbed the very essence of the elemental sparks. Their bodies underwent a remarkable metamorphosis as their chi, once potent, now surged with newfound density and vigor. CHCK for US to rise on no/v/l/bin.c0m. The fusion of their essence with the elements granted them unprecedented power, transcending the boundaries of their potential. With each passing moment, their bodies pulsated with the harmonious convergence of human and elemental energies. Their spirits soared, their physical prowess heightened, and their potential soared to previously unimaginable heights. As the radiance surrounding the 5 women grew more brilliant, it became evident that their destinies were irrevocably altered. As the elemental sparks emanated their pulsating energy, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded on the battlefield. It wasn't just the chosen 5 women who basked in the enlightenment of the elemental sparks. Every human and beast in their proximity reaped the profound benefits. The air crackled with an electric charge as the laws of the elemental sparks permeated the surroundings. Among the human forces, the King Realm experts found themselves immersed in a sea of enlightenment. The insights they gained into the laws of their respective elements were unprecedented, granting them a deeper understanding and mastery over their elemental powers. Their control over the elemental forces grew stronger, their techniques more refined, and their connection to their chosen element more profound. Each moment spent in communion with the elemental sparks elevated their skills to new heights, bestowing them with an unparalleled advantage on the battlefield. The beasts, although not matching the humans' comprehension, still experienced a subtle enhancement in their elemental prowess. The essence of the sparks infused their beings, resonating with their primal instincts and innate affinity for the elements. While their comprehension may not have reached the same level as their human counterparts, their raw potential and instinctual connection to the elements granted them a subtle boost, augmenting their existing abilities. As Wang Jian strode back onto the battlefield, a sense of unease tingled through his veins. His keen eyes immediately caught sight of the extraordinary elemental sparks, their shimmering auras captivating his attention. They emanated a power that surpassed anything he had witnessed before. His gaze then shifted to the imposing talismanic barrier that separated the battlefield, where humans and beasts stood, from the enigmatic pit ahead. Explore Ta T stories at no/l/bin.cm. A veil of mystery shrouded the pit, while an intense surge of demonic energy seeped through the barrier above it. As he stepped into the proximity of the 5 elemental sparks, a surge of energy coursed through Wang Jian's being. His innate elemental genius skill stirred within him, responding to the presence of these ethereal manifestations. At this moment, the destiny points required to upgrade his insight and laws of these respective elements diminished greatly. With the exception of the flame element, Wang Jian had little insight into the other fundamental elements. However, as he stood amidst the pulsating aura of the elemental sparks, a remarkable transformation unfolded within him. His medium-level insight into the laws of flame intent steadily progressed towards a high level, while his previously dormant understanding of the laws of lightning surged towards a low level. This remarkable growth extended to the other 3 elements as well. The elemental genius ability granted Wang Jian the extraordinary power to assimilate the prowess of an element as if it were his own. It consumed the energy specific to that particular element. And within the realm of elemental sparks, there existed no purer essence than the ones they contained. It should be acknowledged that the intensity of the laws of elements within these elemental sparks was confined to a limited level. They acted as profound books of nature, revealing intricate information about each element, spanning across numerous levels of comprehension. The elemental sparks possessed by the butterfly spirit race, in contrast, held the potential to elevate one's insight to the pinnacle of high-level understanding in a specific element. However, the price of such profound insights was the diminishing essence within the sparks. With a multitude of powerful warriors currently absorbing their wisdom, the sparks would soon enter a state of dormancy for the next century or so, recovering their essence from the nature. As Wang Jian rejoined his faction on the battlefield, a sense of anticipation burned within him. Eager to catch up on the events that unfolded in his absence, he looked to his trusted companions, Xia Zhiwei and Lu Yu, and asked, "What transpired while I was away?" Xia Zhiwei and Lu Yu stepped forward, their faces filled with a mixture of weariness and determination. They proceeded to recount the harrowing tale that unfolded on the battlefield, leaving no detail unmentioned. Unaware that Wang Jian had been observing from afar, they began from the initial clash between their faction and the relentless demon forces. With fervor in their voices, they described the emergence of Wang Hao's and Wang Ying's factions, their intense battles against both friend and foe. The destructive confrontation between Wang Hao and Tristan, fueled by their unwavering determination, was relayed with precision. They spoke of the awe-inspiring power unleashed by the god of war spirit and the treacherous actions of Yi Chen, which added a layer of betrayal to the already chaotic battlefield. The air turned heavy as they narrated the curse inflicted upon all humans and beasts by the enigmatic Nether Curseweaver Devil Princess and her devil faction. The memory of their collective suffering lingered, etched upon their souls. Their voices grew animated as they recounted the Devil Princess's hasty retreat upon Tristan's return, her faction fading into the shadows. Yet, to their astonishment, the Devil Princess and her followers resurfaced once Wang Jian had taken Tristan away to engage in their fateful duel. They continued their account, describing how the Devil Princess seized a fleeting opportunity to shatter the seal containing the elemental sparks, unleashing their ethereal essence into the world. Their voices quickened with excitement as they recounted the pivotal role played by Stella, the illustrious butterfly spirit queen. Through her mystical bloodline, she commanded the elemental sparks, skillfully guiding them toward their faction. The group was awestruck as they witnessed Stella's unparalleled control over these powerful forces of nature. However, amidst the chaos, the Devil Princess's faction, including Yi Chen, made a baffling decision. Instead of pursuing the tantalizing elemental sparks, they plunged into the enigmatic pit, sealing it with a potent devil barrier. The mystery surrounding their actions lingered, leaving the faction and its allies with a profound sense of curiosity and unease. As Xia Jiwei and Liu Yu concluded their account, the weight of their words settled upon the battlefield. Wang Jian's mind buzzed with a flurry of thoughts as he absorbed every intricate detail relayed by his comrades. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, and he began to unravel the true nature of the enigmatic pit that lay before them. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. The fabled ancestral totem of the Oceanic Tempest Storm Devil clan, a relic of immense power, must lie hidden within the depths of that very pit. Its presence explained the intensity of the demonic energy permeating the air, setting the stage for an epic confrontation. Amidst his contemplation, Wang Jian's gaze shifted towards the 5 women who seemed enraptured in their newfound enlightenment. A spark of recognition ignited within him as he recognized each of them. They were none other than Hong Meilin, Bishi Shuyan, Jin Meixiang, Guan Yin, and Su Yuding, the very individuals destined to become the heroines of Yichen. A subtle smile played upon Wang Jian's lips as he pieced together the puzzle. It all made sense now. The sudden surge of power and potential that coursed through these women's veins was no coincidence. The upgrade they had received was a testament to their true destiny, one that had previously eluded them. Wang Jian had long harbored a sense that they were not living up to their full potential, but now, the veil had been lifted, and their true strength was unveiled. These newfound revelations only fueled Wang Jian's desire to make these women his own. As the others immersed themselves in the profound enlightenment offered by the elemental sparks, Wang Jian's attention was drawn to the sinister formation looming above their heads, a constant reminder of the curse that held them captive. With a determined gaze, he addressed his comrades, his voice filled with unwavering resolve. It's time to shatter this cursed formation. Summoning the essence of the medium-level insights he possessed in the laws of flames, Wang Jian unleashed a torrent of scorching flames, pouring his fiery determination into a powerful attack aimed at obliterating the demonic formation. But to his disappointment, his assault fell short, the formation remaining intact. Inquisitive, Wang Jian turned to the ever-watchful system, seeking answers to the mysteries that thwarted his progress. It was then that he discovered the true nature of the demonic formation, a creation infused with the formidable power of high-level insight and demonic curse energy. A surge of realization washed over him as he acknowledged the limitations of his current medium-level laws of flames. Undeterred, he contemplated his options, knowing that his devil bloodline held the potential to unleash immense power capable of dismantling the barrier. However, the repercussions of revealing his devil bloodline to the assembled warriors and beasts loomed as a formidable obstacle. A strategic decision weighed heavily upon him. By absorbing the unique essence contained within the elemental sparks, he could elevate his elemental energies to the coveted high-level insights, granting him the strength necessary to obliterate the demonic formation. That's all for this part, truckers. See you guys in next video.